As I walked out in the streets of Laredo, as I walked out in Laredo one day, I spied a young cowboy wrapped all in white linen.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's me, Legal Vices, welcoming you to the streets of Laredo. Actually, this is in San Antonio, but the crimes, alleged crimes, happened in Laredo, Texas. So a little bit of Marty Robbins to get our day started off, right? Or wrong, depending on which side of the prosecution table you happen to be sitting. Here we are. It is day 8 of this trial, which hopefully might be the very last day. I've seen y'all putting spoilers in the chat, violating the one rule of chat. Well, one of the 2 rules of chat: no spoilers for things we're talking about. But whatever. If you wanted to know, you'd know. So what happened? Well, right now we got a couple things to do here. Right now we're waiting for the lawyers to show up, the prosecution and the defense. They're going to talk a little bit more about jury instructions. The jury's going to come in 30 minutes, well, 25 minutes from now. So until then, we'll kind of do a little bit of a highlight thing from yesterday. Some of the highlights. Oh, Acolyte Knobgib. Vegas here, and we're packed full of NFR. Vegas is a great place. All righty. Danny On will be joining us as soon as she gets out of bed. A little too early for the princess, little sleeping beauties. Apparently sleeping in a bit. She said she'd be here in about 25 minutes. So until then, we're gonna go back over what happened yesterday after we left you. Not much, and again, we'll probably not show the lawyers arguing over the jury instructions if that's what they plan on doing, because they're just going to finalize them and then they're going to read them again. So we'll spend the next 25 minutes updating us. Welcome to you, mods. Mods are here. Mods are in the house. We love the mods. Welcome all you people in chat. The Vice Squad is the best chat on the internet, hands down. Couldn't do it without the mods. Couldn't do it without the chat. Certainly wouldn't want to do it without the chat. Yes, there were highlights in Andor's man bun. We'll get to the highlights. Great. Everybody just do your thing. You know the rules. I shouldn't have to tell you to hit that like button. We've got 232 concurrent viewers right at this point in time. And only 97 likes. Again, we're not to the halfway point yet. Get those likes up. Get them out of the way so I don't have to keep harping on it. That should just be built in. I know it's not even built in with me. I know when I watch other people's content on their channels, I never think to hit that like button unless they tell me, which is stupid because that's all I do. I spend half my time telling you guys to hit the like button, but that's what YouTube goes for. YouTube likes the likes, the like to concurrent viewer ratio, the overall like numbers. That's what YouTube looks at when deciding whether to recommend you to other people with similar viewing habits. So the more you like this, the more it gets the word out and the more recommendations we get from YouTube, and the bigger the channel grows. And speaking of growing the channel, hit that subscribe button. Let's grow the channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do. What's coming up on the horizon for you guys to know about? Tomorrow's OJ Simpson day, of course. Friday will be a bunch of law rants. I got a lot of things to talk about. Plus, a few hours from now will be well, by a few hours I mean a lot. Probably what, 16, 18 hours, depending where you are. The Courtney Clenny OnlyFans murder. She's got a hearing today. So we will hopefully be able to talk about that tomorrow. If not, we'll definitely hit it on Friday. We've got a lot of stuff coming. We got a Taylorship business hearing coming up in a month or so. But stand by for Clenny. That's going to be, I think, the next update we have. And there's another update next week. I can't remember what it is. I think it's the guy in Illinois that's representing himself. But we'll finalize that. I was expecting this to actually go till Friday. I was hoping it would end it a long time ago, but good. So we're kind of freed up after today. So, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. Well, after I left at the lunch break, they took an extended lunch break. When they came back, there was a couple of witnesses. Let's bring this up here. There was 2 witnesses, and I said I would yesterday morning before I knew who or what they had left to call. I suggested that the guy that identified the bullets, that tied the bullets from the victim's heads to his gun to him, I suggested that should be last. Oh, this isn't the one we want. Go away, screen. But after seeing how they presented it, I think he should have been second to last. The one witness I thought was kind of useless. Useless in an overall way, but necessary to, again, add one more link in the chain that ties him to the incident. Our first witness. Where did we go? Okay, that was before the lunch, after the lunch. Okay, this is our first witness after the
what
lunch.
Are called lugs. Those are the individual elements that make up that tread design.
She kind of makes up for the scientist guy that analyzed the bullets. He was kind of wishy-washy, a little bit timid in his answers, and the drunken, toothless grandpa defense lawyer was climbing all over him, trying to discredit him because he didn't know the specific metal alloys that were involved in manufacturing the gun. He didn't. He couldn't answer these super highly technical questions that really had nothing to do with the job he was tasked to perform. I don't think it won the defense any points. It didn't really make the bullet analysis guy look bad, particularly. It just kind of made him seem a little soft and made the defense lawyer kind of seem like a dick. This lady here, she shut him down. Her job, she's a PhD and some sort of forensic scientist. Her job was to analyze the tire tracks. Drunken, toothless lawyer guy cross-examined her and tried to attack her credibility as well and her knowledge. She shut him the hell down. Just kind of, I don't know if this is a good example, but this is just one I just fast forward to.
And which one did you say was applicable in this case?
In this case, it was a category 2B.
Okay, so
the only thing she did that annoyed me is she did what Amber Heard did and what a lot of other witnesses do, especially the experts. They'll look at they'll look to the lawyer for the question, and then they'll look at the jury and answer. Then they'll look for the question, then they'll look at the jury and answer. She did that. That was kind of annoying, but her answers were fire, spot on, sharp, no delay, and put old Gramps in his place.
So that's association with conventional characteristics.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe what you're saying is those impressions that you analyzed, including the cast and the paper, if you will, were what you're saying is they came from this kind of tire.
Yes, whatever the brand information was listed on the known tire impressions.
Okay, so that was our first witness there for the day. She just kept firing these answers in. No, I don't have a voice. No, that old man. Even Torres says the old man has a voice changer. I was saying, no, I don't. I just woke up. I took kind of a 2.5 hour nap. So still have sleepy voice. I wonder what happened if we don't want to do Bow and Steel with this voice. Might hurt elephant's ears. Anywho, this is number one witness. She testified her ass off about these tires, the tire imprints, the markings, and old man shut up real quick once he found that she wasn't taking any of his guff. Guff, there's a good word. You need to start using guff again more. She wasn't taking any of his guff, and she put him in his place right quick. And he kind of shut up and let her off the stand. I don't think she was particularly necessary. Helpful, yes. Just to add that one more thing, we got the bullets in the head. Bullets in the head were fired from that gun. That gun was found in the car, and the tire trucks from his truck matched the tire tracks from where the bodies were, etc. So it was just one more brick in the wall. But I would have put her on before Bullet Guy, put Bullet Guy on, and then put the last witness on. The last witness, she was a little bit more necessary. and a little bit more impactful. Shouldn't have shaved his stash. This is her. She's a Smashable jail employee. She was in charge of talking about his telephone conversations, his recorded conversations with his family, where his kids are crying, talking to him. They want their daddy, of course, because they don't realize what a monster he is, allegedly, at least allegedly, for the next few hours. Talking to his wife, recorded saying things like, "They don't got shit on me except for my confession." So yeah, he kind of self-ratted in the telephone conversations that are recorded. So she testified to the contents of the telephone conversations between him and his family.
Casey Anthony, and then just speaks about how he's not suicidal and challenges the listeners.
Okay.
But
Yes,
this
he
is the
challenged
only
the
time. This was really the second time he's shown emotion during this trial. The first time was when he was laughing at the video where he was calling the cops fat and telling them they needed to exercise, which, okay, I thought was funny. But here he looks emotional, or at least he tries to look emotional. I'm not sure which it is. Where are we at here?
The wife.
Yeah. He has some Kleenex in his hand at one point, and yeah, there we go. Here's some like Kleenex in his hand.
Okay, sure. It's gonna be 8.
So he showed a little bit of emotion there. Then after she got, oh, here he is whining again. Poor me. So literally, this is the second time he's shown emotion in this whole trial. And then we took a little bit of a break. Wait, before the break, let me see here. Where are we at?
More starting where it says and there's a request. So, but I don't think there's anything that, because in between that, it's actually, I think his wife saying, quoting the Bible and trying to encourage him, keep the faith.
All right, here's where we need to go. All right.
I don't know that needs to be added.
If the court wants
I don't
to
know.
focus on the portion that says we're all on the same page, I'm concerned about the statements that I made.
Because that's the relevance that I see based on your argument. And
so they argued over the relevance again, because that's what the defense lawyer does. He argues that there's no relevance to the trial. I mean, to the evidence. And then we came back after a bit of a break.
all right. You ready for your co-counsel? You ready?
Or did I? Can't remember what they said before the break. I should have timestamped this, but hey, we got nothing but time here. All right, talk to us here. Oh yeah, I think I missed the timestamp we were looking for.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, for the jury.
Bring the jury in.
Before the break,
Oh yeah, we did. We need to go back before the break to hear the magic words from the defense. Sorry about that.
More starting where it says, if we're all on the same page, I'm very concerned about the statement. I wanted to suppress it, where I said what happened, something along those lines. And then go, I guess, redact everything after that until you get to the point where he says there is no evidence.
All right, screw it. Basically, what they said, we're not going to worry about the timestamp. I had it set, then I wanted to go back and show you the witnesses, and then I just totally screwed up the timeline. But basically, after that witness, the prosecution said that is our last witness. The prosecution rests. And then the defense rested. So there we go. Maybe we should try to find it because it was kind of fun.
And so right before that, he says, if we're all on the same page, maybe no.
We'll try to find this. Yeah, I'm just killing time here.
Yes, sir.
And that's all of State's Exhibit 238.
Yes.
All right, well, screw it. We'll just continue here. We want to watch the last few minutes because they get into some arguments here. Bring the jury in.
We were discussing State's Exhibit 230, State's Exhibit 239.
Right.
And what was the date of that recording?
It was November.
All right. Get off the stand, woman.
This was picked up while he was at Web.
Any evidence that arose, the amount
After the after they get done here. All right.
We'll bring you in and
This is the magic words. Get the magic words. We need the magic words. There's so many quiet episodes here. Fuck it.
On November
7th.
All right, we don't care about the magic words. Both sides rest. Then they make an argument for a directed verdict.
The state of Texas will rest.
There we go. Got it. Fuck.
okay, we're going to go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes this time. Take up one more matter, and we'll bring you in less than 10 minutes. I'll remind you not to discuss facts of the case.
All right, so the prosecution rests. The jury goes out.
I would like to make a motion.
Now they're making the motion. They're making the motion to dismiss the case for lack of evidence, essentially. They're asking the court to find him not guilty because the state has not met their burden of proof. They call it by several different names, a motion for a directed verdict, a motion, but here for some reason, they call it a motion for an instructed verdict, which I hadn't heard that term before. It's a formality. You have to make them as a defense lawyer. And basically you're saying that even if we accept everything that the prosecution said, even if we accept all of their evidence in the best light favorable to the prosecution, there's still not enough evidence to reasonably convict my client. They almost always lose. I mean, it's very rare something goes through. We saw part of one go through in the New Mexico case, the Dean Cummings case. He got one of his charges thrown out on a directed verdict, but it was like trying to hide his identity from a police officer. I mean, that's a useless charge, and it was dismissed. But the serious charges don't. They almost never get dismissed. You have to really screw up your case as a prosecutor for that to happen. So he makes this motion for a instructed verdict.
For an instructed verdict, in that the state has failed to prove the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As the court is aware, we've been challenging the search of the truck, and we would submit to the court that based on the evidence, the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the search of the white Dodge out of the stripes was legal. It was a warrantless search and therefore illegal. And then the second search that was conducted at the substation at 7209 East Saunders, the vehicle was in a secure place. There were no exigent circumstances. And it was searched again, Your Honor, and it was a warrantless search. And we would argue that under the 4th Amendment or the 14th Amendment, Article 1 of the Texas Constitution, Article 3823 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, that evidence is not admissible. And therefore, all the evidence that arose from the search, in particular the firearm and everything that comes therefrom, was not proven to the court beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, we would argue to the court that with regards to the statement of the defendant, that the requirements of Article 3822 and pursuant to Miranda and its progeny, that the statement was not voluntarily made, in that the police officers first were instructed that he did not want to give a statement when Ranger E.J. Salinas inquired, and Mr. Ortiz said no. In addition, there was another instance where he says, "You want to continue?" And Mr. Ortiz replied, "Fuck no." In addition, prior to any incriminating statements, both Mr. Captain Calderon and also Ranger.
Which, in all fairness, if a cop ever asks if you want to continue your interrogation, fuck no is the appropriate answer. Just for the record, that was a smart answer he gave.
E.J. Salinas made promises of a quid pro quo nature to induce and to coerce Mr. Ortiz to incriminate himself, not to mention the temporal issue, which is the amount of time that they held him with merely providing him water and
these
some
are the
chips.
arguments I told you. These
And
are the
so
only
we would
arguments you
argue
can make.
any and all statements.
They only give him some
made by
water,
the
some
defendant,
chips. They chain him to a
were
chair
not
for 10
proven,
hours.
Voluntarily made beyond a reasonable doubt to the court, and therefore any evidence that arose from the statements and the statement itself of Mr. Ortiz was not admissible. And for those reasons, we submit to the court that the state has failed to prove the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Now, see, the Nokar-san says, as I was saying, they have to prove that they haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the evidence interpreted in the light most favorable to the prosecution is still insufficient to reasonably support a finding of guilty. Nokar-san says, well, that's not the argument they made. They made that argument that all evidence was fruit of the poisonous tree. Well, that's exactly the argument they made. They said that all of the evidence was improperly gotten without search warrants. There was problems reading the Miranda warnings. They were ignored, and they coerced him by keeping him sleep deprived, chained to a chair, and fed Doritos for 10 or 12 hours or how long it was. So all of this evidence that was improperly gotten must be thrown out. And if you throw that out, that means therefore there is no evidence that would support a finding of guilt. As he said, it would be beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's exactly the argument they were making. We're both right. They're arguing that you have to throw out all of the illegally gained evidence. And if you throw that out, there's nothing there left to support a finding of guilty. So therefore, the charges must be dropped and he has to be able to walk out of court. Well, the prosecution has something to say about that.
I respond, Your Honor.
You may.
I will address first the evidence in this case. There is a mountain, an overwhelming amount of evidence to prove Mr. Juan David Ortiz's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that any jury, any reasonable jury here in Bexar County or in Webb County or any county in the state of Texas has enough evidence to meet that burden.
Oh, he's not walking.
Regarding the search and the confession, these issues have been extensively examined and visited by the court in its two prior rulings. The evidence that was developed during this trial over the course of the last week and 2 days only strengthened the evidence on the legality and constitutionality of both the search of the vehicle and the confession. The facts and evidence that were elicited during the trial establish that Mr. Juan David Ortiz did not have a reasonable expectation of privacy in his truck. The evidence has proven that he abandoned his vehicle during the commission of an offense and that no warrant was needed and falls under the exceptions of requiring a warrant. The subsequent search that was conducted at the substation is
seriously, and those of you that are saying the assistant
and the gun and everything,
the number
else
two
that was
guys that are
found
doing these
in
things,
the
they're better
vehicle
than him. This guy is just a shit
legal.
questioner. He's
With
not
respect
dynamic
to
in making
the
statements.
Confession given by Mr. Juan David Ortiz, there's been extensive and overwhelming amount of evidence that has been brought out through the witnesses, through the video, that prove that Mr. Ortiz's confession was made knowingly and made voluntarily, without coercion, without promise, without guarantee, without inducement. and that he was read his rights in the totality of the circumstances. We also know that he himself was a law enforcement officer, veteran officer, well-versed in the constitutional rights of those that are accused. And there was never any request to stop the interview or a request to invoke his right to an attorney. Everything that Mr. Juan David Ortiz said in his confession was obtained legally by both Ranger E.J. Salinas and Captain Fred Calderon. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Well, the court was reviewing its findings of fact and conclusions of law regarding the warrantless search that was argued by the defense and the issue of voluntariness during the statements and confession that the defendant made. And at this time, after listening to additional evidence throughout the trial and the prior testimony and evidence presented at the two prior hearings, the court will reaffirm its rulings from July 10th of 2020 and from September 27th of 2022, and the court will further adopt the court's findings made on July 10th of 2020. And so the motion for instructed verdict this time is denied.
Denied. Then they bring the jury back in. The defense rests. The prosecution's done. The judge says, come on back tomorrow for jury instructions. And that brings us here to where we are today. Let's bring up today's trial. People are mulling about the courtroom. Mull. Here we are. Mullers. We got the mulling. I know I said it yesterday. I don't like them wearing the faces of the victims on their shirts. I don't like that. I think it's inappropriate. I mean, it's not grounds for appeal. I just think if I was on the defense side, I would be arguing that it amounts to improper attempts to influence the jury. I mean, I just don't like it. It's bad form. It looks bad. Wear them after the verdict. Go right ahead. But that's not, and I'm surprised the judge, I just don't like it. Maybe some of y'all do. I just don't like it. Here for the truth, kicking us off at the very first super chat of the evening. Oh no, not a mountain of evidence. Thank you so much for that super chat. That gets us started today. And Ryoji Mata says, how are you today, Vices? I'm doing great. Had a decent day at work. Got a good dinner in me. But took a big sleep for a bit. And here I am for the closing arguments and hopefully a very, very short jury deliberation. So while we wait for them to hang around a bit again, we'll just have to talk about some more stuff. What do I like to talk about when we get a minute? I like to talk about the number of likes we have. 564 concurrent viewers. Welcome, all 564 of you. Welcome. Jump on in here in the chat and participate in the Vice Squad silliness that goes on in the best damn chat on the internet. And while you're here, please make sure just reach down right down there, right now. Just reach down there and hit that like button. We should easily be up over 400 right now. Do me a favor. Let's get that up to 400. Just for shits and giggles. Let's see if we can get that up to 400 in the next 2 minutes. Why 2 minutes? Because it's more than 1 and less than 3. Seriously, everybody, stop what you're doing. Everybody that hasn't done anything, just reach down there and hit that like button. That's all I got to say about that. And I'm just going to keep repeating it until we get there. So, all right, while we've got time here, I mean, tell me, there's no reason to have a poll here. I mean, he's going to be found guilty. I freaking hope. Seriously, I mean, a normal person would be saying 100% he's going down, and he's going down in a hurry. But that's kind of an occupational hazard with lawyers. We can't say 100% on anything. So I can say he's going down. I hope. He's as statistically highly possible as it is for him to go to jail for the rest of his life. as statistically possible to be without being 100%. So I think there's over a 99% chance he's guilty and he's going to jail for the rest of his life. But there's still that less than 1% chance, because you never say never. Nothing is ever zero. Jeff dreams about the like button. I do. I seriously had a dream about a broken like button the other day. That just tells me I need to shut up. All right, we're getting close. We've got 310 likes. We've got about another 30 seconds to get another 90 likes. This is just fun. Why not? 90 seconds. Everybody jump down there and hit that like button. 555 viewers, 315 likes. We need 85 more likes in the next 30 seconds or so. Can we do it? Who knows? Who cares? He'll be the prostitute in prison. Well, we know he likes the T's in the LGBTQ spectrum, because one of the victims, which I just found out like 3 days ago, when the medical examiner kept switching back and forth, referring to the victim as he and she, and then he and then she, and I'm like, wait, what? That's when I found out that one of them was one of the victims was a transgender individual. He's married. Oh yeah, he's married, got some kids. He was bringing the toots to his home while he was married to his wife. Yeah, he's bringing the ladies of negotiable affection to his home. And for those of you that don't know, they're not seeking the death penalty here. And the reason for that is the prosecution originally wanted to seek for the death penalty. They wanted the death penalty for him. They were going for the death penalty, but the families of the victims stepped in and unanimously begged the prosecution not to seek the death penalty. Why? Not because they're a bunch of forgiving Christians. They said the death penalty would be too good for him. They want him to rot in a cage for the rest of his life. They thought the death penalty was too easy. So unanimously across the board, the families asked the prosecution to take the death penalty off the table and let him rot in a small cage for the rest of his life. Leanie, thank you so much for the super chat. What does the wife look like? Wonder if Vix looks like. I haven't seen her. I haven't looked her up, and to be frank, I don't plan on looking her up. Leave the wife and kids out of it, I say. And the motive for the crimes, well, what he stated during his confessions was that he wanted to clean up the streets. So they're drug addicted hookers, so he offed them all. That's his argument. He was doing the world a service, Punisher style, I guess. Flux coming in with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Okay, how is his wife still with him? Come on, ladies, you aren't that desperate. All these ladies with these killers, I'll treat you better. Well, sometimes your husband makes mistakes. Sometimes the husband can make a mistake or two. We're only human, us men, off a few ladies of negotiable affection, it's a mistake anyone could make, right? It won't happen again. Well, it won't happen a fifth time. We tried to do it. Okay, it wouldn't happen 6 times, even though I tried to do it 5 times. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would make you stick around with your husband who just comes home and says, "Oh yeah, I've just been arrested for offing 4 people." Okay, we're doing it for the kids. That argument only goes so far. But I don't know. Women, listen to Flux. That's all I got to say. Just women, listen to Flux. All right. Let's see. Well, let's embiggen me and shrink the court down. Cloud Illusions, a member of the Clean and Sober crew. Congratulations. And we should pull up your song there. Bosom flows of angel hair and ice cream castles in the air. Great song. Thank you very much. for being part of the clean and sober crew, Cloud Illusions. Religious reasons for staying with him? I don't know. Do you think? I mean, I've never been a practicing Catholic. I visited Catholic churches for quite a while. My mother was Catholic, but I'm guessing that if your husband was a 4-time homicider, that the church may grant you an annulment. I would guess. I would assume they wouldn't go, nah, sorry, you got to live with the guy. Well, you have to live alone because he's going to be in jail. The wife probably wants the money. Well, she'd still get the pension, you know. And that was one of the things he was hoping for in his confession, was that his pension would remain untouched. Insurance proceeds, pensions, things like that would still go to her. So you stay married to a murderer. Yeah, that's humans are strange beings. You got to admit that. In the realm of weird things, staying with a 4-time murderer allegedly is kind of high up the scale. But for me, even weirder than that are the people that are going to start sending him marriage proposals when his wife ultimately does divorce him. There's going to be the groupies. There's going to be people that are writing him, begging him to marry them, even though he's in prison. Those are the ones that I really can't understand. Those are the people that just need to turn off Netflix, stop watching true crime stuff, and kind of pull their heads out of their respective backsides. I don't get those women that go after the serial, oh, Jeffrey Dahmer, I love you, I want to marry you. Oh, Charles Manson, you're the sexiest. Ugh. Ooh, starting to get a bit stuffy in the nose. Am I getting the flu that's going around the world? Well, I'm glad the court told the jury to be there at 9 a.m., which was 10 minutes ago. Rocco Rockwell, our newest member. Thank you also for joining the Bent Halos and Broken Wings level. Wow, congratulations. And thank you very, very much. It's deeply appreciated. Mike Middleton. Tuna fish for lunch again? I'll show her. Wait till she gets a load of me killing some hookers. She can live with that. Then we're even. I love tuna fish, so I'd be praising my wife if she just made me tuna fish sandwiches every day. But I guess if you didn't like it, that would kind of balance the scales, wouldn't it? You'd think the prosecution says Just Don, formerly known as Soulless Ginger. You'd think the prosecution could get someone to babysit her long enough to keep her sober for one day to testify. Well, maybe she doesn't want to testify against her husband. Who knows? maybe she still loves him. I guess she's still sticking around with him. So, do you think they have a lot of traffic issues? Why are they always late? Well, hopefully this is the last day they're going to be late. Well, you put it in parentheses, and that's usually where the formerly known as. Because just saying. I'm really hoping, and the way I see this, they read the jury and they can. I don't know how they do it in San Antonio. They can either read the jury instructions, give the closing arguments, let the jury go out and deliberate, or they can have the closing arguments, then read the jury instructions, then let the jury go out and deliberate. Whatever way they do it, I think the closing statements are very short for the defense. I think there may be 30 minutes for the prosecution. So 35 minutes of closing arguments. Then the jury instructions will probably take 10 or 15 minutes to read. So within an hour, I think the jury will get the case. And I can't imagine them really deliberating longer than it takes to go back, appoint a foreman, read the charges, and go, yeah, do we want to go home for lunch? Yeah, okay, he's guilty. And then they come back out. I would be surprised if this went late into the afternoon. That's my feeling. Here for the truth, throwing down another super chat. Listening to the phone conversation and the bits of Spanish, I could tell she was just humoring him. She's afraid. He's a cop. No, she could be. I don't know. But I can't imagine she's real happy to talk to him regardless. But I mean, you gotta feel bad for the poor kids. These kids just miss their daddy. They don't know why daddy's gone. They don't understand that he's this older monster. Correct. This is not a death penalty case. Quantum Geek, as I mentioned a minute ago, the families did not want the death penalty. They want him to spend the rest of his life in a small little cage and rot in jail. Stay for the free lunch. No, let me get out of here. Rest of their life. Oops. Hey, look at me. I'm a boomer. I sniffed really loudly and I left the microphone off. Yeah, I know it's muted. I just saw that. Yeah, I was gonna also. I didn't really say anything. I just said, hey, that's nice that execution is just harassing people that are going to be in jail for the rest of their life. That's all I said. Yeah, I took a big sniff and I didn't want you to hear that on the microphone, so I muted it and then I just sort of forgot to undo it. Yes, you can. You can hear me, Tina. I'm not muted. I was back a long time ago. Y'all got to catch up. Yeah, trust me. No, Ava, I'm not. I haven't been muted for like a minute now. You're just being slow. Anybody else want to say muted? Go ahead. Throw your mutes in now. If I killed that many people by accident, I'd want the death penalty out of guilt. I couldn't live with hurting that many people because they usually have family and friends. Well, have you seen anything that even vaguely resembles emotion on this guy's face? Other than when he was laughing that he called a couple of cops fat and said they needed to work, and when he was talking to his kids on the phone, when he was listening to himself talk to his kids on the phone. Is he a sociopath? There's something wrong with him. I mean, that's for sure. He's got a problem, so I don't think he's capable of emotions, really. My boyfriend. Wait, where did my boyfriend thing go? Oh yeah. My boyfriend is convinced that this guy wanted to be caught and punished. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. But whatever happened, he did get caught, and we'll see if he gets punished. Thank you so much for the money. Anybody else? Please. Yeah, if you're going to say muted anymore, at least put some money behind it to make it worth reading. Thank you so much, Apostle Steve. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Touchdown. On paper? Unmuted. Nice. That was good. All righty. Come on, jury. Come on, court. Rose says, Rose, us watching this trial is all your fault. You just sit down there and be quiet. We're all stuck here watching this because you sent me a message early in the morning saying you got to watch this new trial. Just kidding, Rose. I mean, this should have been a classic thriller of a trial. This had all the makings of a movie. I mean, this should have been a thriller, but boy, it was exactly the opposite of that. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk that it would turn out to be a boring trial when a U.S. Border Patrol agent goes rogue, offs 4 hookers with bullets to the back of his head, bullets that were issued to him by the government and registered to him, with a service weapon that was registered to him, not collecting his empty spent casings, not really hiding the bodies, getting caught, leading the police to the third body, confessing, pleading not guilty, and then having one juror faint during the middle of the testimony, having the prosecutor quit midstream. I mean, this should have been an absolute thriller of a case. So you just never know. You just never know, because this is what we're left with. Got more super chats rolling in. Always love to see the super chats rolling in. Leanie, thank you so much again. Agree with you. The victim's family wearing photos. Yeah, I just don't like it. It just, I first of all, I don't know how that's being allowed, because I would never allow that if I was a judge. But if I was a judge, I wouldn't allow a lot of things. It just seems inappropriate. I get the sentiment. Don't get me wrong. But zip it up, put a hoodie on over it, do something, and then whip it off when the verdict is read, whatever. But this sort of seems like an attempts to influence the jury. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like it. And I don't know how they treat it in Texas, but if they could use it as grounds for an appeal, hell yeah, I would. Eva Torres, bring in the $5 super chat. I just like everything about this channel. Thanks, Jeff. Well, Eva, I like you about this channel. Congratulations for finding me. And thank you for continuing to be here and supporting us. My other channel is covering that one Andrew Branco was at the other day. So I wanted a different one. Yeah, I can't wait to see I can't wait on the Taormina S trial. I don't know what a Taormina S trial is. I don't know what a Taormina trial is. What? Let me check my calendar here and see what I know. The Courtney Clenny hearing is coming up in several hours. It's her bond hearing. The judge is going to announce her. Is it a her? It's a her in that case, isn't it? Him? No, it's a him. I can't even remember who the hell the judge in the Courtney Clenny case is. But the judge in the Courtney Clenny case will be announcing her decision whether or not to allow Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans murderess, allegedly, out on bond. The answer to that is no. She's not getting out on bond, but they still have to go through the motions. Coming up on the 14th, next Wednesday, is the Bradley Yohn motion hearing. They're doing some motions on Bradley Yohn. He's the Sov Sit guy in Illinois that's representing himself that went off the rails in his hearing to schedule hearings last week. The Courtney Clenny trial is supposed to start on the 19th. There's been no word that it's been delayed, but anything can happen between now and then. They're supposed to start the Courtney Clenny trial. That's kind of the Courtney Clenny case. That's kind of hard to say. That's supposed to start on the 19th. So those are what's coming up. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if anything gets delayed, see what the scheduling looks like. But I don't know what the Taormina S trial is. And don't get me wrong here. Oh, the Taylor. Okay. That's not what you said. The Taormina S trial. The Taylorship business trial, if I recall correctly, is supposed to go to trial in March 6th, I believe. So, well, that'll be fun. Ron. What's up, Ron? This deletion spree was all over a clever ploy to escape his nagging wife and screaming kids. Now, I've had lots of you emailing me theories as to why he would do it. Some of my faves, I wouldn't say they're favorite because I agree, or favorite because they're too far out there, but was that his wife got sick of it. His wife was deleting the people just to show him that they're not welcome into his house and whatnot. That she deleted them out of revenge against him cheating on them with her, and then he felt guilty about it, so he's taken the fall for his wife. That was kind of one of my favorite theories. Maddie Graham in the house with a super chat. Legal Vices. You should check out the Stephen Lorenzo Tampa, Florida penalty phase trial featuring our favorite Florida judge, Christopher Sabella. The Stephen Lorenzo. Again, I do not know Stephen Lorenzo. Is it being broadcast somewhere? Is someone streaming it? Wow, all right. We're coming up on an hour since these guys were supposed to start. Let's see if there's any answers as to why nothing's going on here. What do we got here? See, let's look at the law and crime page to see if there's any light and knowledge as to what's happening and why we're not getting anything. Hey guys from Law and Crime, any idea why we're not doing anything? Oh, let's see what their chat rules are. Please avoid the following: racism, homophobia, attacks, i.e., dialect, weight, looks, attire, and hairstyles. Well, if you can't attack someone for their dialect, weight, looks, and hairstyle and attire, what the fuck are we going to talk about? There's nothing else to talk about in this trial other than people's dialect, their weight, their looks, their attire, and their hairstyles. All caps. All caps are out. Spamming, politics / religion, religious attacks. Please be respectful to mods. Yeah, we don't have those rules. Some of them, but not a lot of them. That's why we're better. See, they've got 4,000 people watching this State of Texas seal right now. We've got 642, and we're better than them. Come on, guys. Everybody, all of you that law and crime that are bored. How about the dumpster guys trial? That's supposed to start next year, like early next year around. I can't remember what the date was, like early next year or around spring of next year. Chutney, Courtney Chutney trial. Seriously, Mac, over 200 you need to hit that like button. But we did get up to 400 like I asked for. It took a while, but we got there. So now the next thing is we got to jump up to 600. 600 is that sweet spot. That's what really gets us out there. That's what starts the YouTube press to say, oh, look, 600 people have liked this video that has been going on for an hour. They have huge likes to concurrent viewer ratios. Let's recommend them. Let's put them on people's homepage. Let's put them on people's recommended videos. Let's put them on the end cards, and it gets the recommendations out there. So, hey, continue to let those likes roll in. You've literally got nothing else to do until the jury comes in and the court starts. So may as well just take a tenth of a second and smash that like button. Yeah, they're not really telling us anything either on the law and crime chat as to what's going on here. They told us about the late juror on day one, but I guess they're not telling us that anymore. Hunter Brooks, welcome. Thank you for the super chat. They missed the obvious defense. The hookers were already dead on the inside. Ooh, yeah. Let's just take that off the screen. Thank you. And legendary racing. They forgot med examiner's glasses. Who is they? Who are the they that forgot the medical examiner's neon yellow plastic framed glasses? All caps are out. WTF is that Kurt's channel? Marv White. Here's your freaking like. Well, that's technically a super chat, but I'll take it. Just make sure you actually hit the like button. Thank you so much, Marv. Rose says, Legal Vices, see if you can find out the answer to this. Someone told me that all caps comments are seen by YouTube as a spam bot. I never heard that one. Yeah, they kind of are, because a lot of the porn bots, they type in all caps and things like that. You know, the bots, they type in the all caps to get your attention. So yeah, that's kind of a thing. Plus, you know, it's also it's rude. It means you're yelling. I just think all caps look stupid. But yeah. Press the like button or the gallery takes their shirts off. Well, actually, I'd like them to take their shirts off just so they don't have to see the faces of the victims there. Wow, Nandor's man bun. I pounded that button like a grapey dolphin. You didn't have to do it quite like that. Just clicking on it would suffice. All caps is supposed to be autopilot to cool. Caps lock is cruise control for cool. That's 2 of you that have said that. I liked 1,000 times on off. No, do it 1,001 because if you like it 1,000 times, that's an even number. So that means it will have actually unliked it. So like it 101,000 times to get that like button back on. I'm not stupid. I just type that way. I used to write in all caps. I thought it was cool, so I did that. Oh, great. Now the entire fucking chat is writing in all caps. Thanks, guys. No, there was no porn bot here. We were just talking about things typing in caps. Dolphins are a-holes. Yes, they are, especially the ones in Miami that throw the football back and forth. They're the biggest a-hole dolphins on the earth. Matthew Giannotti letting us all know that he hates talking on the phone. All right. Yeah, you can all stop writing in all caps. All righty. Could you please eat all the dolphins? Eat more tuna because dolphins get caught in the nets. Oh, Kaiser Pineapple, congratulations. You've made it. I got my first prawn bot on stream last night. I finally made it as a streamer. Wait, they're showing the gallery. Does that mean that we're getting ready for some action? Yeah, you're one of the cool kids now, D. What? Andrew Brunton throwing it in. All right, guys. Look, they're all laughing it up and smiling and joking in there. You should be a little more somber. I'm just saying, it kind of goes against the mood. The gallery carries some weight in the U.S., huh? Literally. Now, don't be making fun of people's size and appearance. That is against law and crimes rules. Literally, it's the only thing we talked about for 8 days. Oh, wait. The Roy Orbison, she's put a mask. Why are they putting on masks? I guess these guys have not worn masks yet in the court, so I'm guessing they both have a cold, and they're not wanting to spread their cold or their flu to other people in the gallery. So they're being responsible adults. Her mask is kind of covering her eyes. It looks like. I guess it can't fit under that goiter on her neck. I don't know. Goiter's a good word, isn't it? Please read Maddie message. Okay, let's scroll up and see Maddie's message. What did I miss? Where's Maddie's message? Maddie's message. I don't see Maddie's message. Well, I don't see Maddie's message. It would probably be easier if Maddie just retyped the message and I paid attention to it down here. I didn't see it. And retype. What did you say, Matty? I didn't see it. And I can't find it. Welcome, Satan. You'll find yourself right at home here in our chat, Satan. It says check Twitter for @Matty. All right, let's check Twitter. We've been sent a link. What is the link we have been sent? Miami model stabs boyfriend to death. His family speaks. Oh, wait, no, that was a long time ago. Florida killer seeks death penalty after confessing to 2003 murders. That's a lot of people if you killed 2003 people. Stephen Lorenzo. Okay, well, all righty. Thank you very much. What have we got? We got someone coming in the courtroom. We've got the camera panning out. The defendant's still not there, or he's probably in a little holding cell. Yeah, this is a pretty damn exciting. Marv White, our newest member. Where are you sitting? You are sitting squarely in the clean and sober crew. Congratulations and welcome. Welcome to our newest member, Marv White. The cop lady's admonishing him. I hope she's telling him to shut up and cover up. Shut up and cover up. Yep. That's what I'm thinking too. She's kind of, Look, you can't be here saying, "Oh, this is a somber occasion. Look at the people on my shirt," and then laughing and joking and having fun. Who the hell has the time to be sober? Something I grudgingly have to do during the week so that I can function. We're searching for Danny. Even Danny's 30 minutes late. Well, an hour late, but 30 minutes later than the "I'll be 30 minutes late" message. Sending her a snarky text. Danny, you've got a snarky text if if you're listening. Wow. I'm just gonna have to sit here quiet because apparently I can't make fun of appearances, size, hairstyles. I got nothing to say here for a minute until the camera goes somewhere else. Ain't got nothing good to say about somebody, don't say it at all. Dan Wales can walk. You're not supposed to comment on hairstyle, looks, size, or appearance. I just don't know what else to say. Oh, but we're getting up to almost 500 likes. That's good. We need 29 more likes to get us up to 500 likes. So let's do that. Why not? Let's just use this next few minutes to try to get myself up to 500 likes. 500 likes, 500 likes, 500 likes. I'm going to keep saying 500 likes till you get me. No, just that would be good. Flux. Calm down. Calm down. Relax, Flux. Yes, Danny will be on. And if you're not working, Danny, we'll invite. I mean, Flux will invite you on too. But you're probably working, so that would be unfortunate. But yes, Danny will be on eventually. Got a text, wasn't from her. So yeah, calm down. Don't get all Twitter-pated, Flux. She'll be here. Matty Graham. That is the recent hearing where he goes pro per and pleads guilty. Oh, well, that's no sense. That doesn't make sense. You're not supposed to do that as a soft sit. You're not supposed to plead guilty. You're supposed to annoy everybody. Righto. Shoot. Extremely happy simmer. Them being fat is strategic so they can fit more faces on their shirts. God damn it, you can't say that. That was funnier than it should have been. Alan, don't be assuming. Hi, Satan. Do people call you Stan for short? What time does this trial start? It started an hour ago. Can't you tell? Yeah, this was supposed to start an hour ago. God knows what we're doing. I'm not even sure God knows what's going on at this point. Omniscience kind of falls off the scale here at a certain point, I guess. All right, let's see if there's any more indication what's going on here. Let's scrolling up through here, see if there's any official word from Law and Crime why we're not doing anything. Jury instruction discussion, maybe an hour. Closing arguments, I'll give a generous 2 hours. It's just, well, we need to start before any of this shit can happen. All right, whatever. I'm going to pop on over here to Court TV and see if they can shed some light and knowledge onto why nothing is happening after an hour. YouTube. Court TV live stream. Closing arguments in the Border Patrol serial killer trial. Court insider said court start time is pushed back. You think? Estimated to start in 25 minutes or so. they say. 25 minutes or so. So it looks like it's going to start sometime around the top of the hour. Only an hour and a half late. Hey, I guess you got to start 2 hours late on the first day. You may as well fucking start 2 hours late on the last day. Why not? No indication why they pushed the court time back, but I really wish they would have told everybody, because I know me, I certainly could have used another hour of sleep. Well, all right. So it looks like they might be starting in about 25 minutes. Is that real time or Danny time? I hope it's real time, because if it's Danny time, they'll be starting sometime tomorrow afternoon. Just kidding if you're listening, Danny. Sort of. All right, we are still. Oh, we've gone over the 500 likes, so we're pushing 16. We're pushing that 600. We've got 85 to get us to the 600 magic number. 600 is a magic number. Eva Torres, I cap out at 24.5 minutes. Yeah, 25 is just excessive, isn't it? Let's watch Branca for a bit. I don't want to snipe his stream without asking, and he doesn't look at his Twitter while he streams. I guess we can pop in for a minute and see what's going on in that trial if we want to. What do we want to do? I'm too lazy to put up a poll. Do we just want to sit here and talk about this and make fun of people in the gallery? 1, 2, if you want us to go over and pop and see what the other trial in Texas is all about for a couple of minutes, just join it midstream. 1, to stay here. 2, to go check out the other trial for a few minutes. We've got an official hold on message from Danny. That looks kind of like it's split right down the middle. So we'll just stay here. Why the hell not? We'll stay here. All right. You don't have to 1 and 2 anymore. Let's go. Brandon has said 3, of course, and Tony G with the usual 69. So, all right, clowns. Andrew Brunton. Ask one simple question. Can't do it. So thank you, TG, for the 69. Well, I'm not even, that sentence sounds weird. I'm not going to tell another man thank you for the 69. Thank you for typing 69, and let's go, Brandon. Thank you for choosing option 3. You're really helping the polls. Here for the truth. That maybe somebody forgot to eat their fiber this ham and needs a little more time. Oh God, that was my ex-wife. She would go into the bathroom and it would take her like 2 hours for something. Marv White bringing the 420. Great. This is the good part of the trial. I hope you're talking about this. Yeah, this is the most exciting part of the trial here. Satan giving a woohoo, because why not? Hey, if Satan's down with it, must be good. Oh, 68, and I owe you one, says King Bob. All right, well, so if any of you have any comments that you want to mention about this trial, now's your time to throw them in while we sit here and wait for things to happen. I apparently have skipped a couple of super chats, so let me go scroll up and find those. Let me see how many I've missed. I have missed 3. Let me scroll back up and get the 3 super chats that I missed. See, now I'm all special. I have this little application that automatically moves it automatically it does something. It does something that I apparently lack the ability to explain. It automatically records super chats in a separate Google Sheets file. So I just have to look at the Google Sheets file to see if I've missed any, which I've just done. So now I'm frantically scrolling up to get the 3 super chats that I missed. So hang tight while I scroll up. And I have no idea how far. I don't have to scroll very far. That's good. Stingy says, kill time, showing that maritime crash I sent you. I can't remember how long it was, but we save those for Maritime Monday because we don't have much to go on there. But we'll save that for Monday. Was it the funny one or was it the serious one? People send me a lot. I can't remember specifically which one was yours. Here for the truth. Maybe someone forgot to. Okay, we read that one. See, I just kind of. That's not the one I was looking for. Here we go. This is the one I was looking for. Both you and Danny, being from Utah, thank you very much for the $20 super chat, Bad Weather Biker. Both you and Danny, being from Utah, I'd like to see you do a stream where you read and provide commentary on the writings of Russell Greer. Wow. Do we have any short writings of Russell Greer? Has he done anything since he sued Taylor Swift? Russell Greer. Trying to see if there's. Trying to see if there's anything recent other than suing Taylor Swift. Nope. Seems he's kind of dropped off the radar. Yeah. Kook. I like kooky people. Yep, I don't see a single thing about Russell Greer since he sued Taylor Swift a couple of years ago. Was it 3 years ago? 2 years ago? 3 years ago? Y'all still throwing up numbers, or am I just behind on the chat? All right. Looking at the clock, we got about 15 minutes or so before the court comes in. Danny, send you a link. I told you, read your text. I DM'd it to you in Twitter. I Twittered you the link. I even mentioned that in the signal message I sent you. So yeah, go on over there. Did I? Wait, what? Now I'm confused. I did not send it to you? I'm confused. I thought I did. Huh. I wonder who I sent a link to. All right. I sent a link to somebody. Apparently it wasn't you. I wonder who I sent it to. All right. Well, here's the link to this. Now the curiosity has the best of me. I'm going to go back and see who I sent that to. Huh. Well, if somebody strange shows up here, I'll know who I sent it to. Huh. Weird. All right. Well, I sent the link to somebody. I just don't know who. All right. Yeah, Danny will be coming in. Danny is clearly a bot typing in all caps. Absolutely. All right. Here's Dan. Hello.
You're so mean. There's nobody even there. There's no jury, and you're giving me crap.
Whoa, Danny, back off the mic there. Jesus. Don't yell into that mic. I'm going to bring you up here again if you promise not to yell in the mic. That was really painful.
Sorry.
All right, are you back?
Now? Is this better?
A little bit.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn down the gain.
Wait,
how about
you're
now?
You're using your headphone mic, aren't you? Like your telephone headphone mic, not your studio mic. Correct?
Why? Does it sound bad?
It sounds really horrible, like you're screaming into a tunnel.
Really? Like right now?
You're whispering and it's still really loud.
What about now?
Now it just sounds like you're whispering really loudly. But anyway.
How about now? Is it worse?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a good microphone.
Is this better?
It's not changing at all. It's just making us deaf. But it sounds okay, but very high end, very tinny, and it's like you're screaming through a metal tunnel, but that's it. No worries.
No, I'm worried. Hold on. This is my studio mic. My husband just set up a new setup. That's why I'm late, you bum.
Whatever it was, it's not Usually, it's like it sounds like you've got like your AirPods in, and you're talking through your AirPod mic.
Okay. Let me see if I
But
can
I
fix
have no
it.
idea what you're doing. All right. But if you talk like that, it's okay. Just if you raise your voice at all, our eardrums will explode. See, Bill Leslie's asking, is she talking into a toilet? She's probably in the bathtub. ASMR voice. Yeah. So that's kind of how you sound.
Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah. Whatever you did, undo it.
Mhm.
Report her for spam. We're going to report you for spam because you were typing in all caps.
Don't report me for spam.
We could just ban her because people do that.
Oh, you're so cruel.
It does sound like you're in the bathroom.
I don't know how that's possible. Hold on. I bet it's a hardware connection. Hold on. You guys.
No, it's I'm guessing one of two things. Either it's going through your webcam mic, or you've got something connected through Bluetooth that you don't know you have connected through Bluetooth.
All right, let me check my webcam mic.
All right. Well,
I did just get a new webcam too, so give me a second.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, we're going to address a few items here that need to be addressed. All right, folks. I'm trying to think of something to address. We've
So
still got the
why
star
is
here
the
that
jury
yes.
late?
Don't know. Well, the jury's not late. They're just saying they bumped the time back. Supposedly, we're going to be starting in 11 minutes or so.
Okay. So the judge is late.
No, the judge is there. The judge, I don't know what they're doing.
Huh.
There's no explanation as to why. But it's supposed to be starting in 10 minutes. We were just kind of looking at the rules for participating in the law and crime chat, where we're not allowed to make fun of appearances, dialects, hairstyles, size, etc. Which I'm glad we don't have that rules, because I'd have nothing to talk about.
That would be bad. We do like to make fun of people on the stream.
Creed M says they're waiting for Danny to get organized.
Hey, you know what? I'm doing my best, you guys. It's 8:30 my time, and I have an interview later today, so I apologize. This is just use, though. Hold on. Other devices. Turn it off. There. Sorry, y'all. I'm just going to be playing with this for a minute.
All righty. Well, we literally are just we're just killing time here. We got 541 likes. Give me 59 more likes to get us up there to 600. Why not? You got nothing else better to do while we
Jeff,
sit here.
can
and
you
wait
hear
on
me right now if I do this?
Very loudly, yes.
It is my mic. It is my new Logitech camera. Okay, I've got to figure out how to turn that off. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My apologies.
Okay, just apologize quieter.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
AK-47 Mouth says, we love Danny. Teasing is love.
I love you guys too.
Apostle Steve says, I'm glad she's using this as a test stream. I mean, ordinarily I wouldn't put up with shit like this on my stream, but like, what else are we doing? Anybody that's watching this, please feel free to fast forward 10 minutes, at least those in the replay. I wish we could do that here, but we can't. D what says, boomers helping boomers cute.
Yeah, we need it.
Danny is even more boomer than Jeff, says D there. Well, some things. We're all better at some things than others. And the only reason I knew that that's what that sounded like was because it happened to me, where I had even a worse problem. I was going through 2 mics at the same time for several days. Those of you that ride or die with me you'll remember there was like that week when 1 second my mic would be at 100 and then the next second it would be like at 0 and it was just fluctuating and drowning everybody else out. That's because I was feeding it through 2 different microphones at the same time for some reason. ME says she even whispers loud. She actually has a really very sweet, soft, quiet voice. It's just she has a super webcam mic apparently. She interested in StreamYard. Now, this is her system setup has it going through her webcam mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Damn it. How? Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and I'm really, really, really sorry.
I'm curious if we can override this actually using StreamYard as was just suggested. Go to your settings there in StreamYard, go to audio and the mic and choose a different mic and see if that works. Or you're not using your webcam, you can just unplug the webcam. Unless you plan on using the webcam. Alrighty. Yeah, that's try turning off the webcam mic. That's what she's trying to do. She'll figure it out. Like I said, we've got hey everyone, tell you what. We need 50 math. We need 46 more likes to get to 600 likes. So give me 46 likes for being tech support today. It's the blind leading the blind. Flux, $5 coming in from Flux. Stop yelling at Danny. Leave Danny alone. We want her to come back. Well, Danny's whisper yelling at us, but not intentionally. Hell yes, Jeff, that was nuts, but funny. What was nuts but funny? I can't remember what I just said. I'm sorry. I have short attention span theater here.
Is it the same or worse?
It sounds a little better to me. I think you're still going through the webcam thing, but it sounds better for some reason. I could be completely wrong.
I am still going through the webcam thing.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think I'll just unplug it and I'll figure it out in 30 minutes when I actually turn on my webcam. Sorry, everybody. It's just, I was trying to get a nice setup just for you, Jeff. That's why I was late.
All right. Go disconnect your webcam and come back. Okay. But wait a minute. I think she's going to need the webcam to get in here. Anyway, whatever. We are now 5 minutes away, hopefully. 5 minutes away from the court coming back. And we are 30 likes away from 600. So I wonder how many people have dropped their subscriptions since I started doing this. Let's find out. I haven't checked on subs recently. Wow, I hope you're as all excited about this as I am. I hate when the court does it. They just leave me hanging. I'm like, okay, I'll roll out of bed. I'll take my power nap. I'll roll out of bed. We'll come on here. We'll turn it on. We'll get to closing arguments. We'll have I didn't prepare a damn thing to talk about because I assumed that the court would keep their promise, but they didn't. Right now we have 32,497 likes. 3 more likes will get us to 500. 32,500. Let's make this a little mini grift here. We need 18 more likes to get to 600. So let's get to 600. 18 of you hit that like button. We need 3 more subscriptions to get to 32,500. So from the 642 of you that are hanging around here, if 3 of you haven't subscribed, the 3 of you that haven't subscribed, go down there, hit that subscribe button. Let's get us to 32,500 subscribers and 600 likes. Why not? We got nothing else better to do, so we'll grift for it. And yeah, so Danny will be back whenever. And if you're having trouble coming back, you'll just have to go with the webcam mic, and if necessary, I can just bring your volume way down on my end. 32,500. We got up to 32,500 likes. One goal is achieved. That leaves one goal outstanding. We need 2 more likes to get to 600, and then I can shut up about that for a while. That's one of my biggest negative emails or comments I get. I was talking about likes. Hit the like button. Maybe if you stopped fucking talking about the like button, people would actually hit the like button. But hey, it's fun. 603 likes, 32,500 subscribers. All right, I'm happy. I'm a happy camper. We're settling in. All right, let's see what's going. The court is still showing that. God dang it, this court is annoying me today. But Law and Crime doesn't seem to shed any knowledge or information whatsoever about this. At least Court TV had an update as to what was going on. So I think we'll go check out Court TV and see if there's any new updates. See if they're actually going to start the court in 2 minutes' time, as they should. Court TV, nope. They still have the same message. Court start time pushed back. Estimated will start in 25 minutes or so, but that was 23 minutes ago that they said that. Guess we just get to sit back and wait.
Jeff, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Welcome back. Now you've just muted yourself, but yes, I could hear you briefly for a second. So someone on Court TV's chat said this judge is like my doctor. I set an appointment for 9 o'clock and he rolls in sometime around noon. Yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting. So no change from Court TV's messages. So I assume we should be starting here in 1 minute or so. It's the or so part. I see Cloud Illusions. Cloud Illusions is being a defector. Cloud Illusions is over there in Court TV too. Come on, you big defector. What, we're not good enough for you over here, Cloud Illusions? Huh? You join my members and then you go and you support. Oh dear. All right. The court camera shifted down a little bit. So anybody next time we see Cloud Illusion here in chat, just kind of, give her hell for going over to Court TV where they're literally talking about nothing. Hey, let's talk about prepping here. Welcome. What if we went to Law and Cuck and then shilled for folks to come over here for the great commentary? Yeah, and then my great commentary would probably get shut down real quick. Oh, Danny's abandoned us, not connected. She has disconnected her webcam, I guess. She'll be back when she rejoins. Well, hey, Jeff, Miller Hats. That's in Fort Worth, Texas, correct? I believe it's in Austin. We can find out. But I just click and they send hats to me through the mail. Don't really know where their actual brick and mortar store is. Visit our hat store. Map to store location. Map to store location. It is in Houston at 11,110 Bammel North Houston Road, Houston, Texas. Miller Hats is in Houston, Texas. There you go. Also a Miller hat. Again, all my cowboy hats are Miller hats. So there you go. Huh. Well, it's 1:02 a.m. here in Korea, which makes it 12, 11, 10:02 a.m. where the court is. They did not come back in 25 minutes as promised. Tammy Dahl is also our newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much, Tammy, for doing that. Deeply appreciate your membership. Speaking of which, we gotta have a members only stream this weekend or next weekend. Our exciting hour or two where I just sit and we just chat about whatever. We talk amongst ourselves. What do we got here? Danny saying send the link. Okay, that's old. All right. Well, still sitting here, still waiting. Literally nothing's happening. How many member streams do you do a month? Right now it's been one a month, but I think we can do a couple a month. I got to think of some more things to do for members. I've just been so busy at work and then doing trial and then doing my own stream that I've kind of been a little bit neglectful for uploading pictures and stuff like that for members and having the members only chat. We should do a couple. We should do a couple a month. Well, are your hats straw hats or beaver? I've got one beaver, 2 straw hats, well, 3 straw hats counting my Panama hat, and I just have a straight up hard leather hat. Them's is my cowboy hats, and I got a ton of other hats. Nutria. No, they're beaver. Here in our there you go. Here in arm's reach, we've got this straw hat. We got this straw hat here, and my black beaver hat. So these are the 3 hats that I just happen to have within arm's reach. The rest are in my closet, but yeah, no Nutria hat. Do people really make hats out of Nutria? I've got a winter rabbit hat. It's like a skier hat. It's made out of rabbit fur. That thing is so warm. All right. This court sucks officially. This court now, if they do make Nutria hats. I'm not even reading some of those comments you have about my black beaver hat. Palm leaf. Well, my Panama hat. I'm not sure if that's straw or palm leaf. I think it's probably straw. No palm leaf. You live on a beach. There aren't palm trees in Korea. It's a little far north for palm trees. WTF is Nutria? Do I want to Google that? It's just a giant rat. Like literally a giant freaking rat. Like if you crossbred a rat with a pig, that's what a Nutria is. Oh, we've got court action. The court cam is panning out. Oh no. Let's see what's going on here. Danny, come back and join us. Your webcam mic is better than nothing at all. Come back. No, they're just moving around. They just changed the view. They haven't changed the content. Well, we're still sitting here waiting. Wish I had some news for you. I got news for you. That means you're gay. New Year's Eve stream. I'll be at a New Year's. Well, see, you can't really have a New Year's Eve party because like the New Year thing, it's like every hour for 24 hours, depending on where you are. And my New Year's, I will be at a New Year's party drunk out of my skull if I have anything to say about it. So yeah, I doubt there'll be a New Year's Eve stream, but when is New Year's Eve? I don't know. It's like Saturday, Friday, or Saturday. Hmm. Let me see. Saturday into Sunday. Yeah, chances are not good. I guess I could do it a bit late. I mean, it'd be more probably for US New Year's Eve, but I would just assume everybody is going to be at New Year's parties. But yeah, I can do that. I'll put that on the calendar. I can wake up New Year's morning my time, which would be Sunday, and it'll still be New Year's Eve for the most part in the States. I mean, Alan, you and I were only 2 hours apart, so your New Year's will be before me, and I'll be getting liquored up because that's what you do. Yeah, so we can do that. I can do a thing, and then we can all jump over to Flux while she does her thing, or vice versa, whatever. Because that Sunday, New Year's Day, I'll be in recovery mode, so I probably won't be going out. Oh, you're 1 hour. Okay. Australia's a big place. Australia is one of those weird places that has what 5 or 6 time zones, and some of them are 30 minutes different than other time zones. That's got to be confusing. Setting your clock back 30 minutes when you go into a neighboring time zone. This court is really starting to annoy me. And for the 623 of you that are sitting here suffering along with us while we're waiting for something to happen, I would like to extend my personal sincere thanks to you for doing that. I wish I had something to go on right now, but we just don't. We are literally at the mercy of the court here. And I know I've missed a couple of super chats here, so we'll scroll on up. I think 2 to be exact. Hey, this new little spreadsheet thing that automatically logs super chats onto a spreadsheet is really, really helpful in letting me know how dumb I am. If I missed 1 or 2, let me check with the chat here. Yep, we only missed 1. Oh, we missed 2. 3. Holy crap. They were all about Greer. So we got to go back and find our Greer chats. Greerin. Russell Greer is he's an interesting guy. Why is this not letting me scroll up? Wow, court, you're disappointing me. This somehow feels worse than the first day when we just sat around for 2 hours waiting for the juror to go through traffic. Because we're clearly just waiting for something to happen. All right, here's the super chats we've got that I missed. Let's talk about prepping. He tried suing America's Got Talent because he hasn't. Okay, so we went from Taylor Swift to America's Got Talent. That's good. And Ryoji Mata Greer is suing America's Got Talent. Good luck with him. Good luck with that, Greer. Probably works out about as well as the Taylor Swift thing will go for you. Here for the truth. Damn, just read that Ted Cruz's daughter's in the hospital with self-inflicted wounds. TBF if he was my dad, but really, that's very sad. Yeah, yeah, self-inflicted knife wounds. Not good. 14-year-old daughter, sad. Whew. Steph's in the house. Hey, chat. Love y'all. What's up, Steffers? Welcome. Welcome aboard. Another one of the DAs quit. Just kidding. Oh, well, shit. Well, hello. While I'm up reading super chats, I miss Steph. Xcomer Triple Z, let's hear the degloving story again. No, we're not going to hear the penile degloving story ever again. Apparently, you guys don't like it nearly as much as I do. But following that, Steph dropping in with the big super chat. Well, why, thank you very much, Steph. We've invoked the $100 chat rule. Did this to wake you up a bit, Big Daddy. Well, Big Daddy got to have him a shot of whiskey, because that's what a $100 super chat does. If any of you are extremely bored and want to get me liquored up, this is the way to do it. $100 super chat. Oh my God, that's like 2 shots. So we'll do this in 2 swallows. Steph, absolutely amazing woman. You're busy. You're always doing things. You're always on the go. Yet you still make time for your favorite channels. You're an awesome mod for all the channels you mod for. You do great things. You're a great person. Cheers to you. Thank you very much. Happy holidays. Best wishes to you. Cheers. Shackleton whiskey. Delicious. Thank you so much, Steph. Wow. It's very sweet of you. Bye, Francis. Take the whole shot. There's like 2 ounces in there. I poured way too much. So you got to drink. Ooh. Warm and fuzzy. Haven't eaten. Ooh, haven't eaten anything since dinner 7 hours ago. So I just it's making it feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Thank you so much for that, Steph. For $100, I'll be your daddy. Not for my $100. Degloving what? Oh yeah, it was a case I worked on a long time ago. A penile degloving. That's just all we'll say. Truly, literally the worst thing I've ever seen in person. Well, I didn't see it in person. I saw the pictures. That was enough. Steph says, cheers, chat. Danny, come back. Where are you? Kitty, I don't know how you missed it. I've told that story like 50 times. To the point where people were yelling at me to stop telling the story. Danny's back. Danny? Danny?
I think
there. What?
I think I fixed it.
You didn't, but we'll adjust it from this end.
Why? What if I do this? I don't know. I don't know why.
All right, talk in a normal voice.
All right, now?
That sounds good to me.
That sounds
I don't
good
know how,
to you?
that sounds good to me. I don't know how it sounds to everybody else, because what we hear is different than what they hear through StreamYard. So,
Oh, I don't want to get yelled at. I'm so sorry.
Everybody says the mic sounds fine.
Okay, good. At least I have it now going through my actual microphone for sure. It's not going through my Logitech.
Really? Because it sounds exactly the same. It sounds like you're still going through your webcam mic, but never mind. Yeah, what you should do is pull up our live stream here and listen to how it sounds, and then you can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Anyway, we've got this and we're on like a 10 or 15 second delay, I think it is. Anyway, we still have 0 from the court. Nothing is happening at all. The most exciting thing that's happened, which is truly exciting, is Steph has shown up and given us a $100 super chat.
Whoa.
So that means I'm getting liquored up.
Oh,
How have you
boy.
been this morning, Danny? How's your morning going?
I feel like I need liquor already, but otherwise I'm okay. getting badgered by Jeff and can't get my freaking audio to work and freaking having camera problems. And I just woke up and I'm still sleepy and I have an interview and I haven't put on my makeup yet. I haven't even dried my hair, but otherwise I'm doing okay. And the stinking court won't just start.
Yeah, that's kind of where.
Unprofessional. I know. It's very I am the most unprofessional. I'm sorry, everybody.
No, we're talking about the court, not you. Not everything's about you, Danny.
It is though, because I'm a narcissist, okay? Don't
Okay.
ruin it for me.
And for those of you that don't know who Danny is, Danny On, she is a home girl. She's one of my homies back from Utah. She's part of she definitely is my ride or die crew. We went to the same law school, had some of the same professors. She lived here in Korea back in 2012 for a bit. So we were here in the same city in 2012. Danny's old school. She's the ride or die girl. She's also a lawyer in Utah, obviously because we went to the same law school. But she ran for district attorney in the state of Utah and was wildly successful. Although she did not win the election, she was far more successful than anyone, including herself, could have believed at the time. So better to aim at the sun and hit the moon than aim at the moon and hit a bird, I guess, as the old saying goes. But she's well positioned for her next political office run, whether it's DA or something else. Danny on for Congress.
Oh, maybe. I think that'd be a really, really great option. Joe Choi, thank you for subbing. You guys, you honestly have the best chat.
I do. The Vice Squad rules. The Apostle Steve says, you'll have that on these big jobs, Danny. You'll have what? Unprofessionalism? I don't really have on. You'll have something on big jobs. Whatever. You'll have something on big jobs.
Something like that.
Yeah. So you want to go to Danny on Direct, her YouTube channel. Subscribe to her. She's just started her YouTube channel. She's got a few live streams, 2 live streams under her belt. One on her own channel. One with Andrew Branca yesterday, was it? I've just lost track of time.
Yeah, so I've actually had quite a few videos. So I've done one with Andrew Branca. I have one where I'm discussing how you select an attorney that's right for you and right for your case while decorating my beautiful Christmas tree that you'll see once I can figure the rest of this stuff out. And then, yeah, it will be exciting. You guys should go check it out. Danny for tech classes. Oh, I have
Kaiser Pineapple says Danny is awesome, like her chutzpah. We do.
Thank you.
Yep, she did her Christmas tree. God damn, Court, come on! You're killing me here. Wow. We need to play like some online games or something while we wait. This is just crazy. Well, we're 20 minutes past the extended start time, so let's see what Court TV says. Court TV has not updated their message. It's perpetually at estimated start time 25 minutes or so. Clearly nothing has happened. Everybody's frustrated, but you know what? The court's not here to please us and match our schedule. Although they should.
I don't know how to fix my mic. I'm so sorry, guys.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'll just play with it the way it is. You know what's going to really suck is if I listen to it like on playback and it actually sounds okay.
What? Didn't you listen to it like just through YouTube?
No, well, no, because otherwise it's going to have echo, right?
No. Oh, wait a minute. You don't have headphones on?
No.
Oh, you're listening through a speaker.
Yeah, I always listen through a speaker though, so I don't understand why this is a problem. Maybe your chat can help me out. I'm just technologically impaired, okay?
That would make it sound more tinny because you apparently have a better microphone now than before, or a better setup than before, or something.
Yeah, so
There-
I do have a better microphone than I did before, and it's like set up on an arm so it's closer to me. Since I did my live stream last night, my husband was like,
Yeah.
"Why are you so close to the camera? It's really like freaking me out." And so I said, "Well, it's because the microphone is sitting on my desk." And he goes, "Well, we'll get you an arm." And then he was like, "Actually, why don't we get you a 4K streaming camera?" Which is what I thought I had. And then I looked at the suggestion you had made, and I decided to upgrade and get an actual streaming camera. But he went in and adjusted everything for me this morning and set everything up. And it's one of those situations where your spouse did something really, really nice for you, but it also caused some issues. And so now I'm just trying to figure out my life.
See, now you've got two things going, because your streaming room there is relatively small. You have a bare wall in front of you. So not only is the sound echoing off the wall into your microphone, but it's also picking up what's coming through your speaker. So the solution to that is put some felt or soundproofing things on the wall directly in front of you and use headphones. Then you'll sound like $1 million.
I think I need headphones. I think that's the primary key here.
That'll be the big thing.
Actually, let me just step away and go find some very cheap. Yeah, let me go try and find some.
Let's
cheap
talk about
headphones.
prepping. Says the walls in Danny's room are too bare. That's exactly what I just said. She needs to hand tapestries would be okay. I have a felt barrier, like it's $10, like about 1/4 inch thick felt that I just have sitting up around that blocks the sound and prevents the echo from coming back. She needs to hand tapestries and contoured objects to the walls to disperse sound waves. Yep, that's what happens when you upgrade the microphone.
Do you have any tapestries? It is a castle. Name the movie, chat. You must have some tapestries. All right, I'm gonna go see. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see if I can't find some like
No,
cheapo
don't leave
headphones.
us. All right, what else?
That sounded really sarcastic, but I wasn't looking at your face, so I couldn't tell.
Put black beaver on the walls, repurpose Jeff's hat. No, my hat is mine. Do not repurpose my hat and do not do anything with my black beaver.
Yes, it is Indiana Jones.
Better Mike. Here's all things. Yeah. I don't know if I can replicate it here with me. Let's see. Because I still do have the sound dampening thing in front of me. But if I turn on my speaker, I don't know how this affects the sound going through my speaker, but it may not, because I've kind of idiot-proofed my sound system. I don't know if that sounded any different to you.
Hold on. It came with a little fuzzy thing. Hold on.
Anyway, I don't know if that sounded any different to you at all, but that's kind of what's happening. I've kind of idiot-proofed it because I was noticing the same thing. Anyway, doesn't really matter. All that really matters at this point is the court isn't doing anything. Legal Vice's mouth the whole mic. Yeah, the fuzzy thing it's a windscreen, but it might help to dampen it slightly, but yeah, I'm not messing with my setup. I have it idiot proofed, so we're good. Time for stream snipe, Lorax. Who are we sniping? If we were don't want to snipe Branca because he carries. Anyway, wow, this is just we've got someone moving around in court. Is this the clerk guy? Somebody with helmet hair is walking around, and he's leaving again. Jake Boy 20 JWFP Productions. JWF Productions. Hey, are you guys going to do a stream or video on the Delphi murders? Considering it. I know Potentially Criminal, Sean at Potentially Criminal is heavily invested in that case. Don't know if I'll do something myself. I might do updates, but I don't know if I'll be streaming it. Most likely, I'll probably just try to be joining him. The thing, I mean, I like streaming the trials myself because you all join me here. I get super chats, I get subscriptions out of it. But the advantage to letting someone else stream it and join their stream is that I can come and go any damn time I please. And I'm not locked in for a morning session or a full day session overnight here. Because, I mean, here we are. It's 1:20 a.m. in Korea, and the court hasn't done a damn thing right. Calm, DA, Hawk, down, Jeff. Yeah, I'm calm. I'm calm to fuck down. Just, I really wish the court wasn't leaving me out to dry like this.
Wish my mic wasn't leaving me out to dry like this.
That sounds a little better.
What?
But now I can hear now you're echoing.
What? What do I
Yeah.
do now? Hold on. What about now? Better or worse?
Better, much better.
Much better?
But I can still hear you coming through the speakers.
Damn it. Okay, hold on. Jeff, you have to say something. Your chat is just.
Well, it's much better. We can hear the echo thing, but that's okay.
It's not okay. I'll fix it.
Well, hang on. All right, I can't hear myself anymore. Hey, me, can you hear me myself? Nope, I can't hear myself anymore. So there you go.
What about me?
Perfect.
Really?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yes.
Unless you do that.
Oh, then it's bad. Okay, I'm done.
All right, you're fine. Now, everybody, I have Danny's volume pulled way down. How's like to about 25%? How does that sound, everybody? Is her volume like mixed well with mine, or is she coming in really quiet? How are we compared to each
everybody
other?
says it's great. This
That
is
wasn't my
not
question.
a great.
Let's get an answer to my question. Hang on. How is the mixing level? All right, nobody's even answering my question. Mr. Terrible says, good, sick of Jeff's whining. I wasn't whining. She was asking for help. I was just saying, whatever. All right, everybody says good. Great. Fine. Both equal. Perfect. All right.
Oh, I was so stressed.
Don't get stressed.
Okay,
That's the worst thing.
so-
So, yes, go ahead.
So I didn't watch yesterday because I'm a bum and I actually had a day job I had to attend. Yesterday, did they show like a jail phone call with his wife? Is that what you were discussing earlier?
Yes, wife and kids. Yeah, a couple of calls with wife and kids.
How was wife's reaction to him murdering a bunch of ladies of the night?
I don't know.
They didn't play anything from her.
They did, but it was jail quality, and you don't usually talk about murdering hookers in jail phone calls home to your wife. It was largely indecipherable. But I mean, the one thing that did come out was him saying they ain't got shit on me except for my confession. That was one of the things that did come through in the recording.
Interesting. Well, I mean, he's not entirely wrong given the prowess of the DA's office down there. So, partially true.
Jackie Boy 20 JWF Productions also, do you have any videos of life in Korea? Go to my playlist. I have a section called Korea, where I have a couple of videos from things that go around here. There's still a couple I still have to put up. One of them is the typhoon that rolled through town a few months ago. I still haven't put that video up. And I did something a couple of weeks ago. I can't even remember what I did, but I videoed it. So I have to go back to my camera and see what it was. I was going to put it up and then I forgot to do it. So yeah, there's a couple of videos there, and I plan on going to some other places here in the next couple of weeks to do some things. So like once a month or so, I try to do something Korea related and just upload it. So yep, go to the playlist. There should be a couple of things there. And what's on your calendar for the near future, Danny?
I'm still figuring that out. I know someone had mentioned while I was trying to figure out my camera situation, someone had mentioned the Delphi murders.
Yep.
I'm actually really interested in those because when, if you go and you look up true crime or creepy or spooky stories, those murders come up key number one because they have a picture of the murderer and that's the last thing they have on their camera. And so I'm interested in figuring out how they landed on this suspect, why they decided to bring him in, and was it DNA or do you know?
I don't.
Interesting. So I'm interested to see what happens there. The other thing I'm thinking of doing is doing a live stream tomorrow night. I have a live stream going on tonight at 8 p.m. this time. So it's a little bit earlier for those who are up, don't want to be up late, aka Flux can actually join this time. I want to discuss the DA in Texas who's getting in trouble for witness intimidation. You remember the Walmart shooting down there in Texas?
Geez, which one?
It was
The
a mass
recent one.
shooting.
Yeah, okay.
And anyway, so when it came time to trial, apparently she's been accused at least of engaging in witness intimidation, evidence tampering, et cetera, et cetera. She's pled the fifth on everything, but I want to go through and see what led to what the allegations are, what the accusations are, and go through her response to it because I'm terribly interested in bad DAs doing naughty things.
It's usually the defense that would be trying to intimidate witnesses into not testifying. That's interesting.
Isn't that interesting? So, it goes along with the political aspects of it. And I hope to have a stream with Nick at some point to discuss the political rise of the judge in Wisconsin with the parade driver.
RBMK 56 says, when's the Dumpster Brothers trial? It's
can't
either
wait.
like late winter or early spring, I think it's scheduled for. So
That one's going to
well
be
into next year.
I'm so excited for that. I still quote it all the time. Whenever someone says something where I'm like, I just say, I doubt it. I doubt it. Oh, Delphi. There was a bullet at the scene and it matched marks made by his gun. Also, it was known to police that he there that day, he told them that a few days after. Interesting. I wonder why they took so long. Yeah, the Brooks trial. So the Brooks judge, she apparently is running for Supreme Court in her state.
She is.
If you'll recall, when we were actually live streaming that case with Nick, I mentioned that. I said, are your judges elected or are they appointed? And I had speculated that she was doing this for political points. And she was.
Yep.
Have you heard of the CPS immunity thing that involved a police raping someone's son? No. No, but it doesn't necessarily surprise me. CPS gets away with a lot.
Oh, interesting.
The Daybell trial, I would love to review, but the Daybell trial, there's no cameras. So
Yeah, they've all decided not to broadcast that trial.
Yeah. So it's just going to be court documents. And I think there's political reasons for that. I think where we live in a dominant LDS Mormon state, they don't want the Daybell's religious beliefs being conflated with mainstream LDS thought. That's my opinion, at least. I could be totally wrong.
Well, when they're hearing the motions to not broadcast parts of it, it was for the the children and bring the children up and things like that. And then the judge said, well, if we're not going to broadcast part of it, we're just not going to broadcast any of it. And so he just shut it down.
Interesting. See, and I don't understand Utah's reluctance, my jurisdiction's reluctance to live stream things. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I said privately while I was running for office is, I can't say it publicly, which is I think there needs to be a camera in every courtroom. Because if I said it publicly at the time, it was likely that I was going to face a lot of judicial backlash. Oh, look, they're having a mini earthquake over there at their court.
Oh my Lord, we are 2 hours and 7 minutes into this big fat nothing burger. And the fact that there are 657 of you sitting here watching me flounder for something to talk about for 2 hours, bless you for doing that. Now we've got Danny here, so the two of us can flounder around for things to talk about.
I could have been on Bronca's stream this morning.
You could have, but
I
wouldn't
love
be there
Jeff,
yet.
and you're so much more fun. I love Jeff.
Well,
so.
And see, I mean, the thing is the plan was for them to start if they would have started 2 hours ago, the jury could already be back by now.
With the
I'm
verdict.
figuring 30 minutes for a prosecution closing statement, maybe 5 minutes max for the defense to say they didn't meet their burden of proof. They read the jury instructions for 15 minutes, and they send the jury out, and they come back 30 minutes later or an hour. So I think 2 hours in, we could be done. But we haven't started, and we're 2 hours in.
This is making me want creamy wheat.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
You
Seriously?
don't like creamy wheat?
I do, but it's a stream killer, honestly. Literally when you and John were talking about cream of wheat on my stream, I literally got more hate mail and comments on that one item than I have in my entire 7 months on YouTube combined.
My apologies to you and to the chat. I will not discuss cream of wheat.
No, it's the people come here for the trial, and then everybody's talking over the judge, talking over the lawyers, talking over the testimony, and talking about cream of wheat, not the boy. I got hate mail for that.
I am so
Like
sorry.
an insane amount, like literally more comments about cream of wheat and talking over people, and would those two shut the hell up, than I have in 7 months combined.
Jeff, next time just send me a message, DM me, and be like, shut up. You guys shut up. I know you think this conversation is interesting, but no one, literally no one else does. And then I will shut up. County of Beck, I know it's pronounced Bear, but I really wish it was Bexar. I feel like that's so much more interesting and fun. Like, hey, I'm from the county of Bexar. Where'd you grow up? Bexar. It sounds like a star or something.
Okay.
You know?
Like kind of like the star in the middle of it right there.
Yeah, I'm from Bexar. Maybe like a 1970s bad alien rom-com.
Bella Maddie's mama says, "Good Lord, get over yourself, people. Grits. Grits is the new grounds."
Grits. Sorry, everybody. So you were saying though that the victims' families are wearing T-shirts in the courtroom with the faces.
Yeah.
It's
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that is weird. And that's almost appealable, I feel like. I feel like at sentencing that might be okay.
Well, that's what I was saying. I don't know if it violates any rules in Texas or comes close to violating any rules in Texas, but if it did, I would mention that as a grounds for appeal.
Interesting. Were they like nice T-shirts? Could you tell it was the victims' faces, or was it kind of like?
Well, first of all, they're all of the victims' family are large enough they go shopping at Bill's Tent and Awning Supply for their shirts. So they're not really T-shirts. They're more like billboards with the family's faces on them. So yeah, it's pretty clear.
Huh. That is odd. That is
yeah,
really
they're white shirts with color photo prints of the family's face on the 4 girls' faces on them. It does look bad. It just looks weird. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. It just kind of, it's the same as bringing in a sign. Why not just allow them to bring in signs with pictures on them and stand in the gallery?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, That's kind of what I'm thinking.
There was a Supreme Court ruling when it came to whether or not a defendant, the appearance of the defendant in those cases would have been prejudicial. And in that case, it was, and I'm sure you remember it, face tattoos. Because there was a giant swastika on his face or on his neck that everyone could see. And the issue was whether or not the jury was prejudiced by the presence of a swastika on this guy's face. And so the judge asked, or they asked the judge to have it covered up, and he was able to get like a giant bandage to cover it up. But ultimately the Supreme Court ruled that although it may have been slightly prejudicial because he had made it himself and done it himself, it was prejudicial, but not to the degree that it influenced his case. And so I know that there's cases about that where the defendant may have prejudiced their own cases by the way that they looked or the way that they appeared in court. And that's why I appreciated the judge in the Brooks trial not gagging him, because I do think that it gives this appearance of prejudice, especially with someone like Brooks, where he's just like a madman who he's clearly not well, right? He's really not well, but he's trying for the attention. He's trying to make it look like he's the victim in all of this. And so I don't think that gagging him would have been a good move on the part of the judge, for multiple reasons.
Well, interesting thing here, the comment from a mod at Court TV says Court TV has no control over the judge's schedule. The only person in charge of the courtroom is the judge. But there is some speculation going, and it's pure speculation because clearly nobody has any idea what's going on really because they haven't announced it. But there is rumor and speculation that they might be trying for a plea deal.
Interesting.
That doesn't sound unreasonable.
No, it does not. And that actually would be that would explain why they're taking so long, and it would be expected at this point. I mean, I think the prosecutors are going, okay, we screwed this up.
The prosecution has no problem winning this case. None at all. I'm thinking the guy's trying to
even accept a plea deal at this point. Why not just let it go forward?
Well, they have to be, at least hear it and entertain it.
Hear it out.
Yeah, I don't think it's any that. I mean, they did a fantastic job linking the bullets in the heads to the gun, to his truck, to the locations. They're going to come back with a guilty verdict very quickly in this. But like I said, maybe he's trying to get at least an option for parole at some point. Again, I mean, they may not. There may be a completely different reason why they're not going, but that's interesting. I haven't thought about the possibility of making a plea deal. Maybe have the sentences run concurrently rather than consecutively, so there's at least a theoretical possibility of parole a billion years down the road. I don't know.
I've never really understood the concept of delaying the inevitable when it comes to these types of murder trials if death penalty is off the table. Like, I understand wanting to delay the trial and pull things and drag things out as long as possible if the death penalty is on the table. But if it's just life in prison, bro, just start. And nothing's going to change. Why would you? I mean, I guess it's a way of trolling the rest of the community, right? It's just one more shot to the community at that point.
Maybe Ortiz is asking for death.
Oh, maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it.
Again, we have no idea whether they're talking plea deals or not. It's just kind of an interesting thing that someone threw out on Court TV, and they seem to be discussing. Huh.
I bet that their chatters are even less patient than yours, than ours, than us, and they're just going, hey, make this fast. Where's the judge? Why are we just sitting here? Hurry it up. I'm sure that's what's happening.
I think everybody's just kind of wondering what the hell's going on here. So there's.
Hey, thank you.
Hello.
Kimberly.
Even the Court TV reporters have kind of bailed out on things here. The pinned note used to be when the court was going to start, but that was clearly wrong because they were supposed to start an hour ago. Well, they were supposed to start two and a half hours ago, basically. But yeah, now the pinned comment by Court TV says, "Hello, everyone. Any theories on what happened in Idaho?" So even Court TV no longer cares about this trial.
What do you think? Okay, so since we're on the Idaho bit, Danny,
Yeah.
I'd totally love to see. Yeah, Kimberly, I really appreciate that, and especially that you appreciate cream of wheat because it is a underrated food. Anyway, what do you think happened in Idaho? Do you think it was someone
4
that they
people got
knew?
murdered.
Oh,
That's
thank
all.
you.
That's all I know.
No, no shit, Sherlock. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Stunning commentary from Jeff.
Well, I could speculate, but then I wouldn't have anything to talk about on my Friday stream.
Oh, is that what you're doing on your Friday stream?
We'll be updating what we know so far of the Idaho murders on Friday.
Ooh, let's update and speculate. I like
'Cause
that.
thank God we won't be covering this trial on Friday.
Yeah, hopefully not. Maybe some shenanigans occur. Who knows? I am going to be putting on makeup though while we're waiting, so this will be fun.
Well, about an hour ago, I asked all y'all in chat whether you wanted me to pull up the Dean trial, the other Texas trial going on that Andrew Branca's streaming right now,
Might as well.
or whether you wanted me to stay here. You were split about 50-50. Let's see how y'all feel about that now. Everybody throw a 1 in the chat to stay here and watch the seal of the great state of Texas, Behar County, or 2 if you want us to go check out the Dean trial, at least until this happens. It's all up to you.
69 is not an option, guys.
2. Oh, we got more 2s than we did last time, but we also have more 69s than we had last time. Lots of 2s. And Brandon, let's go Brandon again with a 3. All right, well, an 8. That doesn't help either. All right. We definitely have more 2s than we had last time, so
Makeup
all
tutorial.
right, get a second here.
Okay, so that was going to be my question to everybody. I am not good at makeup, and I've been considering on my channel doing a crappy makeup tutorial, great legal analysis stream. You know what I'm talking about? You know those beauty tubers who will like review movies or like review TV shows or cases, like these cold cases while putting on makeup? I'm entertained by them, but don't blink at me.
Remember when you told me to tell you to shut up?
Hey, I said in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Don't disrespect me on your own stream. How dare you?
All right. Now for those, we'll pop into the Aaron Dean trial here. Let's snipe Danny's makeup, says Aaron. Yeah, I've learned never come between a woman and her makeup.
Dude.
Yeah, we're almost all 2s now, so good. There's Aaron's comment. Thank you so much for that, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
All righty. Well, let's we'll bring this up. And yeah, I don't want to do too much of this because this is Branca's deal, but hey, this is just desperation here. Until something happens. Let me move the court stream out of the way so I can see
I don't think Branca will be too upset
God
by
forbid
it.
something happens. Let's see. All right, we are here. It appears there is an officer testifying something because they're doing the traditional officer opening the envelope of evidence thing.
The officer who testified yesterday was amazing.
Yep.
I'll look inside.
Oh, this audio is great.
Yep.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
And the contents, which is 112.
That is up.
Oh no.
It's just.
From you on States Exhibit 111.
Oh, she's just not talking into a microphone.
My initials and my badge number.
I wish I had Amica cream.
Obviously,
It's
the
freaking
envelope was
magical.
now open, and the jury's heard how that was open.
Well, this audio is
You actually
shit.
Collected the item. Did you put it in this bag and seal it up?
Yes.
And you have marks on the outside as well.
You just need to turn her up
And
like
there also appears to
drastically.
be some red tape indicating Fort Worth Crime Lab that's also accessed it. Is that true?
That's good.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 96.
Yeah, are y'all still want me to
Same
stick with this
question. Let's start
audio?
with
I'm
what we
already
have in the
being
box.
driven crazy by this audio.
Is there an identifying number that pertains to this particular offense report and incident?
Yes.
Does that match your notes that relate to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And is there also identifying?
Yeah, let the court borrow Danny's mic.
Yes.
And who actually put it in this box?
I did.
All right. So does this box all appear to be in the same or substantially similar
Damn, is this guy
condition
one of the
as
Guardians of the
section
Galaxy?
that's now been opened?
He's just buff.
Now looking inside State's Exhibit 96.
It's like Dave Bautista
content,
here.
State's Exhibit 97. Did you collect that item, sir?
I really like this attorney. She is really on top of it.
And was it sitting on, I believe, like a box of some sort?
All right, guys, I'm making the executive. I cannot listen to that audio. I can't listen to the whole time. I cannot
Jeff,
do
you're
that.
the only one hearing that. I am not hearing that.
Nay. This audible is horrible. Leave. Yeah, there's a lot. Leave.
Really?
Just not your day. No, the audio is crap. Yeah, see, everybody else hears
We
it.
don't hear that. I don't
Who
hear
is
it
we?
either.
Wow. There's a better local stream. Execution, if you have a better local stream with
Yeah,
better
that's-
audio, send that to me. Don't just tell me about it. Send me a link.
Yeah, don't tease us.
Wow. Interesting that some of you aren't hearing the horrific audio, whereas everyone else does. That's kind of weird.
I would like to clarify something that was said on your chat, on your channel. I did not choose to eat boshing tongue. It wasn't like I woke up in the morning and was like, I really want to go eat a dog today.
Don't
tricked.
see, just let it go.
I'll let it go, but I just wanted to be clear. I was tricked into eating dog.
See, now you're gonna have now you just raised the subject again. That's the only thing people are gonna talk about.
I know. I know. I'm the worst. But
Don't dredge up the past.
here's the thing. There's really not much
Execution,
else.
waiting for the link.
Because I thought the delay, to be honest, Jeff, when I was thinking about it, I imagined them sitting in the judge's chambers and having arguments in the judge's chambers. So maybe it is somewhat of a plea deal type situation.
Well, it was supposed to be a very short discussion on jury instructions. Execution, where's the local stream, or were you just trolling about that?
How do you
Yeah,
pronounce
see,
that name?
What name?
Extrication?
Execution. Hiran 77, don't leave. I told her not to talk about it.
Danny hates puppies. I love puppies. Actually, my husband promised me a puppy, and I'm so excited. I can finally be a real princess.
Yeah, don't leave. She's not going to talk about it.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. Execution is probably looking for the link right now. Oh, hey, Corn Pope. Good to see you today.
Ooh, still got nothing from the court.
She loves puppies if marinated. That was funny. Maybe they're arguing. Maybe they're having like an in-chambers discussion about the jury instruction, Jeff.
Could be, but for it to go on for 2.5 hours, I don't know.
Bizarre that it's just happening so late.
And
in
it would be in the courtroom. So that's the weird thing. It's not in the courtroom. That's where they would be having it anyway, normally. Execution is looking, but they may have made the video private or something. People didn't hear anything bad with the audio. Really? Okay, this is a fun thing. Let's do some more 1s and 2s. one, if you thought the audio was absolute shit and you heard all the static and noise, and two, if it sounded like an angel's butthole to you. I mean,
Maybe like an angel fart or something, but not a butthole.
I mean, one for crappy noise and two for crystal clear.
I wasn't gonna say it was crystal clear, but it was very subtle. You know, it was like
Wow, that's
just
like
quiet.
1.5 says Mexican Vader. Huh, interesting.
Maybe the sound balance is us being quiet and letting everybody decide if they want to turn up their volume. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it was crappy audio. I mean, you just heard the whole
Yeah,
time.
I didn't on my side at all. It
Weird.
just sounded very, very quiet.
Yeah, all right. Well, what the hell? But it was 400% volume too. So whatever. We'll
That's what I'm
load it up
saying.
again.
So try and keep the volume like at a normal level and then just turn down our volume. I don't know how to do that on StreamYard.
No,
so-
it was their audio. It was just it was just it's quiet. You can't hear it at all. Just at a normal volume. People are saying like Branca's having problems as well. I mean, it's the same
Interesting.
feed. I assume he's using the Law and Crime feed here. One way to find out. Yep, he's talking about the same thing. He's talking about the shitty audio as well.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe we don't do that. Does Law and Crime have any other interesting cases that they're live streaming right now?
Nope, they usually do 2 at a time, and these are the 2. But we can bring it up anyway. Whatever.
No,
He's using
I
the
don't
local
wanna-
stream.
I don't want to make people suffer. They already had to suffer with my bad audio and your bad jokes, so we probably shouldn't, continue to torture your listeners.
Brank is only having anger problems.
Oh, poor Branca.
All right, well let's bring it up. What the hell? I don't want to bring up
Branca
his stream.
cracks me up. I think he's funny.
Let's bring the Law and Crime feed up here.
I also
Law and
think
Crime.
you are funny, Jeff.
I am funny.
You're funny and brilliant and entertaining, and I enjoy watching your streams. And I like the
Thank
way
you very
you
much.
curled your mustache today. It looks nice.
I've got it out of the way of my mouth.
It looks lovely. I enjoy it.
Right, Aaron Dean trial.
Eva Torres, I would never talk to him drunk. Anyway, I don't tend to enjoy being around intoxicated people, and I try to avoid being intoxicated unless it's Nick. Nick is one of the few drunks that is like me. He gets cute and then irrationally angry over really, really dumb little things. I can jive with that.
As far as
Oh, well, thank you, Valhalla Waits.
That's
yeah, that's great.
embiggen it. I'm assuming nobody can hear anything that's being said.
Yes, sir.
Not a dang thing. And they have
Yep.
that microphone taped to the
Yes, sir.
podium there.
We are now at 558% volume. Still can't hear anything.
The one is going to be it's just a log of who makes the scene, who's on scene. And that's pretty much it. What time they get there, what time.
You recall from this that you're the lead crime scene officer.
Yeah, X-Comer, it's not cranked up to 11, it's cranked up to 558.
Everything that comes out of that residence is your belief, yes?
As far as evidence goes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The jury's heard that there's a
Yep.
officer, a chief
I can't even hear a word they're saying.
chief officer.
Yes, sir.
You were the chief officer for the 4+ crime scene officers around, correct?
Yeah, as far as the crime scene responsibilities go, yes, I was the sheet officer for that.
When you got there, did you tell the members of the jury?
Oh, now we get it in stereo. Cool.
I mean, look back at the notes.
We can see we can mute it and read the subtitles. That could be fun. Look like to note. I did. Hit with detective rim shots first. 346.
Keep reading. I'm enjoying this.
We'll just do a voice over here. Okay, this guy, he needs the bone steel voice.
Pass. He's not my type. His hands are really like earthy. Why? Oh, here we go.
We were right where were the property residents.
Why is this so funny to me? They're not even picking up the, I'm assuming that's the state. I'm making that assumption based purely on the fact that they're sitting down and don't seem to care.
It's part of what? You're asking yes, and I think the answer is yes to what you are asking for. I didn't read the warrant.
Ooh.
Thunderclutter criminal procedure are not a rubber stamp curfew time correct, yes. They have to be individualized gift because a usual. Mattress in your life, practice what it looks like. What under the Constitution of your allowance for correct yes were you given the parameters that? Warranty you so much didn't see it when you turned me so much. What? I guess the only thing I couldn't remember I couldn't. I wouldn't going to the house. Oh, we want RoboCop?
What time you're following your standard? Operating procedure and fine pieces of almonds or tonight. What time will you actually prepare to fill in the rest? Let me look at your eye, at my eyes. I've seen fires and right. Congratulations, Flux, on being made department head.
Oh, hey, congratulations, Flux. That's super exciting. I like Bone Steel better.
You like Bone Steel better? All right.
Yeah. There was something about it.
We can do creepy doll voice. What about
Please
that?
don't do that. I don't like that.
We don't want creepy doll voice?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. People think Bone Steel is better.
I didn't see the time of window. I enter the residence. You're not fine to report when you're at the sea.
Why is this so funny? Probably because I'm still really tired and grumpy, but this is making my day. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, Danny. You're my mommy. Take care of me forever and ever and ever.
You know, if there was a sexual harassment complaint to file on YouTube, Jeff, I wouldn't file it, but someone could. Someone definitely could.
No. Those are things we don't even joke about.
I'm not your mommy. I'm definitely not your mommy. But Elon Musk is my daddy, so, and I'll never stop calling him Daddy Elon.
It was the doll's voice. You were the doll's mommy.
Oh, I see. Too bad I don't have kids.
And now the camera's gone to 140 potato cam mode.
Dale Smith.
Wow, this is just a trial shit show today. Surprisingly, I've gained 5 subscribers since we started, so there's some gluttons for punishment out there. Thank you for subscribing, and if you haven't subscribed and you either feel sympathy for me or you derive some sort of pleasure from what the hell's going on here, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. And weirdly, we've got 727 likes and 626 concurrent viewers. Thank you. Continue to smash that like button. Go to Danny on Direct and subscribe to her. And let's get back to subtitles.
I'm not usually
Okay.
such a jerk, by the way, guys.
Helps
It's just
you.
really early. It's been a mildly rough morning.
He looks like Herc from The Wire on steroids. Not that I'm saying he's on steroids. I'm saying he looks like Herc on steroids.
Oh my gosh, I love First Amendment auditors. They're like the bomb. Salt Lake County did a pretty good job until some guy came out, some employee, and was like, "You can't be here. It's a security risk, and I'm just going to call the police." And then the cops showed up and they were like, "Bro, it's called the First Amendment. He's fine. He's good. He has the right to be here. Go away."
Are they in church or court?
They're praying.
There's like some church pews there.
Look at that jerk putting his foot on it, though. That's our taxpayer dollars. Someone's got to clean that, you know?
He's just flexing the chucks for the camera.
Totally.
They
Well,
just-
and
Oh, here we go. Let's try to sneak in a peek at what the prosecutors got on the table.
clever. Or the defense.
This is like stealing signs in baseball.
The other attorney wrote his name on his textbook, so the judge is checking his DMs.
He sort of looks like a younger, hipper version of the old man on Pawn Stars.
He just looked at the court camera. Huh. Never look at the camera, Judge.
They should pray for no heart disease. Yeah, the audit channel is great. It's just it's terrible. The guys are just a-holes.
Which guys? The auditors can sometimes be a-holes.
Well, I just don't like when you start something, when you purposely go there with the idea of starting shit. If you're just going to go and check and make sure, but just to antagonize people and get in the cops' faces and do dumb shit like that, it just bothers me.
I agree. I don't like that, but I do like when they bring cameras into public locations or public places and people start freaking out. Like, you can't be recording in here. What are you doing? What are you doing? And it's like, bro, you record me everywhere I go, and no one's up in my face asking what you're doing, or no one's up in your face asking what you're doing. Get out of my face. Exactly. A lot of embarrassing Karens and cops. I totally agree.
He could pass as Lou Ferrigno's son. Yeah, I guess he could.
He took about 200. 200 what? Oh, he's laughing. Took 200 what?
Don't rig is actually how many yes. Yes. Yes, sir.
That's a lot to read through to refresh his recollection. So here's my question to you, Jeff. What would you... Oh,
Hang on. Flux. So I can tell I missed so much of this trial while I was in the meeting. Didn't this guy already testify? I don't know. I've watched like the opening statements and the first witness of this particular trial. I have no idea whether this guy has testified in this particular trial or not. We're just killing time until the court starts up on the trial we're supposed to be watching. To be Flair says, Karens have ruined my name. Can you turn the volume on, please? It does nothing. If you want me to turn the volume on, I can. It just gives everybody a headache. Where is the stream? Here it is. There, volume's on. Let's turn it up to 600.
does it sound like a fluorescent light bulb or something?
Yes, sir. Credit, I mean, I want all my work to be there, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Because the jury's heard a little bit this morning.
There's that. Is that helping with the volume on? Are you getting something out of this? Because I'm certainly not. So is this satisfying you, Wrestler's mom? You can hear. I have earbuds on and I can't hear it.
And prior to you going to the scene, you had to know to work the camera, yes?
Yes, sir.
The jury's seen some of your photos, and they've seen I've seen at least the sequentials where some of your photos are just gone. You didn't delete them because that would be against your SOP, correct?
I can
I've got
hear
the hum.
witness.
That's all I've got. What was that, Danny?
I can hear the witness.
I think it's just to eliminate any factor of anybody trying to hide anything.
Perfect. You want to make sure the sequential number is there, because on each time you put a memory card in that camera, you have to reset and format the card, and it starts at 0, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
It doesn't go to 800. It only goes to 600.
check the date and time on your camera prior to starting the scene. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that night?
Yes, sir.
So that's important because it gives us metadata, data about data that's in the digital image, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we would know exactly when you went inside and started taking pictures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would kind of give us a timeline if we knew the total number of photos you took as to when those were done throughout the night. Regardless, really, if the camera's set to the perfect time, if it's 0 hour,
I can't listen to this. I just can't.
Yes, sir.
safe to say. As part of those SOPs, you're taught how to take exterior photos and interior photos. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you educate the members of the jury?
It's Snoopy audio.
As far as what I'm taking pictures of, just you want to show obviously the residence, the house number, where it's at, the location, and then near by intersections that just identify exactly that you're at that house. You want to get photos of what it is that where you're at. Just any viewer or any audience, just tell them where you're at, what you're looking at.
Prior to being selected to join the crime scene team, you were on regular patrol.
Oh, well, something else is coming in hot. Wow.
You're back now on the 7th Street area.
Yes, sir.
Really?
What observations, if any,
Amanda H. We're looking at court TV. We're looking at law and crime. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
your timeline that night?
Yes, sir.
Only the judge and the people in his chamber know.
Is the other judge back in yet?
There's a traffic light, I believe, like just west of the residence. As far as the street lights goes, anything else, I have to refer back to the photos.
Mark Sherman, nothing is happening today. The court hasn't started in the other case yet. We're just watching some of this trial, even though we can't hear a thing that's being said.
Bye, Apostle Steve. Have a good day.
I do not remember.
When you're taking a photo of an area, whether it's outside or inside, is it important to document, I think there's a phrase in your business called the 4 corners of a room?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what the 4 corners of a room is?
In your business.
You just want to, you're just wanting to basically photograph the whole.
Yeah, I know what we're going to do.
360 view.
I'm going to make another command decision. We're bailing on this.
Okay.
All right. Well, what we're going to do. Oh my God, my ear is just killing me from that hum. That's all I heard. What we're going to do is we're going to go back and watch the opening statements in that trial.
Oh, clever man.
Yeah.
Hola, Rita Castillo.
Thoughts on the 1899 finale? Haven't got there yet. Got 2 episodes left. All right. So let's go bring up the opening statements for that trial, because I know you can hear those because I watched them.
Leanie, Jeff and I met in the pre-existence before we were born. We've known each other forever. We love one another. That's how we met.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Jeff?
Yeah.
No, so I was simping for Jeff, and I said, "Hey, I'm an attorney. You should let me on. And I'm running for Salt Lake County District Attorney, and I would really like the opinion of some defense attorneys on what makes a good DA." And he was like, "Oh, okay, that sounds kind of interesting."
It's like, oh, you're running against Sim Gill? I don't care who you are. You're welcome on my stream. Yeah, not a problem.
And he's probably regretted that decision ever since, but he keeps saying that he likes me, so I'll stick
Only
around.
when you talk
until he
about
does.
cream of wheat and religion. The two things that people hate more than anything else.
I don't talk about religion. Steve talks about religion, and I think I mentioned it once with Steve because I'm intrigued by that.
Let's see. We got the live stream going. Law and crime. Serial killer, day 2. We don't want him. We want live. Aaron Dean, death of Ariana James. Oh, Tatiana Jefferson, day 1. All right. Let me see here. Now, this is a really interesting case. I don't know how familiar people are with the actual case that is the other case that's going on, but it's a police officer charged with murder for shooting a woman through her window. If I remember the facts, a neighbor saw that the doors were open, her house doors were open, and called a non-emergency number, and was just saying, the doors are open, both of the cars are still in the parking lot, something like that, and wanted to do a check on them. The police show up, and they see her. They don't announce themselves. They lurk around, and apparently she hears someone lurking around her house and grabs a gun. The cops look through the window, see her with a gun, and say, "Drop the weapon!" Bang! That fast. So
she was in her house.
They shot through the window.
Who called the cops? Was it her or a neighbor?
It was a neighbor. It was a neighbor. Let's see if we can bring up the actual video here before we get into the video. Wait, no, I don't even think they announced, or if they did, it was just like instantaneously. What am I doing? I don't want to do that. Aaron Dean shooting.
From my vantage point where I live, I can see into all of my neighbors' houses, and I don't often look at their houses because I try to respect their privacy. But one day I was standing here while the campaign was going on, and I saw someone in a neighbor's house who I knew was not the neighbor, and it looked like the neighbor wasn't home. And I saw them kind of rummaging through their stuff, and I started to freak out, and I almost called the cops until I realized, wait a second, if I call the cops and this person is an invited guest and they get shot, I'd feel horrible. So the exact same scenario played out in my mind out here in Utah. And what I did instead is I walked over there and I just kind of like peeped in the window. And then I saw that he had gotten access to some keys to get into a storage shed so he could actually mow the lawn. And I realized that's probably why he was rummaging. And it looks like my neighbor moved out. So all of that is to say, don't call the cops on your neighbors until you are for sure, everybody. Don't be a Karen.
No, this guy, the guy that called the police wasn't a Karen. They'll talk about
neighbor. Yeah.
They'll talk about him in the opening statement, but they kind of called him like the mayor of the neighborhood, where he looked out for everybody, and he saw that his friend's house, her doors were open to her house, and he was concerned that someone might be there or something. But anyway, here is the video. the raw footage of how quickly this went down. See, and it was 3 o'clock. It was like 2:30 in the morning, and the doors are open in the house. Oh wait, we don't have audio. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there's that weird sound it makes.
So what we understand from the opening statements is she's aware there's someone that, you know, they didn't have their lights. They didn't make any announcements. They're just lurking around, and she hears them lurking around, and so she grabs her gun.
Like you do. Like I would do. I believe this is the body cam footage of the cop who's had multiple strokes and has a very frail memory, or an unreliable memory at least.
Put your hands up. Show me your hands.
That was quick.
That was very quick.
No, the cop that had lots of strokes.
Yeah,
This
so
is a young cop.
yeah, so his partner, she is young. She's had multiple strokes, is what she testified to. And she said, you know, there's just certain things that my memory can't do. And so she relies really heavily on her reports. And she basically says, you know, to the extent that I can remember, I'll tell you, and where I forget things, I'll forget. It was really interesting, and she was a great witness on the stand, just very acute, and listened carefully, only answered the questions she was being asked. Very well done.
Huh.
And that's how these trials should be, you know, especially if you have good attorneys asking good questions and you have good witnesses. These trials should fly pretty quickly, which is good, because then you're not getting lost in the forest, right? You have a jury that's on top of things. They know what's going on. They know where you're going with the line of questioning, which is what you want. You want to set up the jury to agree with you, not to wonder what the heck you're doing, which is basically how I felt the entire time watching your stream of the case. Just every time the prosecutors get up, I just go, what are they doing? What is the point of this? Why are you asking that?
Okay, well, let's get back to this video here. Sorry, sorry to cut you off there.
No,
but yeah, we so you were saying the female officer had strokes.
Yeah, his partner
Okay.
who was, or
Okay,
not
so
his
yeah.
partner, but the one who was on scene
Yeah.
with him that day.
Yeah, so he said the shooter is perfectly fine, has never had strokes, and this is his body cam.
Correct.
And this is how fast it happens. Again, we'll watch this one quick thing, then we'll go watch the opening statements. Here we go.
Hands up. Show me your hands.
It seems like he hasn't even finished his sentence before he pulls the trigger. But again, the thing is, what does he perceive at that point in time? It's not what, you know, whether you can both be wrong, you can both be right, and one can be right and one can be right. It can just be a horrible accident. Did he fear for his life at that point in time? That's going to be the question. But let's bring up the opening statements here.
I don't see why he couldn't step back away from the situation.
Well, he's saying she was pointing the gun at him. So yeah, that's that. You're saying she's pointing the gun. So that's what he's saying. But let's just get through here to the start the opening statements.
Circulation numbers, but occurred merely that they.
Security for a case. And how they're going to be kept. To the law and the evidence, so help you God. I do. Okay. Here's what's going to happen. In just a few minutes, the indictment in this case is going to be read in open court, and there will be a plea entered to the indictment. The lawyers then have the ability to make opening statements.
Now, as soon as
They
this
go
starts,
first,
you know the court's
defense
going to come
goes
in
second.
session in the other one.
Opening statements are an outline or kind of a summary of what the case is all about, who the lawyers anticipate calling as the witnesses, and who they and what they anticipate.
Have you
those
watched these
witnesses
opening statements, Danny?
testify to.
I watched a portion of the opening for the
One at
defense,
a time, and the defense gets to cross-examine those witnesses.
but I've been a little bit
At
busy
some
with my
point,
day
you'll
job.
hear
so.
Mr. Smith or Ms. Diener stand up and say the state rests. What that means is that's all the evidence that the state would have in its case in chief. It then becomes the defense's turn to present evidence if they wish to do so. But remember, as we talked about last week, the defense does not have to do anything if they don't want to. Okay? At some point, you will hear the lawyers for both sides say we rest and we close. What that means, that's all the evidence that you will hear. It then becomes my duty to prepare the set of written instructions that contain all of the law that's applicable to the case. And once I have those instructions prepared, I read them to you here in open court. And after I read the instructions to you, the lawyers will then make their closing arguments. And at the conclusion of the closing arguments, that's when you'll retire to your jury room to begin your deliberations. Okay? So now that you're even closer to me, up here in the comfortable seats, you have two duties. Number one is you have to follow the law as I give it to you at the end of the trial and throughout the trial. And your second duty is to determine the facts and the reasonable inferences that are going to arise from the evidence. The evidence that you will base your verdict on consists of testimony that comes from the witnesses and any physical exhibits that come in as a result of that testimony. Things that you can see, things that you can touch.
Chat, that's
Articles
not
of
2K,
clothing,
that's real hair.
photographs.
That's very
videos,
nice hair.
Things like
It's
that.
very nice hair.
The admission of that evidence is governed by rules of law, and that's where I get involved. I'm hearing the evidence for the first time just as you are. And so from time to time, I may have to ask you to step out, and I exclude you while I determine whether or not evidence is legally admissible for your purpose while I'm doing my job.
This is a very good explanation.
Just as you will exclude
Very
me
good.
once you begin doing your job. I'm not allowed to be in the jury room with you during your jury deliberations. Okay.
I wish law professors
From time
would
to
talk
time, the lawyers may make objections throughout the trial, and the purpose of the objections is the lawyers are asking me to rule on a particular rule of law that they feel that may have been violated. And you're not to concern yourself with how I rule on those objections unless I turn and give you a specific instruction, and then you will know when that happens. The opening statements and closing arguments of the lawyers are intended to help you, if they do, in understanding the evidence and applying the law. What the lawyers say is not evidence. The evidence that you base your verdict on will come from the witness stand and not from the lawyers. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defense in this case, for each is entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In other words, you're to call it as you see it. Okay. You're not allowed to discuss the case amongst yourselves until you have begun your deliberations. Okay. But you're going to be spending a lot of time with your 13 new friends. Okay. And the law does envision that you're going to talk and get to know each other. All right. But once you have begun your deliberations, it is improper for you to try and influence the deliberations with your own personal experiences. You are to confine your deliberations to what everyone has seen and heard in the courtroom, and not what happened to somebody's cousin. Okay.
It's a really great explanation.
Again,
stay away from media. I hope you can appreciate the intense coverage that this case has had and will have. So stay away from that. As I told you, we generally work from 9 until 5. We'll take a mid-morning break, mid-afternoon break, and I will try to get you out of here. As I told you on Friday, we will only work half a day today due to the funeral. Now, as I told you earlier, we are also having to deal with the availability of expert witnesses. And so there may be times that we may not work at all one day because of the trying to get the experts into town. So don't hold that against anybody else. It's just the way the world is right now. But I am very aware that y'all are taking time out of your schedules, and I will work in a manner that time work is done well. Okay. You know the rules about taking notes. Okay. We furnished you all of the pad and everything for you. And so it is, want you to be able to feel comfortable and to do your duty. Is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
And defense is ready.
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Dean, if you'll stand.
Wait, she's defense?
Style of the State of Texas versus Aaron York Dean. Indictment number 1616871B. In the name and by the authority of the State of Texas, grand jurors of Tarrant County, Texas, duly elected, tried, and panel, sworn and charged to inquire of offenses committed in Tarrant County, in the State of Texas, upon their oaths do present in and to the 372nd District Court of the said county that Aaron York Dean, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 12th day of October 2019, in the county of Tarrant, State of Texas, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, Tatiana Jefferson, by shooting Tatiana with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. Paragraph 2, and it is further presented and into said court that on or about the 12th day of October 2019,
I'm assuming that's our defendant.
Texas, that intentionally,
Yep.
with intent to cause serious bodily injury to Tatiana Jefferson.
Hard pass, chat. Hard pass.
Namely, shooting Tatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, and thereby cause the death of Tatiana Jefferson. Signed the form of the grand jury. Against the peace and dignity of the state.
Mr. Dean, to this charge, you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Does the
I'm
state
gonna bet
wish
they
to make
rule
an
this as
opening
a
statement?
justified shooting.
Ms. Dick? Okay.
Well, I will wait until I see any evidence before I make any comments.
I'm just basing it on the video and the circumstances as they've been explained.
Now, before we dive into there, here's what's going to happen. We'll watch the opening statements for this case. There is nothing said on court TV what's happening in the Ortiz trial. Okay. They just literally just when I said they hadn't posted anything, they literally just put something up. Court TV says a deputy informed us that the court is dealing with administrative matters and has not told us when the court will resume. He added that we can come and go as we wish. Could be a while. Administrative matters. That could mean anything.
It literally could, chat. It could mean that like some lady who hasn't paid her parking ticket just decided she was going to come in and it needed to be done right now because her daughter, it could have been anything. Like, it's insane.
I'm thinking in relation to this trial, it could be still arguing over jury instructions. It could be trying to work out some sort of plea thing. It could be anything. We'll just have to wait and see. For their part, Law and Crime says today might not start until after lunch now, which could be 2 or 2:30 Eastern time. which is 2 hours from now. But Law and Crime has no idea. They're just kind of speculating. So we'll watch the opening statements here in this trial, and we'll see what time it is. If I'm still alert and awake, and if it's not too late, we might watch the first witness. Otherwise, we'll just call it a night, and we'll come back tomorrow for what really happens.
And Jeff, I'll have to check out in about 45 minutes.
Cool. Well, let's get on with it. So we've got you here. Let's go.
Ms. Diener, you may proceed.
Thank you, may it please the court.
Yes, ma'am.
The last words that Tatiana Jefferson heard before she died was, put your hands up. Show me your hands and do. About a second. You're going to hear that after those things were yelled at her, the bullet went through her back bedroom window, into her chest, through her heart. She fell down, face down. And you guys are going to have an opportunity to see and hear exactly what happened next. She says, oh my God. And then the next thing that you're going to hear that Tatiana heard, the last noises she ever heard, were her 8-year-old nephew, Zion, his cries. Because when Tatiana Jefferson, just 28 years old, died in her bedroom face down, she was not alone. Her 8-year-old nephew, Zion, was there to watch. Now, this is not a case that deals with rival gang members shooting each other. This is not a case about a drug deal gone bad or a robbery. This is a case about a Fort Worth police officer, a stranger to Tatiana, who shot through the back of her bedroom window in the middle of the night. And she was in her home and should have been safe. You are going to hear that this is an absolute intentional act, an unjustifiable act that never should have happened. You're going to hear throughout the course of this trial from multiple witnesses that are going to talk to you about what happened in this case. They're going to hear and talk to you about what happened and how we got to Tatiana taking her last few breaths in her home. So how did we get here? What happened? So we go back. October 11th, Tatiana was killed, murdered by this defendant on October 12th of 2019, around 2:33 in the morning. So we back up to October the 11th. So October the 11th started for Tatiana and Zion very similar than a lot of other days. So you guys are going to learn a little bit about who Tatiana was. Tatiana was 28 years old. She had 3 siblings that are right over there: Amber, Ashley, and Darius.
This is a very good prosecutor. I like her a lot.
Tatiana's mom, Yolanda Carr, she lived in the house with Tatiana off 1203 East Allen, the east side of Brooklyn. And Zion lived there too. So
Any good
Tatiana
prosecutor should practice their
raised
opening
in
statements in a
Dallas.
mirror.
She
Went off
definitely
to school
has.
at Xavier University,
You can tell she's very prepared.
her biology degree.
And
After
focused.
that, you're going to hear how she came home And in 2019, she had moved in with her mom, Yolanda Carr, off of Fallon, to take care of her mom's failing health. She was also there to help take care of Zion, help raise him, because at that time, Amber was having some severe health issues with her heart. And so Tatiana was living there at that house, helping raise Zion, teaching him the responsibilities day to
Does
day,
that make her a
chores.
Zionist?
And you guys are going to hear on October the 11th, just a regular day, that Tatiana had taken Zion outside.
Didn't laugh at your inappropriate joke. I
He's
just
8
yawned.
years old at this time. And let me tell you, Zion's very rambunctious and energetic, as many 8-year-olds are, right? And you're going to hear from witnesses that will describe neighbors across the street that saw Tatiana and Zion outside, her trying to teach him how to mow the lawn. So this neighbor sees Zion running across the lawn, pushing a lawnmower, trying to learn how to veg. After that, on October the 11th, they went inside and they had dinner that night. They burned the hamburgers they were making in the kitchen. So there was
I also
smoke.
love her makeup.
So both the front and the side door of this house, they opened to let that smoke go out. Both of these doors also had storm doors, kind of like those storm doors that they'll have, it's either screen or glass. That was kept shut, but the main door, the front and the side, were open to let that smoke go. So at this time, Yolanda had been in and out of the hospital. And on October 11th, going into the 12th, she was in the hospital. And unfortunately, Yolanda has since passed away. So in that house that night, there was a Tatiana. So once they go to bed, they go into Tatiana's bedroom, and you're going to get to hear about Tatiana and what she liked to do. She was studying, wanted to be a doctor. She was working, taking care of Zion, her mother, her family. She also loved to play video games. Loved to game. She would get on the computer, play video games with Zion. That's what she loved to do. In fact, her siblings would poke fun at her for playing video games all the time. Just what she liked to do. So that night, Zion goes to bed. Tatiana's in her back bedroom. They're in their pajamas, barefoot, comfortable. They're supposed to be safe.
To the chat who's saying why she had a gun in her hand,
Around 2 o'clock in the morning or so,
as someone who is paranoid,
Zion
I
is
also have a
asleep
gun
in
in
her
my hand
bed.
if I hear something
He wakes
outside.
up at some point throughout the night, and he sees his Aunt Tay, which is what he calls her, is still playing video games, and she's up. So 8-year-old says, I want to play too. So he gets up and he starts playing video games with her. So they're laughing, having a good time. Tatiana and Zion had no idea what was coming. They had no idea that across the street, James Smith, a neighbor, had called the non-emergency number for Fort Worth because he saw and noticed those 2 doors were open, that front door and that side door were wide open. Lights are all on in the house. Both cars are in the garage or in the driveway. But that's unusual for those doors to just be wide open. It's a dark, really cold night. And so when the call comes through, he calls the non-emergency number, gives them the information, tells them when asked if the neighbors are home, he tells them when both cars are in the driveway and he describes them. He says that his doors have been open for several hours. I just want to make sure everything's okay. So when this defendant and his partner, Darch, her name is Carol Darch, and you're going to hear from her. Carol Darch and this defendant go in their patrol cars, 2 separate patrol cars, show up around the East Allen area. They actually park right next to a house that they believe to be 1203. They went to the wrong house first. There was a house just down the street, kind of diagonal. from where Tatiana lives. And you guys are gonna have an opportunity to see maps, photographs, and hear testimony from these witnesses, so you better orient yourself as to what you're talking about. So they park next to this house on the side, and then no lights, no sirens. They then go across the street, and unbeknownst to them, James Smith, that neighbor who had called, and his family were all sitting outside on the stoop, making sure everything was okay. Because they knew this house has a woman by herself and a young child. And the one thing you're going to learn about James Smith is he and his family own multiple houses on this street of East Allen. East Allen's a little bit of a niche inside of the East Side. East Allen, a 1200 block where Tatiana and her family lived, across the street, there are multiple houses, and those all belong to James Smith and his family. Right next door to Tatiana is a old church or mosque. Okay, there's no other houses right next to her. To her left, you're looking at the house to the right. If you're coming outside the house to the left, you guys are going to see a very big lot, an open lot. Okay, so James Smith is the kind of neighbor that we all want. He's the kind of neighbor that pays attention, looks out for us. James Smith has lived in this area, and y'all will hear from him and learn this for 60 years. He's kind of like the mayor of this particular street, right? He's the guy that tells you your package is on the front door. He's the guy that watches out and knows everything about the neighborhood. He actually takes a particular pride.
Yeah, this is a COVID courtroom too, apparently. Everybody's coughing all day.
He had called the non-emergency number before. Y'all hear about that. So he's outside along with his other family members that live in all these houses, and they're watching. They're waiting for the police to show up and pull up and check. But they don't ever see a patrol car go to the front. They don't ever see lights. They don't ever hear anyone identify themselves. What they see is two figures go diagonally across the street, go up to the front door, peer inside, go to the side door, peer inside. And you guys are going to see they don't announce, they don't knock, they don't ring the doorbell, they don't step back and call for backup. They then go from the front to the side. They check either of those doors, those storm doors, to see if they're unlocked or locked. They then continue onto the side, walking right next to Tatiana's white car. They continue, and this defendant goes wide to the right of Yolanda's car. It's in that driveway. Darch, his partner, goes between the car, the dark car, and the house. And there's a bicycle right there. And Darch kind of hits that bicycle. It's Zion's bicycle. It's a little kid's bicycle. And at this point, Tatiana, who's sitting at her computer desk playing video games, hears something outside. To this point, she had no idea that the Fort Worth Police Department had even been called. And so you guys are going to learn that as she's sitting in her computer desk, she thinks, oh my God, it's your worst nightmare, right? Somebody's trying to break in your house, in your backyard. You're by yourself, and you've got Zion. So she goes to her purse.
Exactly.
Gets the gun out that she owns, and she walks up to the window with her gun, and she's looking outside. She's got her gun out, she's looking outside. You guys are going to hear from Zion, who was inside and watched this whole thing.
Aww.
Unbeknownst to her, the defendant, his partner, were sneaking from the right side, coming around, and looking at the back gate of that backyard. The defendant then proceeds to open that back gate, flashes flashlight all around the backyard. Tatiana sees flashlights. She's now heard noises and sees flashlights. She thinks, I'm going to have to protect us. from whatever that is. She had no idea it was someone that is supposed to serve and protect. So as she goes up to the window, as she's looking outside, this defendant goes into the backyard, stands in front of the window. And you're gonna see on this body camera that he turns, something catches out of the left of his eye, something catches. He sees something, he turns, and you will hear, put your hands up, show me your hands. And I'm talking about, show me your hands, put your hands up. It is not fast enough for Tatiana to process and follow the commands of an unknown stranger in the backyard, let alone fast enough for him to see anything in her hands. When you watch this body camera footage, pay attention to what this defendant says, what he does, what he doesn't do, and what he doesn't say. Because that's very important to this particular case. And we're going to watch the video over and over again throughout the course of this trial. So after this shot is fired, immediately his partner, Darch, says, "We got to get in there. We got to get in there. Dean, we got to get in there." So at that point, they go from the backyard, out the gate, around the cars, side of the house, back to the front, through the carport, in the front, in through the front door, start going through the house, straight inside, and you'll hear Darch say, "Put your hands up, Courtroom Police," starts to finally announce.
A little
As they're getting
late.
through the house into the back bedroom.
A little bit.
The entire time that that is happening, you will not hear this defendant ever say, "Go." He said, "Show me your hands. Put your hands up." He didn't say drop it. He didn't say gun. And if they're about to rush into this house, he did not warn his partner that he had seen it. So they go into the house, they rush to the back bedroom, they find Zion on the bed, sterile. Tatiana is face down. Darch immediately takes Zion from that room, takes him to the next room to get him out. Tries to calm him down. And so what does the defendant do when he gets in there and sees her? He doesn't do CPR. He doesn't put his hands over her chest to try to save her life. He doesn't do any of those things. Instead, what he does is he's looking around the room, his flashlight comes upon Tatiana's gun. When we play that video, I want you guys to listen to the side and what he says. Looks like we got a weapon. Thank God, right? The evidence is not going to show you at any point throughout that entire video that you watched that he ever says anything about seeing the gun. And when you watch that video and you see how fast this happens, there's no way. There's no way. So after they get inside, and he is looking around, he starts playing with her gun, trying to figure out how to turn off the light of the laser, trying to figure out how to disarm it, sets it down, still not providing any kind of CPR life-saving measures to her. And it's not until you hear at the very front, because they've called for medical help and other backup, when he hears those first few officers show up at that front door because they announce Fort Worth Police, you're going to hear him say, "We're back here." And it's at that point he grabs a blanket and finally puts it on her chest. But it's too late. And it wouldn't have mattered if he would have put that on at the beginning and started doing CPR, because she had hope. So it wouldn't. So they perform life-saving measures, and they spend 20 minutes trying to save her life. They did everything they possibly could. But they could not save her. She is pronounced.
You can't unzip what you ain't got on. Pants are prison.
And what happens after that? You're going to hear about how Dart, his partner, when all the different supervisors, the entire Fort Worth Police Department shows up out there at the scene, that Dart does what's called a walkthrough of the scene. This is something that is done in police shootings. So she goes through and does a walkthrough. Here's where this happened, here's where that. She does not do that though.
Hi, Danny. Good to see you.
Until she gets the benefit of having her plea attorney there. When I say plea attorney, I don't mean these two folks, not criminal
I need
defense
to do my hair, but
attorneys that are provided to law enforcement by their associations. They get the benefit of having that attorney show up and be with them right after the shoot. So she does a walkthrough, explains what she has seen, what happened, and what she remembers. She's put into a patrol car, and then she is taken to the major case unit, which is a part of Fort Worth Police, and they investigate police-involved shootings, any incidents involving police. So the major case department has that particularized knowledge and training, and they handle these cases. So they did their own investigation. They interviewed Dart 2 different times, went through what happened. They looked at that video over and over and over again, frame by frame, slowed it down. They met with multiple witnesses, medical personnel, went out to the scene, crime scene is going to testify. They're going to talk to you about what they did out there at the scene. You're going to see a bunch of different photographs so that you guys can really see and envision this house and this backyard. They took measurements. They collected the guns from both from her house and from the defendant. And you're going to hear that after Major Case interviewed all of those witnesses, reviewed the 911 calls, the video, looked at all the photographs, were out there at the scene, that they determined that there was sufficient probable cause for an arrest warrant affidavit to be given to a felony district judge, just like this judge. And that judge signed an arrest warrant for this defendant to be arrested for murder. At the conclusion of this case, after you hear all of the witnesses that are going to testify, you listen to that 911 call. You look at those photographs. You watch that video as many times as you need to. Thank God we have it. After you look at all of the evidence in this case, you will be sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this is murder. You're gonna know that this is not self-defense. This is not a circumstance where they're staring at the barrel of a gun and he had to defend himself against that person or to protect against his partner. The evidence will support he did not see the gun in her hand. This is not a justification. This is not a self-defense case. This is murder.
I like what she says here.
Your home is supposed to be the one place on earth that you get to go to be safe, to seek shelter, to seek refuge. But for Tatiana Jefferson, her home was not her refuge. It was not her sanctuary or her safe place. It was her demise. And she left in a body bag because of what he did. And so we're going to ask you to hold him responsible because that's what the law and the evidence.
And this is really interesting what she says about the judge here. I've never heard a lawyer say this, and I think it's fascinating.
We do, Your Honor.
she's excellent.
It's fascinating to hear her say the judge. They presented all the evidence to the judge. The judge issued an arrest warrant on a murder charge. I've never heard someone say that before in an opening statement. I thought she did a very good job with storytelling. Mr. Coffee Face back there, he just needs to be, if he's a juror, he needs to be replaced. The coughing continues. But I mean, what did you think about her story time?
I thought she was fantastic. Really. Someone saying I'm still too. I've gone back to being too loud, so I kind
No,
of.
you sound perfectly fine to me. So just don't listen to people.
Okay, I won't listen to people. So no, I think she is phenomenal. She's the exact kind of prosecutor you want to hire. She's the type of litigator I aspire to be. The way she delivered that opening statement was phenomenal. She made eye contact with the jury. She knew her facts really well. She had a game plan. She came in focused. You could see it from the minute she stood up. She was kind of like staring in one corner. And you'll notice that when attorneys get focused, they'll kind of narrow in their eyesight on one thing, and then it's game time. And you could just see her like put on that hat of, I'm prosecutor now, and I'm going to prove that this person is guilty of what's been accused or what's been alleged. I'm going to meet my burden of proof. She did an excellent job. I was very impressed.
Well, the only real complaint I have about her, and it's a weird thing, and it almost invariably happens with female lawyers when they try to over dramatize the voice. It doesn't come across well. She's trying to make it too dramatic with the voice rather than just getting the story pumping. And I don't like the theatrics because it comes across as theatrical.
Well, and it's going to come across even more theatrical on video, right? And I've seen it done really well in court, but I know what you're talking about. And I hate it. I don't like it when women do it, but I especially hate it when men do it. I hate when men will dramatize things like, just think of Binger, right? Binger was notorious for doing that. He would come in and be like, and you blew this man's arm off, and he pointed a gun at the jury, right? That's where you're too wrapped up in your own story.
Yeah.
What I liked about her is even though it may have seemed dramatized, it was intentional. There were pauses. She had thought this through. She wasn't trying to over dramatize it. What she was trying to do, or at least this is.
Whoa, we are back. Ortiz is back in court.
Oh, let's go back. But the way that it came off to me is that she was trying to get the.
Wait. They're explaining.
There's a few issues that came up this morning. So do each of you have a copy of the most recent version now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I guess they were just arguing about jury instructions
so
the whole time.
Subject to the what we put on the record yesterday, your objection and your request for the original version, the paragraph on 3820.
Before we get any further, I forgot to read this like an hour ago. Danny, show us how to use Amica cream.
The alternative charge.
No, Your Honor, just subject to our objection regarding 3823 yesterday.
Only to those two paragraphs that you had requested.
Requested charge.
Especially requested charge.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. So, and this one's now labeled charge.
Yeah, we know, D. What we're watching it.
But same meaning. Any objections to this as the alternative charge from the state? Any objections from the state?
And geez, even the camera guy's fat.
Okay.
Defense, no, Your Honor.
No objections from the defense side.
Did you see him looking over his shoulder to double check? I'm good, right? No objections, right?
We're gonna have copies available for the jury so that they can read along. And
so anyway, yeah, I thought she did a very good job. I would have liked it to not have the over dramatized whisper, but the story was great. The statement was great. The presentation was great.
I think she was just bringing the jury into that moment, trying to put them in her shoes, which she did a really good job of.
we'll get your copy. Yes, go.
Thank you.
Guess we can get rid of this banner now. Oh, looks like Negan's back in the back of the courtroom there. We missed Negan for a couple days.
Who's Negan? With the light, the underlight? Yeah.
Back here. Yeah. He's a reporter for Court TV. We're just calling him Negan.
You're bringing the copies for give the 14 to Mr. Medina. Give me the one for Ms. Kerr. Here's your copy.
That cop looks like he needs some coffee.
Should have a water here. I'm gonna need a water here, please.
Looks like he needs some X-Lax.
I'm gonna need a water, please.
He just looks sad. I don't know why he looks so sad. The Border Patrol agent, he knows. It's looking like it's setting in for him. He's shown no emotion this entire time, but this look of like that dead stare.
Yeah, the fire's gone out in his eyes.
Yeah, he knows.
He
I
doesn't
think
have
the
that.
defense counsel finally sat him down and said, look, buddy, we're doing the best we can, but you are not helping yourself. You didn't help yourself, or you did, and that's the problem.
Finally, 3.5 hours later, I can light up the trial pipe. Yay me. That's the problem when you drop a Zippo. The flame doesn't go out. Ouch.
You okay?
Great. Yep. I catch fire with my bare hands. I'm badass.
For the jury now. Bring the jury.
All right.
For the jury.
Now let's see if they read the instructions and then do closing, or if they do closing then read the instructions. Hello.
This is what we call a bad hombre.
This is him trying to decide if he's going to be a top or a bottom in prison.
He'll be a bottom for sure. He won't have a choice. Unless he was working with smugglers and he has some friends on the inside. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I doubt I doubt a border agent is going to have a lot of friends in a border prison.
He worked intelligence. He could have. Who knows?
Well, if any of his friends are in jail, they're not really his friends, are they? Barbara Vance, can you use a torch lighter for a pipe? A small torch. This is your cigar torch. That's too big. You get like little mini torches.
You may be seated.
Zippo actually makes a little torch insert. How cute. Yep. There you go. Pipe lessons over. Jury's in.
Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
I was hoping to say
Finally.
good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I mentioned yesterday, all of the evidence has been presented to you. I'm about to read the charge of the court, also called the jury instructions.
We're doing the instructions
which is the
first.
law that will be applied to the facts of this case. After I read the charge of the court to you, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make closing arguments.
I kind of like the instructions.
Members of the
I
jury.
like them both ways.
The defendant, Juan David Ortiz, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed in Webb County, Texas, on or about
Yeah, see,
the
there's
3rd
the
day of
shirt.
September 2018 through on or about the 15th day of September 2018. The
You
defendant
know
has
what?
pleaded
That
not
might
guilty.
be a cultural thing, Jeff.
Or law-
The
what- let me
t-shirts.
Pause there. I'm sorry.
But it shouldn't be in the court.
You haven't passed out the copies?
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it.
There are copies for you to read along.
Like I was saying, wear a sweater, wear a shirt over it. As soon as the verdict is
And you
read,
may
then
take those
whip it
with you
off and show
into the jury deliberation room.
I just don't like
But
it
as
like
you
this.
notice, they have a stamp called that says copy on it. The one that I have has a stamp that says original. This is the one that has the forms, and this is the one that should be returned back to the court. Okay. Okay, everyone received a copy? Thank you. All right. So where I left off, paragraph 1. They can pass it along, Mr. Medina. You don't have to walk in front of everybody. Let me know when everyone has received a copy. Does everyone have a copy now? Thank you. Okay. Paragraph 1. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder when such person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of more than one individual during different criminal transactions, but pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Individual means a human being who is alive. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any device designed, made,
It's not
or
over yet.
adapted
This is jury
to expel
instructions,
a
closing
projectile
arguments, then the jury will
through a
deliberate.
barrel by using the energy generated by an explosion or burning substance or any device readily convertible to that use. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Our law provides that the time of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment, and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by limitation. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There is no limitation period for the offenses of murder and capital murder. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state proves that the offense alleged was committed sometime before December 5th, 2018, which is the date the indictment was filed. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, committed at least 2 of the following charged offenses of murder: on or about the 3rd day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Melissa Ramirez, by shooting Melissa Ramirez in the head with a firearm. On or about the 13th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Claudine Luera, by shooting Claudine Luera in the head with a firearm. On or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda
The
Hernandez,
defense did
aka
not put on
Giselda
any
Alicia Hernandez,
defense.
by striking
They don't have to.
Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez in the head with an unknown object, or by shooting Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez in the neck with a firearm. On or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Juan David Ortiz did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz, by shooting Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz, in the head with a firearm. And you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that 2 or more of the murders alleged above were committed during different criminal transactions, but pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment, and do not consider paragraph 6 through 9. You are instructed that if you have found beyond a reasonable doubt that at least 2 of the above alleged individuals were murdered pursuant to the same
They're
scheme
not asking for the death penalty
or course of conduct, as instructed above, you must be unanimous. All 12 of you must agree on which two individuals were so murdered. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of one of the lesser included offenses, and next consider paragraph 6. We're on page 5. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 3rd day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Melissa Ramirez, by shooting Melissa Ramirez in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of murder of Melissa Ramirez and do not consider paragraphs 7 through 9. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense and next consider paragraph 7. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 13th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Claudine Luera, by shooting Claudine Luera in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Claudine Luera and do not consider paragraphs 8 and 9. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense and next
I believe
consider
the
paragraph
trans
8.
person was his third victim, I believe.
Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, by striking Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the head with an unknown object, or by shooting Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, in the neck with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Giselda Alicia Cantu, aka Giselda Hernandez, aka Griselda Alicia Hernandez, and do not consider paragraph 9. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, or if you are unable to agree, you will determine whether the defendant is guilty of a different lesser included offense and next consider paragraph 9. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 15th day of September 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz, by shooting Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz, in the head with a firearm, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of the murder of Humberto Ortiz, aka Janelle Ortiz. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty. Paragraph 10. During the course of the trial, you heard testimony from certain witnesses about what other persons had told them, in which the court instructed you not to consider the testimony for the truth of the matter asserted. You may only consider the testimony for the purpose for which it was admitted. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense gives no rise to inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty and must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. A grand jury indictment is a means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. You are further instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case or any witness therein, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case or any witness therein from any source other than the witness stand. Written statements made by a witness or police reports made by officers are tendered by the attorneys to opposing counsel for purposes of cross-examination and are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. From time to time throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court does not determine what weight should be given such evidence, nor does it pass on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider
Big guy's
the
looking
same.
sleepy back
As
there.
to any question to which an
Bro,
objection was
I feel
sustained,
that.
you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. While you should consider only the evidence, you are permitted to draw such reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits as you feel are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts which have been established by the evidence. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to nor allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You have heard evidence that the defendant made a statement to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018. If you find the defendant did make a statement, you may consider that statement against the defendant only if you resolve a preliminary question in favor of the state. A statement of an accused may be considered against the accused only if the statement was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. Therefore, you may consider any statement you believe the defendant made only if you all agree the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement freely and voluntarily without compulsion or persuasion.
This is what they're doing now, the
Unless you
instructions
find
on forced confession.
the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018 was in fact made and that it was made freely and voluntarily, you must not consider the statement for any purpose.
This is probably what they were arguing about for 3
You are
hours.
instructed that unless you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged confession or statement introduced in evidence was freely and voluntarily made by the defendant without compulsion or persuasion, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you shall not consider such statement or confession for any purpose, nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. You are further instructed that under our law, a confession of a defendant made while the defendant was in jail or other place of confinement or in custody of an officer shall be admissible in evidence if it appears that the same was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion, provided, however, that it be in writing by the accused and show that the accused has been warned prior to making such statement or confession by the person to whom the same is made, that one, he has the right to remain silent and not to make any statement at all, and that any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him at his trial. 2, any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him in court. 3, he has a right to have a lawyer present to advise him prior to and during any questioning. 4, he may have his own lawyer, or if he is unable to employ a lawyer, he has a right to have a lawyer appointed to advise him prior to and during any questioning. And 5, he has a right to terminate the interview or questioning anytime. So in this case, if you find from the evidence or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof that prior to the time the defendant gave the alleged statement or confession to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018, if he did give it, the said Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas did not warn the defendant in the respects just outlined, or as to any one of such requirements just outlined, then you will wholly disregard the alleged statement or confession and not consider it for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. If, however, you find beyond a reasonable doubt the aforementioned warning was given to the defendant prior to his having made such statement, if he did make it, still before you may consider such statement as evidence in this case, you must find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that prior to and during such statement, if any, the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights herein above set out in the said warning, and unless you so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will not consider the statement or confession for any purpose whatsoever or any evidence obtained as a result of same. You are further instructed that if you find
Nancy and Jeff
from
and
the
Danny,
evidence
do you
or
think
you
any of
have a
Ortiz's
reasonable doubt
family
thereof
members are here today?
that Federico Calderon and or E.J. Salinas told
Maybe the
defendant
wife? I don't know.
before he made the
Hmm.
confession or statement, if any, that it could be used for him, and that such a statement by Federico Calderon and or E.J. Salinas was an inducement to defendant to make said confession, then you will wholly disregard said confession, and you will not consider it as evidence or for any purpose, nor consider any evidence obtained as a result thereof.
Has the
You
woman
are
with
further
the black
instructed that
frame
under our law, a confession of a
glasses
defendant
right
made
behind
while
him
the
been
defendant
there
was
the
in
whole
jail
time?
or other place in confinement
No.
or in the custody of an officer shall be admissible
might
in
be his
evidence
wife.
if it appears that the same was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. So in this case, if you find from the evidence, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that prior to the giving of the alleged confession of the defendant, if any officer threatened or in any manner coerced the defendant or used improper influence, or if any officer questioned him persistently over a long period of time without allowing him to contact an attorney or any other relative, and the defendant through fear or under duress or under any other improper influence was thereby induced to make said statement, then such statement would not be freely made and voluntary. And in such case, if you find the fact so to be, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will wholly disregard the alleged confession or statement and not consider it for any purpose, nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. No evidence obtained by an officer or other person in violation of any provisions of the Constitution or laws of the state of Texas or of the Constitution or laws of the United States of America shall be used against the accused on the trial of any criminal case. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not obtained in violation of the law. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that, 1, the defendant abandoned his white truck, or 2, that the officer searched the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation pursuant to a valid inventory search, or 3, the searching officer had probable cause to search the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office, then and only then may you consider all the evidence obtained as a result of that search of the truck. If you do not find that fact beyond a reasonable doubt, then you will disregard all evidence obtained as a result of the search of the truck. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of the disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You shall not rely on your notes to resolve the dispute because those notes, if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately your verdict in this case. The exhibits that have been admitted into evidence are in the custody of our official court reporter. Should you request to receive the admitted evidence in the jury deliberation room, you must make your request to the court in writing. A fact may be established by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence or both. A fact is established by direct evidence when proved by
Hey, we got our
documentary
first
evidence
bot
or
of
by
the
witnesses
day.
who saw the act done or heard the words spoken. A fact is established by circumstantial evidence when it may be fairly and reasonably inferred from other facts proved. At this stage of the proceedings, you are concerned only with whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and will not concern yourselves with the punishment, if any, which might or might not be assessed. Your sole duty as jurors in this case is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hereby given to you, and be governed thereby. You must not consider any legal principles not contained in these instructions. You have no right to disregard or give special attention to any one instruction or to question the wisdom or correctness of any rule I may state to you.
It
You must
sounds
not
like the
substitute
defense
or follow your
drafted
own
these.
notion or opinion as to what the law is or ought to be. It is your duty to apply the law as I explain it to you, regardless of the consequences. It is also your duty to base your verdict solely upon the evidence that has been presented to you in court. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in this case, nor whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The court has not intended to express any such opinion, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, or whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you must wholly disregard it. After you have retired to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. The first thing the presiding juror will do is to have this charge read aloud. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, to vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict. The presiding juror will certify thereto by using the form attached hereto by writing guilty or not guilty where indicated on the form as it conforms to your verdict and signing his or her name as presiding juror. Each juror must decide the case for themselves, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with their fellow jurors. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree thereto, but jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his or her honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his or her fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. Do not let bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment, or any such emotion play any part in your deliberations. Any verdict you render must be unanimous. That means all 12 of you must agree. These instructions are given to you because your conduct is subject to review, the same as that of the witnesses, parties, attorneys, and the judge. If it should be found that you have disregarded any of these instructions, it will be jury misconduct and it may require another trial by another jury. Then all of our time will have been wasted. The presiding juror or any other who observed the violation of the court's instructions shall immediately warn the one who is violating the same and caution the juror not to do so again. Paragraph
Yeah,
27.
the defense
Suitable
wrote these
forms
instructions.
for your verdict are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror.
The defense
After you have
always
retired to their
looks
jury
so
deliberation room,
bored
no one
at
has the
every
authority to communicate with you
single
except
time
the
the
court bailiff.
camera's on them.
Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff or the attorneys or the court or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. Instead, address your inquiry to the court. Any communication relative to the case must be written, signed by the presiding juror, and shall be submitted to the court through the bailiff.
I guess we can't call them foreman anymore. We have to call them presiding juror.
Given at 12:33 p.m. on the 7th day of December, 2022.
You know what? That's just a modernization of the language, to be honest. Because it's not like they're going to be out on a construction
And
site.
as I mentioned, there are verdict forms attached that you may refer to and utilize as you deem necessary.
That was actually longer than I thought they would be by quite a bit.
Really? I thought that was a lot shorter
Is,
than it could have been.
Stay ready for their closing arguments.
Gosh, dang it. Now I have to go.
Oh, Dan's got to go right for closing argument.
Sorry, I've got to make money. I love you guys, though, so much.
So you got your interview, then you've got to go to work?
Warning in 5 minutes.
Interview and then work. But hey, after the interview, maybe I'll come back on if you guys are still going. So, but I doubt it. I'm sure they'll have it wrapped up by then.
You are ready.
Your interview is going to go that long?
Do you remember when we sat at jury
Wow.
selection and
It's
Mr.
really
Alanis
an
told you
hour.
that this case was very important?
All right. Well,
That it
good
was
luck with your
very
interview, Danny.
big.
Thank you. Love you
Truer
all.
words have not been spoken. We have brought you all the evidence, and you
Okay,
are
really, I'm
ready
going. Bye.
under a verdict. You are ready to
You
bring
can listen
justice
in the car.
to the victims and to their families. Now, the first thing that you are going to do when you go back to deliberate is you're going to select your foreperson. And that foreperson is going to read the instructions. again to
Presiding
you.
juror.
And these instructions are going to serve as your roadmap. So where does this roadmap lead you?
To jail.
It's going to lead you first to definitions, knowingly. I put up the entire definition, but I want you to focus on one word, aware. He is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Intentionally. Focus on the desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. And how do we know what desire is? Desire can be seen the moment somebody picks up a gun, wraps their finger around the trigger, and pulls. We've seen that. We've seen that in each of these scenes. 3 times that desire at Melissa's. 2 times that desire at Claudine's. 3 times that desire at Griselda's. And 1 final time that desire with Janelle. What's murder? A person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally and knowingly causes the death of an individual.
Well, she's my
And
favorite
what about
so
capital
far.
murder?
She's given some good
More than
presentation
one
here.
murder pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. And I'm going to refer you to page 3, paragraph 5 of your jury instructions. It says that you must unanimously find that he committed at least two of these murders pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. And we believe you will. We believe that you will find every single one of these pursuant to the same scheme of or course of conduct. And here are all the murders that you have. On September 3rd in Webb County, Juan David Ortiz intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Melissa Ramirez by shooting her. On the 13th of 2018, he caused the death of Claudine Luera by shooting her. On September 15th, he caused the death of Griselda Hernandez by shooting or striking her. And on September 15th, he intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Janelle Ortiz by shooting her. And all of these were done pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the same scheme or course of conduct. Remember that you can ask for evidence. I want you to write this down. State's Exhibit 110. Disc 7, where he tells us the entire story. That's the story. As for State's Exhibit 116, the transcript. You can read what he says. You can read it as you follow along. You saw all of us referring to it while we were taking notes, flipping the pages. You didn't get to do that during the trial, but you're going to get to go back and do that now. And he will tell you in there why he did this. At least 4 times he's going to say it in there. 4 times he's going to say it in there. I was cleaning up the streets. 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 And now we'll also talk about the rights that he is afforded. Because as we stood here, the first day of trial, he stood there without a single piece of evidence, and he was a free and innocent, or he was an innocent man.
He wasn't free.
And as we started this trial, we started pulling together the puzzle pieces. Every single witness that came up here gave you some pieces to put together and put together and put together. And we accept this burden. We accept the burden of having to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because we believe we've surpassed it. If the presumption of innocence is at sea level, we are standing atop the Mount Everest of evidence. It is all there.
Don't oversell
You
it.
can look at everything. And as every single witness came up here and handed you a new piece of the puzzle, a new piece of evidence, what do you start to see? You start to see what he saw that day. In his own words, a monster. Now, if you don't believe that one of these, the 2 or more of these were done pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct, or you have reasonable doubt, then you'll be able to determine each of these individually. But let's talk about reasonable doubt. You have to ask yourself 3 questions. Do I have doubts? Are they reasonable? And do they go to an element of the case? I'm just going to ask you to use your common sense. I'm just going to ask you to use your perspective. to determine this case. Now, you are also charged with determining witness credibility. So what does that mean? You are the ultimate judges of the facts. You can believe some, all, or none. Everything we brought you, consistent, corroborated, credible. Let's talk about Erica. You all saw the trooper's body cam. When she comes up to him and she tells him what happened to her, everything she said in that body camera, consistent with what she told you from that witness stand. Everything she told investigators, corroborated by Ortiz's own statements. Everything. And credible, you get to decide. But she subjected herself to Mr. Perez's cross-examination. She told you her faults. She told you her story. And more than anything, she came up here to tell you her truth. What happened to her that night? You also get to decide Ortiz's confession and whether it was freely and voluntarily made. And we submit to you that it was. It was obtained without any promise, coercion,
God, why didn't she
or
do the whole
intimidation.
prosecution? She's good.
I'm going to refer you to what Captain Calderon said on the stand. It was an accommodation, not an inducement. There was no quid pro quo. And let's talk about these accommodations that defense brought up. They brought them up in their opening statements. They told you, they brought up all these things that he was promised. They brought you all these things. But who's the first one to mention breaking down the door? David. Who's the first one to say, I want my wife to keep my pension? David. Who was the first one to say, I want a family picture, please give me my family picture. Here is a passcode to my phone. David. Who asked to be put in isolation because it's better for everybody involved? David. None of these things came from the investigators. He asked for these things, and they said that they would have done these things or offered or tried for anybody sitting across the table from them. This is not exclusive to Ortiz. This was not a one-time thing. And you know what? How else we know that he gave this voluntarily and freely? He knew his rights. He was read his rights. You all saw that in the video. And let's look at his background. Let's talk about his background for just a second. He's an educated man. He has a bachelor's and a master's in criminal justice. He's a Border Patrol supervisor. He worked at the Border Intelligence Center. And you guys saw it in the videos. Maybe not when he was talking to, both when he was talking to Captain Calderon and to Ranger Salinas. He told them, I was involved in all these operations, and let's talk about those. Unit Stone Guard, the different crack houses that he took down, the targeted enforcement unit. He talked about arrests he'd made. He talked about chases he'd done. He talked about it all. He has been Captain Calderon. He has been Ranger Salinas. He has sat across from somebody else to do an interview or interrogation. He knows what he had to do. He could have stopped talking. He could have asked for a lawyer, and he never did. Now let's talk about the truck. They want you to believe that this was an illegal search. They don't believe it. Now let's talk about this. What did everybody tell you happened when they saw him at the Stripes? He turned and ran. He acknowledged that it's his truck, but he turns and ran in the opposite direction. And even then, no search was done at the Stripes. They want to tell you that they manipulated the truck. They opened the door. They took some photos, preservation pictures to make sure that they knew that it was all there, what it looked like at the time. And they did not do an inventory there. They want to harp on the fact that it says inventory search, but then it says no inventories conducted. What does that matter? It says no inventory search was conducted. And they had probable cause. At that point, they had probable cause. What did Ranger Salinas tell
Seriously,
you?
why didn't she perform? Why
I
didn't she
wanted
just
to get
like
it
try
in a
this whole
secured
case?
environment.
Jeez, she's good.
He could have searched that truck at the stripes. He could have. He flashed his light into that car, into that truck that matched the description that Erica gave, that belonged to the individual that Erica identified. And what did they see? What did he see? The pink purse, the tall boys, and a holster. He could have gotten it. He didn't. Why? Because he wanted to preserve the evidence. Look at the evidence retrieval form. It's all there. They did their best to bring you all the evidence. They did their best to keep the integrity of the evidence for you all to decide. And now,
Her presentation's good. Her
defense is going
storytelling's
to come up
good.
here,
Her body language is
whether
good.
it's Mr. Perez or Mr.
Her
Fuchs.
argumentation is good.
And they're going to come up here,
The narrative, the connecting
and I
the dots is
suspect
good.
they're going to tell you the same thing. That the statement was coerced, that the search was illegal, that there's just not enough evidence. But I want you, as you listen to them, to stay focused. Use your common sense and rely on your life experiences. And if you remember nothing else from what I told you, I want you to remember this. When they come up here, it's not about what they tell you. It's about what we showed you from that witness stand. Your Honor, I will reserve the rest of my time for Mr. Elemis.
Okay. And she's good because she's short, sweet, and to the point.
Defense may proceed.
God knows what the defense is going to say. Again, coerced, confession, Miranda problems, illegal search.
First thing I want to do is thank you for
Toothless
taking the
alcoholic
time
guy's doing it.
out of your own private lives and coming down here and listening to this case.
Bite into a
because
Slim
this
Jim.
is
Oh,
how justice
yeah.
is
Got
done
Randy
in
Savage
each and
giving
every case.
giving the
And I
closing.
hope that each of you appreciate the fact that anyone accused by the state of Texas is entitled to a trial
Aaron,
by jury.
the lady
of his
prosecutor,
peers.
can prosecute me
And
anytime.
we have all noticed that y'all have been very attentive during this trial, and we certainly appreciate it. The prosecutor just told you that she knew we were going to come up here and argue that the search was illegal and the evidence shouldn't be admitted. Well, she's quite right, because she is right. The search is illegal, was illegal, and that evidence should not have been admitted for your consideration. In this charge, which the judge has even suggested that the first thing you should do when you go back there after you elect one of your members as the presiding juror is to go back over this. And it's very important you do, because the first part of it is definitions of different various things in the law. And sometimes people suggest that lawyers went to law school simply to learn a foreign language called the law. So if you have a question about, okay, look, I've read this and I still don't understand what it means, you're certainly entitled to send a note out to the judge, and it's in here how you do it, saying, look, we need this clarified. And please do. I mean, don't make a decision without having full knowledge of what your job is. And your job is, you judges. Okay, that's exactly what jurors are. You judge the facts. The judge is the judge of the law, and here it is. This is all the law you will need or can use in the case. You can't use anymore. It's got to be here. But you must follow this law.
Hulk Hogan, I'm
Sometimes
coming for
people
you.
will say,
I'm coming for you, Hulk Hogan.
I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, well, that guy got off on a technicality. I'm sure everybody's heard that. Well, there are no technicalities. It is either the law or it is not. And as minor as it may seem, as someone may say, I can't let someone go free on that technicality, then what they're saying is, I would ignore my oath as a juror to follow the law that I have sworn to uphold. Yeah. And it is that serious. If one of us is denied a right, we are all denied our rights. And in this particular case, when the police deny Juan David Ortiz his rights, they're denying us all. That's just how it works and how it's felt.
Ooh,
But
he's just
when the government agents violate rights, we all lose. And in this case, they did. They started by when they searched the truck, and they're saying it was abandoned. And one thing we kept coming up in this trial was, okay, where are the keys to that truck? At one point, Captain Calderon finally said, well, I got them from somebody. But I'll tell you one thing. You can look in that box. You can look in this one. You can look at all that. You can look under the chairs, wherever. We still don't find them. We still don't see them. And I think that is something critically important to this idea of abandonment, that if I were to leave my keys behind, maybe I don't mean to come back to get it. But if they're in my pocket, that might mean I'm coming back. It's just like when there's a vehicle on the side of the road where DPS has put that orange sticker on the window. That doesn't mean that person's abandoned that car. It means they ran out of gas. They got a flat tire. Now, if it stays there a month, that's pretty obvious. But in this case, and then Ranger Salinas, in my opinion, has the audacity to claim, when he's asked about those keys and the gun, that since he never saw this gun, this Texas Ranger, who has been enforcing the laws of this state for the past 29 years, who is the elite, the Texas Rangers, he's taking a photograph, looking through a lens, and claims he can't see what he's photographing. And then he says, well, since I didn't find the gun, but I found the holster, I sent troopers out looking for that gun to see if he had ditched it when he ran. I didn't hear any witness come in and say, I'm that guy that Ranger Salinas sent out to look for that gun, and I didn't find it. I didn't hear that testimony. And sometimes it'll tell you also in this charge that you can make reasonable deductions from the evidence. And certain times you can make a reasonable deduction from the evidence that that witness was lying. That witness was making things up, as they did throughout. This argument about he was promised nothing. There was no inducement. The first notice they had that Mr. Ortiz wanted to enforce his right to remain silent and perhaps to a lawyer and perhaps to terminate it was when he refused to sign the form. That's the first indicator. This guy doesn't want to cooperate, because if you're cooperating, they got the little check marks in evidence. I don't know what number, but you can check the boxes. Yep, here, I put my initials. But he said, I'm not signing it. I'm not signing anything. In other words, I'm not cooperating. I'm not talking. Then when he was asked about, well, do you want to talk to us? No. I mean, that should be an indication that but to Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, no does not mean no. So they continue on. And then the idea, it wasn't a promise. It wasn't persuasion. It was accommodation. Well, if it's not persuasion, if it's not an inducement, when you say the district attorney himself's out in the hallway, he's in the other room. You want us to go put in a good word for you? We'll do that if you talk. Well, if that's not trying to get
he's a bit rambly. He's grasping at straws, but
say,
what else is he going to do?
We can go work this case out right now. And that's before any statements were made to them. He also tried to enforce his, the idea that Captain Calderon said,
that's a
well,
bad look.
We took care of him. We fed him. In the original testimony about he fed him and did all that, and that was before you saw the video. Yeah, they fed him a bag of chips and 2 bottles of water over a 10-hour period. And then once they finally get this statement from him, shake his hand, then they go give him the treat. That's when he gets the Whataburger. That's when he gets to eat. But it wasn't until the statement had been made that they then gave him something to eat. It wasn't like Captain Calderon was saying, no, we were feeding him. And he tells him how tired he is and all that. Says, well, good, we'll just leave you here for a couple of hours in the most uncomfortable position. And this charge also has the terminology about extended periods of interrogation. That if you find they violated his rights by wearing him down, by just doing it over an extended period of time, then that is also a reason to find that that statement is involuntary and should not be considered as evidence. The truck parked out there, taking photographs, and they say they had probable cause to search it. If they had probable cause to search it, they had probable cause to get a search warrant. The law says that a person is entitled to the protection of having a detached magistrate, some judicial person, make the decision, is there probable cause to do this search? The law is not set up for the police to decide, well, we got probable cause, so we're searching it. That's only in very rare cases where there are exigent circumstances where there would be a danger to the community if they did not conduct the search at that time. This case, the truck was towed to the sheriff's department and parked, as he said, a carport. And then they're saying, well, we didn't get a search warrant because of the time of day. None of that property was going anywhere. They violated a citizen accused of his rights by failing to obtain
A citizen
search warrant.
accused of his rights.
These are not
This is just like Grandpa
technicalities.
rambling.
These are the law.
These are the law. Wow, that was it. You're done. Your client's toast, dude. That was ineffective. That was bad. Feels like when your grandpa tries to tell a story and he just rambles.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I see. They're doing a
I
tag
also
team
wanna
closing.
Thank you for your attention to this case and for your service.
I thought they were done. That's just a tag team closing.
All, paying and a lot of attention, and you were very attentive. I may repeat some of the things that Mr. Fuchs said because we think they're important. Okay. Now, I want to say to you all that we are a nation of laws. The rule of law governs. The law matters. And when we're out in the street walking around, usually it doesn't really hit us like that. But in a courtroom, where a lot is at stake, when a lot of things have happened, this is where the Constitution comes to life. And this is where you give it effect. Not in too many instances do I see that the Constitution is given effect, but for sure in a court of law. Now is the time for you to apply the law to the facts. And Mr. Fuchs mentioned the jury charge. This is the law. And sometimes in here it tells you it's not like, well, I don't like this law, so I'm not going to follow it.
Oh.
As Mr. Fuchs said,
careful.
You took an oath to follow the law.
Okay.
And I would
You're
venture
back
to
on track.
say that there's not too many times in our lives where we raise our hands and swear to tell the truth and to do the truth and to do the right thing and to follow the law, right? So it must be a very unique situation and a dire and great obligation upon yourselves to follow your oath. And your oath right now is to follow the law because you are the judges of the facts. So now it is time to apply the law to the facts. Now, the law applies to all of us, good or bad. It also applies to police officers. It applies to the government, to the state, and maybe even to them to a higher standard because we give them a lot of power. I couldn't come to your house and say, hey, move out of the way. I'm going to search your house. I couldn't come to any of you and say, put your hands behind your back. I'm going to handcuff you. Police officers have a lot of power, and we have to have checks and balances on them, because otherwise it gets out of hand, and there's other countries that are police states.
Yeah, so that's why we don't let him murder hookers.
Mr. Fuchs mentioned, you know, these are principles that our founding fathers thought about. I'm sure there were horrible crimes and bad things happening back when they were drafting the Constitution, but they didn't say, oh, the Fourth Amendment, your right to privacy, your Fifth Amendment, your right to remain silent, your Sixth Amendment, your right to counsel. Oh, that only applies to good people. That only applies to people that commit small crimes. No, it applies to everybody.
It applies to my
Because
client who committed a very bad crime.
we say, oh, the Fourth Amendment and the right to remain silent, that's a drug dealer. No, I mean, he deserves it.
He's essentially
Or that's a
arguing
burglar of a house.
that his client did it,
rapist,
but you have to
whatever.
throw out the evidence and let him
Because
walk
before
to
you know
protect
it,
other
we all
innocent
lose it.
people.
So we need to be careful because of the facts of a case to say, oh, but this laws don't apply to this guy. Because next it's going to be someone else, and it's the slippery slope. Now, I will say this because I want to make sure that you understand at least where we're coming from. We are very, very mindful of the facts, the allegations in this case, the people that got hurt, the people that are deceased. We are very mindful of that. However, even then, the law must be applied fairly. And you have a duty to yourselves, because you raised your hand and swore to follow the law, to this judge because he is ordering you to follow the law, and to your country, regardless of all of us being mindful of the facts of this case. Now, let's start with the burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof. Anything you say, well, did they prove that? You look to them. You don't look to us. They have the full burden of proof, and it's beyond the reasonable doubt. And just to give you an idea of how high it is, beyond the reasonable doubt, there's a standard that they use over as the civil courthouse. It's called preponderance. And preponderance is when it's a lawsuit and people are arguing about money. And so we allow the side that proves things by 51% to win. That's it. Then we have clear and convincing. That's where the state of Texas wants to come and take your kids because they're saying you are not taking care of them or whatever. That's clear and convincing. It's higher than preponderance, which is like 51%. To take your kids, all they need is clear and convincing, and they could take your kids. Beyond the reasonable doubt is higher than that. Why? Because beyond the reasonable doubt, when you convict someone, you're taking their liberty and their freedom. And that's why we've gone to wars. Americans have died for freedom and liberty.
You're kind of rambling
That's why
too,
we
dude.
make it a very high standard, the highest standard in the law. Now, if we start looking at the facts, as Mr. Fuchs said, we'll start, for example, when the charge tells you Mr. Ortiz chose to remain silent. And the judge in the
Not a
charge
problem.
tells you, look, you cannot consider that for any reason. You know, you can't discuss it. You can't say, oh, well, he didn't say his side or anything, because remember, we don't have any burden, right? So you can't discuss it. It's irrelevant. Why? Because it's not evidence. It didn't come in. What you do decide this case on is evidence. It came into that you heard or any exhibits. And so anyone that didn't testify, well, they didn't testify. It's not evidence. If we talk about the idea of the violations of the law, the first one, if you recall, were when Mr. Ortiz was getting arrested, and Deputy Noé Gonzalez was prevented. He was kept from reading Ortiz his rights. And he said, he said maybe Captain Calderon or whatever. And, you know, when people get arrested, they have the right to have their rights read to them, you know, and yet a law enforcement officer, and he's military, he knows the Constitution, and he immediately attempted to read Ortiz's rights. And he was prevented from doing that.
You don't have to read
by
them
one of
immediately.
these supervisors. I think he said Calderon.
You just can't
And,
use their
and why?
statements.
Well, there's the chance that he says, yeah, I don't want to talk. I want to invoke my right to remain silent, or I don't want to say anything, or whatever.
Mhm.
Or two, because they want to have the citizen in a controlled environment. Okay? Where they put you in a room, they isolate you, and then it bore fruit here. If we go to the issue of the voluntariness of the statement, what's the first thing? First of all, the state has the burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was given voluntarily. And so if any of you have a reasonable doubt, you go, man, I'm not too sure. It's like, you look to them, explain why this. You have the right to do that as citizens, to protect citizens, because you see, the state has a lot of power. The government has a lot of power. Police have a lot of power. So that's why we have, and our
Technically, you
founders
still don't have
thought
to
of
read
that,
them their
our
rights. You
forefathers.
just can't
They
use
said, no,
anything they
the
say.
government wants to
as,
take our
you know,
rights
against
away, your
them.
liberty, your freedom. You better be darn sure that it's going to be by a lot of evidence, okay? And so you look to them to say, what about this? What about that? And the law says, look, if a statement is coerced or improper persuasion was used, influence, persistence, long periods of time, duress, promises, and the idea, and it says there, if they say anything along the lines, oh, this can be used for you, what did they tell them about DA Alanis being there? And the testimony about Alanis, that he's there on a high profile case in Laredo. And at the time, district attorney, the elected district attorney of Webb County, happens to just be there. And the two chief investigators, one with 29 years experience, Ranger E.J. Salinas, and Captain Calderon, who has about 20 or 25. Oh, they say, well, he strolled by. I saw him. It's almost incredulous, because also they testified that when they put him in that room, they kept him. If you remember, he went in at 2:30, and I think they went in at 3:21 or something like that. So that's part of technique. Both Calderon and Ranger Salinas said, look, nothing that happens in an interrogation room is by accident. There's just too much experience on their part. There's too much technique, too much training. They know what they're doing. It's by design. And of course, when you say, oh, well, yeah, but you were icing him or you were making him sweat. Oh, no, I was busy doing other things. You know, they're trained in how to answer. You know, they go to school on testifying, how to testify. You know, not lay witnesses, but cops do. And so, you know, they could be, well, I was doing something else. Maybe he was watching the monitor, watching the guy sweat. That could be one of them. And so if we keep on going on that, this combined experience, when Salinas walks in and he says, starts talking, he says, are you willing to give us your side or your statement? Ortiz responds, no. Now, I don't know how it comes that they say, a police officer say, oh, I didn't take it like he was trying to say he wanted to remain silent.
Just because someone elects to remain
What did
silent
the
doesn't
young
mean
lady
you
just
can't
say?
keep
Use your
throwing
common
questions
sense.
at them. You don't have to
I
stop
go up to
questioning
someone,
them.
hey, you want to dance? No. Well, let me talk to you about the technique I have in dancing. No means no.
Oh, the no means
Hey,
no argument.
can I borrow some money from you? No. That's it.
But you can still
Can I
keep asking
take
to
your
borrow
car?
money. Just keep
No.
saying no.
No, it's no. Except here. Except here, it's not no. Because the cops say, oh, I didn't interpret it that way. If you follow that reasoning, that they didn't, because the cop, remember, we're supposed to be looking at the accused. And did he invoke his right? Yes, he did. No. When asked directly, are you willing to give a statement? No. And then the cops turn it around. Well, I didn't take it like that. Their state of mind. Follow that logic. What about the next guy? I want to take the fifth. Well, I didn't take it like that because he didn't say the Fifth Amendment. Go further. Another guy says, I want the Fifth Amendment. Well, I didn't take it like that because he didn't say he invoked the Fifth Amendment. So if you follow that logic, they can interpret it any way you want. And then the citizen that's trying to say, I don't want to talk to you. Let's say he said, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, well, he was being impulsive. We wanted them to think about it.
You can
Their
still keep pressing
interpretation
them. Just
should
keep
not
saying,
be
shut up.
the measure. It should be, what did the citizen say? If he's asked, does he want to talk? And he says no, that's it. There's no magic word that is required under the law that says you have to say, I invoke the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Use your common sense. And I submit to you that minute, that should be enough for you to say, the guy invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. He was asked directly. He answered directly. This judge is telling me if he invoked his rights, I cannot consider that statement. I have to wholly disregard it. And it's not evidence in this trial. If you use your common sense like you would anywhere else, at the store, at the cafe, anywhere, but in this court of law, because Ranger Salinas and Trooper Calderon say, oh, we didn't take it like that. We still have to read him his rights. No, there's no such thing. There's no law that says I still have to read him his rights. That was
What are you rambling about?
But if
dude?
that's not enough for you, let's keep going. The police become aware during the questioning that because they had the information from Erica that they'd been out drinking and then she was doing the drugs and all that. And when they have the truck, they see the three tall boys, remember? Then they see in the video that he bought another three tall boys. So he had been drinking tallies before, as they call them, and tallies now. And they also, and no one disputed this. Everybody knows he was taking all these pills from the VA. No one disputed that. So this guy is medicated. He's been drinking heavily. And they know his emotional condition and mental health condition is not the best. But they don't stop. They keep on going. Okay? Now, if you look at then the technique that they're using, now because he is not cooperating, which could be interpreted by any one of you as saying he wants to terminate the interview. Okay? You can interpret it like that. Nothing stops you from that. They start confronting him.
He didn't say, I want my lawyer.
They start saying, hey, Erica said this. They start confronting him with items from the truck. Remember, they brought in the purses and the syringes. They confront him with the rounds and the pistol. Hey, how come you don't have? So they're trying to give him incriminating evidence, okay? Knowing that he's been drinking, he's not in his best state of mind. They confront him with the victim's photos. And then they again ice him. They leave him to sweat there and leave him over a long period of time, like the charge tells you that could be a violation. Finally, they enter at 10:55. Okay. Now it's been maybe 7 hours, 8, something like that. And they've given him what? Water and chips. Now, this is where we're talking about, and the charge will tell you, and it's the judge's charge. He's telling you, look, if there's improper inducement, then it's not a voluntary statement. Now, what do? First is hey, we want to put in a good word with you for the DA. If you cooperate. There were a lot of ifs in there. Help us and we'll help you. We will get the picture. We won't. Everything's in the future, you see? Everything's in the future. It's conditional. Cooperate, talk to us. Everything is conditional. It hasn't happened yet. And like I told one of the Rangers, why don't you just say no? Say no. We're going to do what we need to do to get into the house. No, we don't give a damn about your picture. And the retirement is very important, the retirement. Oh, I think it was Calderon, was falling out of his chair trying to convince him, please, we can do it. She shouldn't be left without retirement. I'm going to work on it. I'm telling you, she deserves it. Please, please, please. But it's conditional. Give us this. When he talks about isolation, being placed in isolation, that also, I don't know which of I don't recall right now, but it was Ranger Salinas said, yeah, but you want an isolation, but you're not what? You're not.
I thought it would be
talking to us. Now, whether they wanted him to tell the truth or not, it's not the question. They wanted him to talk. Okay. And the fact of who brought it up is irrelevant. What does it matter who brought it up? You see, what does it matter? It doesn't matter who brought it up. It's still inducement. Once they know they can induce him to do something, if he gets that, what if they say, well, we'll get you your toolbox? Well, maybe that's not important to him, but the picture was important. Once they learned the picture was important, they started utilizing it as inducement. Okay? Now, at some point, after all this improper inducement, after all this time has passed, no true food, just water, understanding and knowing.
Hey,
that it's
Doritos
got
are
this
true
emotional,
food, you
mental
son of a
health
bitch.
issues, the drinking, whatever the case might be going, he finally does start making incriminating statements. Okay? So we submit to you that if you look at the totality, now, I saw his qualifications that they put up there. Yeah, that's his normal self. Military, masters, all that. But you got to look at the guy that's in front of you. You know, you have to look at the guy that's in front of you that was there at that time.
No, it's not improper because the judge did say
PTSD,
this thing.
migraine headaches,
the judge
insomnia, nightmares. That's the guy that was in front of them. And they induced him. They confronted him with all this stuff. They promised him things. The DA, all that. It was improper inducement. And if you read the charge, it's very clear. If you coerce the individual, if you place him under duress, at some point it passes that threshold, and it did here, ladies and gentlemen. It passed the threshold where he involuntarily gave that statement.
I'm sleepy and I have had Doritos. Okay, I killed 4 hookers.
Because he was improperly induced, because he was given these promises. It says you must wholly disregard that entire statement. You literally have to take it out of your head.
If I was tired and had only Doritos for 10 hours, I might
and
confess
for any one
to
of us that go, well,
shoplifting a candy bar.
Because
but
the
I'm not
DA
gonna
asked
confess
him
to
at the very
killing
beginning,
4 hookers
did you
if I
promise
didn't
him
do it.
probation? Did you promise him that you would dismiss the charges? Look, he's been there X amount of hours. He's all distraught. He's tied down. It's like you have a dog tied down that hasn't been eating or whatever. You know, you want him to roll over. You don't need to give him a ribeye. You just give him a Scooby snack. That's enough, and he'll roll over.
Oh, wait.
You don't need a lot of promises
Who said that?
when you have someone in that condition. Because he's talking about totally different things.
Who in chat
And
mentioned
so
a ribeye a few
I
minutes
submit
ago?
to you that the statement was not voluntary. They overcame his free will. And under your oath, this is not a popularity contest. It's not because you like it. It's not because you don't. It's not your fault that the police used those tactics, excessive tactics. It's not your fault. Under your oath, you have to disregard that statement.
Here we are.
Because it was
Eagle
given
5 said, yes, I'm voting not guilty because they didn't
Not
give
to
this guy a
mention
ribeye
the
steak dinner
very
with a baked
beginning,
potato.
are you
It's
willing to
literally
give us a
exactly what the
statement?
prosecutor just said.
That should be, in my opinion,
Nice
enough
one,
for
Eagle
any
Eye.
of
You're a
you to say,
prophet.
this guy invoked his Fifth Amendment right off the bat. And this judge is telling me I must disregard it. Now, regarding illegally obtained statements, the charge talks about that there's a lot of laws, that talk
lots of
about
lawful
privacy. It's the Fourth Amendment, first of all, your right to privacy, your right to be free of search and seizure in your home, in your person, in your possessions. We have Article 1 of the Texas
False
Constitution
confessions
says
can't
the same
happen.
thing.
This is not
There's
it.
another section in the Code of Criminal Procedure says 3823 says any illegally obtained evidence, you cannot use it against an individual. Now, let's look at the what happened in this case. These rights, again, that I'm speaking of, are all of ours, okay? And rights are not like privileges. For example, your driver's license, that's a privilege. The state, you don't really have a right to drive on the highways and the streets and the beaches of the state of Texas. The state of Texas says, oh, okay, you met these qualifications, we're going to give you this driver's license.
What the
But
fuck
rights
are you talking about?
Yours. They're inherently yours. No one can take them away. Okay. And so again, you have the Fourth Amendment and the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment. Now, what does it talk about? Seizure of property and search of property. And it does talk about, again, like I said, in your person, you know, cops is like, hey, get against the wall. I'm going to pat you down. Let me search into your pockets. Your home, hey, open the door. Let me walk in. I want to look what's inside. And any other possession, I don't care if it's a go-kart or a car, your motorcycle. You have a privacy interest in there. Now, when the trooper, Obregon, I think, asked him, is this your truck? He said, yes. I'm going to give you an example because they're talking about abandonment. This is more what.
Give us another weird story.
Is under the law.
Give us another
weird example. A guy with a bag at the airport puts it down, and it's got 100.
This is not an evidence. Giving hypotheticals, giving examples, not permitted.
Well, again, any reference to the law, even as Mr. Perez said, the law is included in the instructions and the jury charge has been given to you.
Yes.
And anything that's not consistent with that shall be disregarded.
Yeah, just because they call it abandonment here, I can tell you any other thing about what I think abandonment is. Abandonment is when you put down a bag, it has $100,000 in cash, and the DEA shows up. Hey, we know there's money in that, and cash, 100,000 in cash in that bag. Is that your bag? Oh no. Even if he did have it, okay, he put it down. And is that your bag? No, that's not my bag. That's abandonment. He said, that's my truck. Yes. He asserted his interest in that truck and his privacy in that truck. Having said that, what does Ranger Salinas do? He immediately calls Santuro and says, secure the truck. That means it's seized. Okay, if you're walking down the sidewalk and the cop says, stop, you are seized. He doesn't have to come and grab you. For Fourth Amendment purposes, under the law, you are seized the minute you're commanded to stay somewhere. Okay? No, nothing you don't have to be manipulated or anything. The minute you're told to stay or not move, you're seized. The minute he told Santuro, secure that truck was seized. It was under law enforcement possession at that moment in time. Okay? Now, let's talk about exigent circumstances because it's important. Okay, exigent, what does it mean? Immediate, urgent, pressing, pressing circumstances, immediate circumstances. Now, why is that relevant to vehicles? Because vehicles can drive away. So if the cops are looking for some evidence in the car and they go, hey man, we need a search warrant for this car. And the guy comes over, like, hey, I'm going to go to McDonald's, and he starts driving away. That's exigent circumstances. No. We need to search it because there's exigent circumstances. You could drive away. That's one way to search a vehicle when it's not possessed. But once it's secure, the exigent circumstances go away. And that car, for all practical purposes, it's like your home. Your home can't drive away. That car, now that it's secure, it can't drive away. And I told Ranger Salinas, could a guy go in and say, hey, let me get into his truck and start driving away? Once Santuro was told to secure it, he said, no. We know the vehicle is seized for Fourth Amendment purposes that all of us have, okay? Now, then comes Ranger Salinas. He says how he arrives at 1:30. By 1:34, he says, I'm taking pictures. Now, there's two ways on a vehicle like that where you're going to look at stuff. Well, there's the third one, but it's not really that what we're talking about. The plain view, okay? I brought up plain view. Plain view is your car is stopped at an HEB, right? I could walk by your car and say, oh, what's inside this car? Oh, man, she's got a couple of Snickers bars and, oh, look at that popcorn. That looks really good. I could see inside your car and look at whatever. I can't touch it. I can't manipulate it. I can't open your door, but I can look. That's plain view. That's okay. What does Ranger Salinas do? And it's on that video. He's shown his slide in there, and he saw the holster. Okay. Then he goes and we have the pictures. He starts opening doors and taking pictures and looking. A search isn't like, well, I have to grab it. No, a search is observing. It's like if I go to your house and I open your intimate clothing drawer and I open it, I don't touch. Am I searching by looking? Yes, I'm searching. I don't need to be grabbing stuff. There's a search. The minute they open the doors, that truck is being searched. And he did it because he saw the holster. And he told you, officer safety. So he has to call and tell him about the holster. But he wants to know, is the gun in the truck? And it's incredulous. It's really beyond believability that this guy, Ranger Salinas, 29 years, that he would come and testify to you that he saw it yesterday or this week on a video, finally saw the gun. That's the first thing he was looking for, the gun. Now, why wouldn't he come clean about that? Because, Judge, can you give me like a 10-minute warning? Because he's stuck. Santuro said no inventory search was done. There's only two things you can do: inventory or search. This deal about
he's still going.
preservation
Surprise.
photos, what the heck is that? There's no such thing in the law about, oh, we did a preservation search. There's no such thing as a preservation search. It doesn't exist. It's either inventory or search. And when they said no inventory, they're stuck with the search. And you know, she asked him at some point, oh, but you only saw things in plain view. Bull. I had to come back and say, wait a minute, was that gun in plain view? The things in the fender and the doorwell, are they in plain view? And all of us have cars. You know, you put stuff down here on the doors. That's not in plain view because it's between the seat and the door when it's closed. Now he's observing things that were not in plain view. Therefore, what? It's a search. At some point he said, I asked him, did you manipulate the vehicle? No, I did not manipulate the vehicle. And the DA, and you only seeing things in plain, it was a dogfight. It was pulling teeth. Now, if they're saying they have a right to search it there, then what's the big deal? Why fight so hard if they're saying, oh, we had probable cause to search? We could have searched it there if we wanted to. You can't have it both ways. You can't fight it tooth and nail that, we could have searched it, like they're going to claim we could have searched it out there. It was abandoned and all that stuff. Then why fight so hard? Because they know it was a search. It was warrantless. It was illegal. And once you have an illegal search, that's it. All that you cannot consider, including the gun. And so they're stuck with this search that was illegal because now nothing can be considered thereafter. Because we know it wasn't an inventory search because Santuro signed, it wasn't an inventory. There was no inventory. And Ranger Salinas, because of that form, was stuck. He had to say, no, it wasn't an inventory search. So they came up with this in-between BS. Oh, it's a preservation search, pictures, whatever. I guarantee you there's nothing like that exists in the law. Now,
oh, good chat. You're starting to come alive again.
If we go further from that, we know further that the truck is secure anyway because Ranger Salinas says secure and follow the truck when the record picks it up and takes it to the police station. We know the record drivers aren't going to pull over and start taking stuff, right? The truck is secure. It already is anyway, and it's already been searched. Now they take it to the station, and that's
the judge is
where
like, "Rrr."
now they're starting the interrogation and the like, right? So we know that at 2:30 is when they put Ortiz into the interrogation room. We know that around 3:50, 3:21 is when they walk in to start interrogating. And we know that at 3:54, Ranger Salinas instructed CSI Ugarte to start searching the vehicle. So 2:30, Ortiz in the interrogation room. 3:21, They walk into the interrogation room, 354, start searching the truck. Now, I asked Sergeant Salinas, well, is it in a secure area? Could I have walked into the substation and just driven away? No. Is it some sort of chain link fence or whatever? I know it's not a bank vault, I told him, because he was like, well, it's kind of relatively. I know it's not a bank vault, but, you know, it has to be somewhere where not you and I could not just walk in and take it. And so he said, yes, it's in a secure area. Okay. No exigent circumstances. We know it's not going to drive away. It's like a house now. What else a cop should do? Get a warrant to get into the truck.
See, again, it's interesting to say they're not saying he didn't do it. He's essentially saying, yeah, he shot all of these people, but the evidence was collected
And now
improperly.
they're stuck with that. There's no way of undoing that. He got ahead of himself because what he wanted to do is when Ortiz was not cooperating, and it's, again, both Calderon and Salinas said nothing happens by accident in an interrogation room. These are very experienced investigators. What does he do? One of the tactics is go and confront the guy with incriminating evidence. Well, where was the incriminating evidence? Where was it? In the truck.
So you're admitting there was evidence that incriminated your client.
Just search it. So they go and they do an illegal warrantless search. And then they come and confront Ortiz with this. We know this is not your wife's purse. Why? Look at this purse. It's pink, and we know. And look, there's condoms here. Those aren't your wife's condoms. And look at the syringes. Those aren't your wife's syringes. And they also took the gun out. The gun that supposedly a 29-year law enforcement officer, elite of the elite ranger, had not seen it when he takes a picture of it. They get the gun, and they again manipulate the gun because they take out the I don't know how you know how guns work, but on a semi-auto, it has a clip, and from the butt a magazine comes out, and that's where it has all the bullets. It's not like a revolver.
It has a magazine and a clip, and the magazine comes out the butt. What are you talking about?
Again, because they want to incriminate him to see if he'll talk. They go, hey man, look, you got missing bullets. When's the last? Oh, because they had asked him before. When's the last time you shot your gun? They locked him into that. Last summer or whatever. And okay, well, why are you missing bullets from your magazine? He needed that evidence right then and there, so he got ahead of himself. But now they're stuck. You know? I asked Ranger Salinas, did you have time to get the warrant? Yes. If you had wanted to, could you go get a warrant? Yes. Nothing prevented you from getting a warrant. No. He just got ahead of himself. Because in the end, he didn't obtain that search warrant. And so...
How long has he been going?
On that issue, and remember,
He's been
anything
going
that
about
you go,
45
even
minutes
if
now.
you go back to the, hey, yeah, why when the ranger came in and said, are you willing to give a statement? And the guy said no very clearly. I have a doubt, it's causing me to question that the guy invoked his right. I think he invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. You know who has to explain that away to
And
you?
then he gave it up because he started talking.
Hey, why didn't they get a warrant? It was abandoned. No. Did he say, like the guy with the bag? No, that's not my bag. Did he say that? No, he said, that's my truck. And where are the keys? Think about that. Where are the keys? Why open the doors? Ask him all those questions. Why open the doors? If they're not going to search, and we know it's not an inventory, and there's no such thing as preservation search, okay? Those are all doubts that you should say, I'm not telling you a Martian opened the door of the truck.
A Martian.
These are all reasonable questions that common sense people should be asking.
A Martian.
And then if you have a reasonable doubt, and you say, no, I have a doubt. Remember beyond the reasonable doubt she said about the Mount Everest? That's kind of the convincing nature of evidence. They have to take you from probable cause to preponderance halfway up the mountain to clear and convincing, where they could take your kids to preponderance of the, to beyond the reasonable doubt. They have the duty to do that. And she said, we gladly accept that. Well, explain all this away. Why not get a search warrant? You know? And so with regards to all the evidence that came out of the truck, I submit to you that the state has failed to prove to you beyond the reasonable doubt that they legally obtained that. And we have laws, like I said, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, you know, Article 1 of the Texas Constitution, 3823 of the CCP, all those say, look, mostly get a warrant. There's few exceptions to warrantless because we want a neutral magistrate. Okay, just the idea of warrants. You know why we demand warrants?
Object now this line of argument, Your Honor. He's now getting into explaining the law.
You're consistent with what the jury instructions are.
Yes, well, I mean, look, a warrant is because you want a neutral magistrate to review the police conduct. So let's say they say, hey, we want to search that woman's truck because she's a redhead. Here, judge, we want to search. Well, no, that's not good enough. You see, we want someone that's detached, a neutral magistrate, to check the police conduct. Otherwise, they just get warrants on their own and, go do warrantless searches like in this case. So that's why we demand mostly warrants.
Oh, my gosh, shut up.
So, again, so for those two reasons, if and the judge is instructing you that if you believe that the state failed to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt and you have reasonable questions, then you should say this evidence was illegally obtained and this judge is ordering me not to consider it. And that means the gun, that means the bullets, that means the case, well, everything that was in the truck. Okay? It's telling you don't consider it. Yes, Your Honor. Now, the way the charge reads, it talks about, I also find that this offense.
Here's a fine, you blow my mind.
Now I'm getting away
Hey,
from the evidence, okay? The facts and the like. Now I'm explaining how you would reach a conclusion. And so the first thing that the charge talks about is, if you find that the defendant, beyond a reasonable doubt, did this killing, this killing, and this killing, and this killing, and it was all part of a common scheme and plan, then you shall find them guilty of capital murder. But remember, to get there, you would first have to decide that the statement was voluntary and you have no reasonable questions about it, no reasonable concerns, no reasonable common sense hesitation. And you would also have to decide that you have no reasonable questions about the search of the truck, no reasonable doubts. And the charge tells you that the state has the burden of eliminating and excluding all reasonable doubt. Not 50%, not 80%, it says all. They have the duty of excluding 100% of any doubts that you might have.
No, incorrect.
Hold them to that standard.
Incorrect.
Now,
100%. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, not all doubt.
Says something along the lines.
And why didn't they object to that? That's improper.
Scheme, course of conduct.
The prosecution should have objected
May
to
arise,
that. That is a false fucking statement.
In the state of mind that Mr. Ortiz was during that time, did he really have the mental capacity, regardless of what he said, okay, to really form that intent?
I'm going to object. There's no evidence of this, Your Honor, and this is improper argument.
The jury is aware of what the evidence is. This is just closing arguments. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, you heard the evidence, but the state has to prove to you that he had the state of mind in the situation that he has that was not disputed, that he's taking, from February of 2018, this young man had an impeccable record, had served our country in Iraq.
So?
Had seen horrible things in Iraq. They called him Doc. He saved lives over there.
So? He saved lives in Iraq. He takes them in Laredo.
He became a Border Patrol agent, was impeccable record, immediately raised and rose up to the intelligence unit. Come February of 21, migraines, nightmares, post-traumatic, insomnia. And then all hell breaks loose from February of 2018 to September of 2018. I think you have the right to say, hey man, was this guy really had the ability? Did he really, was it really that he wanted? Regardless of what he stated, was it really a common scheme and plan?
Regardless of what he said, do you think
capacity
he
to do
really
that?
killed these people?
You have to decide.
He literally just said, regardless
That
of what he
time,
said. Great.
And then all these pills and everything that happened at the VA, all because he couldn't find a primary doctor in Laredo because he had the primary in San Antonio. You really have to ask yourself, is this guy really a serial killer? Or did these things mess him up so much that no, he didn't have that capacity. And if you find that the state fails to prove to you that he did not have that capacity, then the charge tells you, now consider, because then if that's the conviction, then it's life without parole. If that's the conviction, life without parole. Okay, Your Honor. And so then you can consider.
The judge is telling you to shut up, so shut up.
You can say, well, I think the state proved to me that he was committing murders, but he didn't have the capacity to form this common scheme and plan because he was so messed up. And so you can convict him of individual murders.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And I would submit to you that given the evidence that we have of who this young man was, like I said, almost a war hero, a lifesaver, a law enforcement officer, protector of our rights, to suddenly, after he starts taking these pills in February of 2018, to become this, is this guy really a serial killer?
Dude.
And you have the right to say, I don't think you proved that beyond the reasonable doubt. I just have questions about that I'm sorry, I can't do that. You have it within your power. And if you decide no, then you do, and you have the right to then say, but I will consider him of murder for killing these women individually. And I submit to you that based on that history, as opposed to a guy that, at 14 carried guns at school, and
Dude,
then
wrap
at
it up.
18 raped the girl, and at 22 he did an aggravated robbery, and then a guy that has the history and then graduates to serial killer, okay, that's a very different situation. I am telling you, this is a very unique situation, and that this young man is not a serial killer in the sense of the law. And so I'm asking you,
He
that
is
if
admitting that
for
his
any
guy killed
reason
him. This is weird.
I have failed in the.
He's
in-
a serial
in-
killer,
in
just not a
informing
serial
you, if
killer
you
within
will,
the definition of the
that
law.
the evidence of the truck should not be considered. Literally, it's like putting the Jack in the Box back in the box,
Jack in the
or
box,
that
back
his
in the box.
statement is
What's in the box?
voluntary. Then please consider the other one where it's individual murders and not serial killing.
They're
Considering his
individual
history and
murders,
service to
not
our country.
serial killing.
Uh,
What the fuck? Wow.
I will still say that based on how I started this discussion with you, how I began, that because we are a nation of laws, and because we are and governed and we accept that the rule of law, that the behavior and the conduct of the police officers, regardless of what you might think about Mr. Ortiz, based on your oath, you should exclude all the evidence of the statement because, in fact, it violated his rights. No matter, remember what I told you about our founding fathers, they didn't say, oh, these rights are for good people only. Okay?
So you're admitting your guy's bad.
If you're true to your oath, and only you will know.
He's admitted his
Only
guy's
you
bad. He's
will
admitted
know
his
if
guy
you're being
killed people. He's admitted
honest to yourself
you have to throw out the evidence. That's not a good way to present that
when you
argument.
raised that hand, you said, I'm going to follow this oath and rule on the law. I submit to you that based on what you have in front of you, they violated his rights by not accepting the no. That should be it, as clear as day. And then they violated his rights by all this duress. Like I said, it wasn't the ribeye. They weren't offering him dismissals and the like, but he was tied up. And anything that came in from his statement, you should say, I'm not going to consider that as evidence. Because that's what this judge is telling me, if the state failed to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. And all the evidence that they got from that truck, because they searched it illegally twice, you should say, I'm not going to consider any evidence because they failed.
No, these are the defense lawyers.
The ones that they did this things
but,
wrong.
I know what you mean.
Failed to convince me
just
beyond
didn't want to confuse
anybody.
anybody.
I
No,
have
this is
reasonable questions.
legitimately a man who's
And
trying to save this
without
guy's
that
life.
evidence, you should return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you all for listening to me, and I appreciate your time.
Dude. No, it doesn't. It doesn't
Again,
stop
state
the
is there 46
interrogation.
minutes for rebuttal.
And even asking for a lawyer doesn't stop it. It just means they can't use any questions, any answers to any questions. This is just dumb. This guy was just a bad statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Perez comes up here and he asks, is Mr. Ortiz the serial killer? I'll answer that question. Mr. Ortiz was a serial killer then, and he's a serial killer now. And that is what the evidence has proven.
Oh, now he's
This
doing
is
the
not
male version
the
of
law
what the
according to
female
Perez
prosecutor
and
was doing in the
Everything
other
that he
case we
came
were
and
just
told you
watching.
here was by design,
Theatrics, fake emotions.
using his words to manipulate and induce the evidence. Look at your jury instructions. Nowhere in the jury instructions does the word warrant appear. But he came up here and said it maybe 75 times, according to him. It's right here, and I'll ask you to please turn to page 14
Don't yell at the jury. They didn't do anything wrong.
and follow along.
Don't yell at the jury.
On section 17. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not obtained in violation of the law. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant abandoned his white truck, I'll give you an example. Somebody robs a bank. Somebody's smuggling aliens. They're going down the highway. They ditch the car. They bail out. They run. They're abandoning that vehicle. It's free game. In the commission of offense. In the commission of an offense. That's what Juan David Ortiz was doing. He ran from Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, and he ran from Trooper Javier Obregon. He never had any intent to come back and claim ownership of that truck. Manipulation. That is what the defense is doing. They are moving the facts and evidence around to hide the ball. Stay focused. Ms. Rios told you, and I told you during jury selection that you need to stay focused. Because you know why? Nobody is above the law. And nobody is below the law. Nobody's below the law. These four women are entitled to their rights. But yet he wants extra protections for Mr. Juan David Ortiz. All of his rights were preserved. All of his rights were protected. It's incredulous for him to come here and stand here and interject notions of law that don't apply in this case.
This,
Objection, Your Honor, striking at the defendant over counsel's shoulder, Your Honor.
he opened the door, Your Honor.
This again,
It's
these are closing arguments.
Striking at the defendant over the shoulder. What?
Remember what the facts are and overruled.
I didn't even understand that.
Silent, Your Honor.
I didn't even understand what he said. Striking at the defendant over the shoulder. What?
Abandoned his white truck. Yes, there's a mountain of evidence that he abandoned the white truck. You saw the video. What did I tell you in opening statements? I said we were going to take you to Webb County, Laredo, Texas, on the day of September the 14th of 2018 and show you. We're just going to come up here and tell you. We showed you. We took you there with all the technology. And you saw his actions. He abandoned the truck. He abandoned the expectation of privacy in that truck. And everything in that truck was free game. No warrant required.
Okay, can we go back to coughing guy? Guy coughing in the mic was easier to listen to.
The instructions the judge gives you. Smoke screens, rabbit trails. That's all they come here and give you. Stay focused. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that, number two, that the officer searched the truck at the strike and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office pursuant to a valid inventory search. Once the truck was abandoned, the search was legal. You can take that to the bank.
You must have watched Dwight's Salesman of the Year speech.
Comfortably, knowing that that was a legal search. And finally, if you don't want to use number two, because you could use one, which applies. You could use two, which applies. Or if you don't want to use those, you could use number three. The searching officer had probable cause to search the truck at the stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office. What did Ranger E.J. Salinas tell you when he was pressed under the questioning? He said, I had probable cause. What was the probable cause? We were all here for the last week and a half. The probable cause was the aggravated assault that he committed on Erica, pointing the gun at Erica's head, attempting to restrain Erica against her will. If that's not probable cause, I don't know what is. But it's there. And nowhere does it say that they needed to go get a warrant. Stay focused, ladies and gentlemen. Stay focused.
You can do it.
We'll talk about the voluntariness of the confession. What did I tell you in opening statements? I said that you will be able to
It's probably better not.
hear,
Thank you, though.
and analyze the confession. That video is the best evidence. To use Mr. Perez's word, that's the best evidence. It is the best evidence. And when you see the video and you put everything into context, Ranger Salinas was not asking Mr. Ortiz to go out and dance there in the hallway at the police station. We had 4 murders. Like Captain Calderon said, you have to put things into context. And Juan David Ortiz never exercised his right to terminate that interview. This is no ordinary citizen. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Perez. This is a law enforcement officer.
Officer.
Look at the totality, like he said. Look at the totality of the interview and all the facts that Captain Calderon and Ranger E.J. Salinas had. And you will know when you use your common sense. You will know when you use your life experiences. And you will know, most importantly, when you follow
you're
the
being
law,
yelled at.
according to the judge, not to Mr. Perez or Fuchs, that was a legal confession by a high-ranking law enforcement officer who had executed arrests, 9-year veteran in the Border Intelligence Center. Watch it. Listen to it. Look for it, and you will never see him
Focus.
as an attorney. You will never see him terminate the interview. What will you see him do? You will see him lie, lie, and lie, and lie.
Lie, lie,
And like I said in opening statements, he took that first word, blackouts, and he ran with it. Interviews are cat and mouse. Interviews take technique. There's a lot going on there, but nothing illegal. Captain Calderon and Ranger E.J. Salinas were professional. They never coerced him. They never intimidated him. They never even used the word promise. The only word they used was permission. And like my co-counsel stated, the initiation of
Yes, Kitty, because you can't disguise.
accommodation was Ortiz. Can you get me this? Can you get me that? Can you do this? Can you do that? It's a two-way street. There was no inducement. Remember what I said in opening. This is a high-profile case. The entire town of Laredo, Texas was scared. These crimes were happening. Law enforcement was there. Law enforcement converged in the observation room to see what was going on. Why? Because we care. We care.
M-O-U-S-E.
Just like you care. Look at the demeanor. Look at the descriptions. Look at the choice of words. And what do you see? You see a man, JUAN David Ortiz, trying to manipulate two experienced law enforcement officers who are armed with evidence. They are armed with information. They are armed with facts. And his facts aren't checking out. There was never any mental breakdown. How do we know that? Starting in this 6 and this 7, when he starts to cooperate, you remember, he himself reveals that everything at this 1, 2, and 3, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know her. Crumbling the papers, throwing them to the side. All of that he himself revealed was a lie. It was a lie. With all of the facts that finally he comes around with whatever little semblance, little grain of sand of some form of decency that the agents were able to find, that he confessed. You saw it. Can you take off my handcuffs? Just like I told you in opening, can you take off the handcuffs? I did it. I did it. I've disgraced the uniform. I've disgraced the country. I've disgraced the blue. Those were his words. They're not my words. Those were his words. What did I say in opening? He betrayed the badge. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his community for his own selfish needs.
Nancy Jennings says it must be 2 a.m. in Korea. Nope, it is 5 a.m. in
for
Korea.
a long time.
5 a.m.
If Erica knew him for 5 months and she had seen him previously with Melissa, he was living this life.
Steph, the altar nerd. Hey, what's up?
Than
Welcome.
5 months. But the walls closed in. When he decided that he had enough, What did I say in opening? He played judge, jury, and executioner. I got off the truck and took her out. Just like that. Cold, callous, calculating. Just like that. You know what's incredulous? For him to sit there and say, well, then I went home, took a shower to my lovely wife and my kids, and I went to work the next morning. Wow. That is incredulous. That is shocking.
It's not incredulous.
Shocking.
It's incredible. Different words.
And it is terrifying. It is terrifying to have the enemy within the ranks of law enforcement. He knew it. He did disgrace the uniform. He did disgrace his country. He did disgrace the blue. But that's not all he said. That's not all he said.
What did he say?
In his own words. In his own words. The monster comes out of me.
Yeah.
They are turds. Mierda in Spanish. They are dirty. Why doesn't anyone take out these bitches?
He did.
I wanted to clean up the streets. I grabbed it by the horns. What did he say about Claudine? Pay attention. He said, with this one, there was no paranoia. With this one, there was no paranoia. All the little bitches that took him to 35 north, and I'll keep cleaning up the streets. And at one time, he says, I'm like, fuck, let's go do it again. And he was going to keep doing it if it wasn't for one person. And who was that person? Who is our hero in this case? Who did we put on first? With all of her flaws, with all of her defects, who did we bring you? Erica Pena. She came here and she broke the case on September the 14th, 2018, when she escaped. She revealed the 5-month relationship that she had. She saw these with Ramirez. She led to law enforcement right to his doorstep. And most importantly of all, like my co-counsel stated, she testified truthfully. She had nothing to gain in coming here to testify other than to tell the truth. She was put under rigorous cross-examination. That is the purpose of questioning witnesses so vigorously and so personally. And she admitted all of her flaws.
Oh, come on, you're rambling. Can we get your assistant back? She was good.
She made the connection.
You ain't.
She was the key to breaking open this case. There was no doubt that on September the 14th, when she came here and testified, that back then in 2018, when she went out to that bus stop, that she had been laying low and she was scared. All of the women that were working in that area were scared. They were scared because 2 of their friends had died. Remember, Melissa Ramirez on September the 3rd of 2018 and Claudine Luera on September the 3rd of 2018. I would submit, Mr. Perez, Mr. Fuchs, yes, we're here for...
Use some sound effects for dramatics. We've been doing
who
that.
else are we here for?
About 6 million hours
Who else are
ago.
we here for?
Dude, wrap it up.
We're here for Melissa Ramirez. Melissa Ramirez is gone. Her life was ended early because Juan David Ortiz decided it was time to take her off of this earth. Took her from her family, took her from her friends. Nobody has the right to do that, ladies and gentlemen. She was not a perfect human being, but none of us are. Everyone is entitled to the protection of the law. We're here for Claudine Luera.
Oh my God, one at a time.
One gunshot wound to the back of her head. Remember I told you in opening that we would take you back to those horrific moments right before they died? You see, every moment has a story, has a theory. We will go into that shortly.
Oh God, no! End it.
Oh my God. Last seconds before this self-proclaimed monster put a bullet in the back of her head. We're here for her.
All right, now I'm getting tired. Hurry and wrap
We're
it
here
up.
for Griselda Cantu.
Well, our poll was 92% guilty
Shot
and
twice.
8% not guilty out of 566
Almost beyond
votes.
recognition. Blunt force trauma. Again, by the same self-proclaimed monster that said he didn't want to hear her talk about the Lord. He didn't want forgiveness. He told her, San Antonio is that way, Laredo's that way. Get walking. And when she made that fateful turn to come back to his truck, he decided, I'm taking this bitch out.
Hi, Steph.
And leaves her in the street. We're here for her. And finally, Janelle Ortiz. We're here for Janelle Ortiz, who in his confession, he's so obnoxious. He says, I didn't even know that one. I thought she was going to put up a fight. She asked me, are you going to kill me? Yeah. Get off the truck. The only one that didn't put up a fight, as he put one 40 caliber Smith & Wesson hollow point in the back of her head. And what does he do? The evidence showed. Went back to San Bernardo. Thank God that the bolo was out and that Trooper Bradshaw had his head on a swivel and was able to spot the truck. Imagine for a second what else was going to happen after he came out of that restroom and continued to hunt. He was on the hunt.
Objection, Your Honor. Not in evidence.
Again, jury knows what the evidence is.
So what I want you to do, and I'll ask you and I'll plead for you, that when you go into the jury room, put these pictures up. First thing, put these pictures up on the wall, on the side. Because that's who we're here for. For these 4 victims. They will guide you through the evidence that was obtained from their bodies in placing Ortiz at the crime scene. They spoke. He tried to silence them. But the science doesn't lie. Right? Remember what Daniel said? The science doesn't lie. And it was the science taken from some of these victims' bodies that puts Ortiz there as the killer.
Sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down.
Ponte aquí nomás, ok, nomás ponte este lado, please. Es que tengo que agarrar algo de ahí. Ponte aquí nomás real quick. Ahorita te ayudo. Just tranquila. Ponte aquí, mira. Let me just get something from you.
No me voy a ver.
No, no lo voy a ver, no lo estoy viendo. ¿Y dónde está el muchacho?
Trae una troca blanca.
¿Ya se fue?
Sí. Ay, me asusté bastante, sir. Sir.
Okay, just hold on, okay?
Me quiero sentar.
¿Quieres file un report?
Tengo miedo que me vaya a ver. Me quiero sentar, sir.
Hey, this is 3215. I can send PD to my 20. I'm right here at the Circle K on McPherson and Loop 20. It's in reference to an assault on a female. You know which one, right? The Valero, right here at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, like going towards the Border Patrol station. Okay, I'm waiting here with a female. All right, thanks.
Tengo miedo, me puedo sentar ahí, sir.
Espérate. Oye, entonces, nomás tengo que saber algo. Entonces, ¿tú te subiste a la troca y un muchacho?
Subí, sí. Él ofreció comprarme cigarros y compró unas beers. Y dijo, ¿vas a dar la vuelta conmigo? Y yo le dije que sí, sir. Nomás que yo nunca me voy lejos, so I noticed de que
I'm
él
fighting
estaba
it now.
manejando muy para acá.
I haven't gone to sleep yet, but we're getting close.
Ahí donde está la troca esta y el carro.
Allá está el trailer. Ay, sir, me quiero sentar.
So cuando yo estaba aquí, ¿estabas dentro de la troca?
Sí, me vine corriendo, me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y yo empecé a gritar, help me, help me.
Hyperventilating, panicking, terrified. She broke open the case, giving law enforcement the probable cause to go and look for Ortiz. This started way before the stripes, ladies and gentlemen. And it was this.
Now, as soon as he
young
finishes, I'm
lady's
bailing. We'll watch the verdict tomorrow night.
courage
Tomorrow night,
and her will to
tonight my
live
time. Morning your
that
time.
made his arrest possible. And sometimes when you have the video, this is Trooper Hernandez's video, his body cam, and you'll have the chance to go and study it. But sometimes when you study things a little bit deeper, you find more out. We know that his home was on Burr Oak, but listen to what she says when she's trying to remember
the
some of
fifth
the
victim, she escaped
around
before she
the
could
area.
become a victim.
But she knows that guy's name, like the first name and where he lives, though. Well, just the first name, David. And, yeah. Y vive por una casa que se llama, ¿cómo se llama la calle? No, dime qué calle es.
Aquí como por San Isidro.
Por San Isidro, it's a big house. Por San Hill or something like that, right?
Es una calle, más o menos
San Hill, I think that's what it is.
C-H-A-O-S.
I'm right here in McPherson and Loop 20.
C-H-A-O-S.
Oh, hang on. I got to stand up and
Where she
stretch a
got
bit.
that?
My back is
How
killing
she
me from
got that?
sitting down for 18 hours
You
today.
never know. But listen to that video. And in her mind and in her moment of panic, she spells chaos. She spells chaos. The chaos being created by that man who's sitting over there, Juan David Ortiz. Study the videos, study the demeanor, and you will see and you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that this mountain of evidence, that we have reached it and we have kept our promises in proving the scheme, in proving the crime, and proving his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Troopers Bradshaw and Obregon, let's follow the story. They were the ones that spotted him, and you saw
She
the video.
spelled
Don't take
chaos.
our word for it. We showed you, right, when they pulled up. You heard the orders by Bradshaw. They were clear.
Ex-Comer says, can we rewatch the
Then-
interrogations? Oh, yes, please.
Trooper Obregon takes over, giving his commands. And what does Ortiz do? He runs away. He evades law enforcement. The timeline. He's spotted at 1 a.m. He runs away from the troopers. He abandons his truck. He hides at the Ava Hotel, and he's captured at 2:30. And what I told you in opening statements since the time of his arrest, and you heard it. You heard when he said, "Now's your time." You can play it back. He says, "Now's your time. Take your trophy pick." And what did the veteran Noe Gonzalez, the SWAT guy, say? When another veteran asks this veteran, "Hey, take your trophy shot." What was the response? "We're not about that, bro. We're not about that." And they treated him with dignity and respect. The confession. They've come up here again and tried to put up these smoke screens to get you to think that confession was not legally obtained. We know it started at 3:20. They are investigating 4 murders and an aggravated assault. They're armed with information. Ortiz, what does he do? Deny, 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 deny. Then he goes into blackouts. Then he goes into alcohol. Then selective memory loss. Dr. Shankar, I'm under all these pills. But yet, he remembered the most mundane things. Paying the gardener, going to buy pizza, what time his work schedule was back on September the 3rd. He remembered those things, right? What does that prove? Lies and inconsistencies. And you'll see the transcript. What were EJ Salinas and Captain Calderon after? And we said it in jury selection. They were after the truth. That's what they were after. And what are we after in this courtroom today in Bexar County, San Antonio, Texas? We're after justice. And you are the ones that will deliver the justice. The voluntariness. He nods his head. His demeanor. What is the totality of what was going on? He consented to the search of his home. He consented to the search of his phone. He consented to DNA swabs. You have the video. He stood there and agreed to the GSR. He was cooperative. And that was Captain Calderon's goal. He told you. We were trying to get him to be cooperative. We were establishing rapport. There was no hidden tactics here, folks. This is a grown man, a law enforcement officer with a bachelor's in criminal justice, with a master's in business administration, 9-year veteran. He could have at any time explicitly said, "Guys, I know my rights. I want my attorney. I'm shutting it down."
Shutting it down. That's it. If he doesn't say,
you can listen to that.
we've covered this ground.
Times. He never does. And look at the conduct of the officers. Let's get to the crimes. Melissa Ramirez.
Oh my God. They can't possibly have saved up this much time.
Melissa Ramirez, she knew Juan David Ortiz the longest. How do we know that? Through Erica's testimony, right? And even through the confession when Ortiz is talking about when he was with Melissa and they saw Erica one time. He was involved with Erica, both as a client and something else. The evidence has shown that. In his confession, he says that he took her to go buy her heroin.
See you, Ralph.
Go get her drugs. Then he's driving around. He thinks about dropping her off at the hospital. But then he's afraid the cameras are going to pick him up. That's another interesting point. Look at where he always stops his vehicles. In every video, outside the view of cameras. Always concerned about where's the camera. Let me park behind the stripes. When he pulled the gun out on Erica, on the street behind the store. When he buys his beer at Murphy's, it's on the furthest lane. When he goes to the stripes on San Bernardo, it's to the furthest left by the dumpster. He knows what he's doing. He's calculating. So he comes
You should calculate
here,
when to shut up, dude. Seriously.
During the confession, he says she got off. She had to piss. She had called me a pendejo. several times, and I said, "That's it. Fuck it. I'm taking her out."
Oh, that's a great
And while
confession.
after she squats down, that's when I take her while she's not looking. Pay attention. Pay attention to the evidence. And Dr. Stern, in this picture, I'm going to show you just this picture. Look at where the injury is. Look at where the injury is. The injury is on the inside of the wrist where he's left-handed, okay? The bullets went right to left. She gets up. Ortiz appears on her side, points a gun at her, and what would any of us do? She puts up her hand. The first bullet hits her right in the wrist, and it comes out. She saw the face of her killer when he pulled the trigger the first time, and he pulled it 3 times. That horrific last moment in Melissa Ramirez's life, she saw the face of her killer staring her down, a .40 caliber H&K,
and it was a mirror.
Shooting her 2 more times. The bullets were taken. The projectiles were taken that entered her face, near the ear and near the mandible. And what did Dr. Daniel tell you? They all came from the H&K. That fact, that evidence, Melissa.
Well, at least I'm guaranteed not to just randomly nod off here
She
because he
wanted
keeps
to
screaming
live.
at me.
She did not want to die.
I don't want to die either. Please stop.
Claudine Luera, September the 13th. How many casings were picked up at that crime scene, if you all recall? It was 2. However, how many injuries did she have to her skull? It was 1. She was killed by a transgen. It was a big word, but the angle was the bullet split, the jacket separated from the projectile. She was hit 1 time. 1 time. But yet, there was 2 casings. When I first looked at these photos, I was trying to wonder and asking myself, why are all her personal belongings strewn all over the grass? What was happening? What story is this telling us?
Well, like I said, it's good that he keeps yelling me awake.
Claudine Luera, in her last moments of life, was trying to get away. She was trying to get away. She had her bag with all her goodies. She's struggling. All the contents of her bag are empty while she's fighting for her life. And then Dr. Stern comes here and says that the injury was caused more than 18 inches away. The first shot as she's running, boom! He misses.
Ow.
Gets closer, boom! Second one hits her.
Hits her in the
She
what?
was still alive when she got to the hospital. When she was found by that truck driver, she was still alive. She died and succumbed to her injuries at the hospital. Claudine was a fighter. She fought for her family. She did not want to die. That is what the evidence.
Crop circles. What is it? It's a crop circle. Ah.
Her tennies thrown there at the crime scene. And her last breaths at the hospital. He didn't try to scare her. He shot and he missed. I mean, this poor girl, what harm was she going to do? But he wasn't satisfied with that. He finished her off. Call it coincidence or maybe not. But what did Ranger Salinas say? On September the 12th, I called the BIC and I requested information on a Claudine Luera. I was looking for Claudine Luera. On September the 12th, he testified to you that he made a call to a small intelligence center where this guy was
yelling
at work, and he's asking, hey guys, I'm looking for this witness named Claudine Luera. Next day, she's dead. Coincidence? There are no coincidences in this case.
You say so.
Pause it. So what does he do? What does
Yeah, we
Juan
watched the
David
trial.
Ortiz
You don't have
do?
to go
And I
over it
told
minute
you
by minute in real
in opening
time.
statements that we were going to show you what he was doing in between and after murders. After Erica Peña escapes on September the 14th, he decides it's time. He's going to go clean the streets. But before he's going to go clean the streets, remember what time she escaped? It was about 9 o'clock. He goes, he buys his usual beer, the three Bud Light Tallies, and then he goes out to hunt. This video from 10:54 p.m. that Friday night, he buys those 3 beers that are in his truck before he hits the streets to go pick up his last 2 victims. Griselda Cantu and Janelle Ortiz. The evidence has shown that in less than 2 hours, from 10:54 up until the time he was caught, he killed those 2 women. Use your logic. Use your common sense. Do the math. Play the video.
More video.
Mr. Bettis will want you to believe that on September the 14th of 2018, that this was a broken man. He was a man that could not function. He was a man in distress. He was a man whose life was falling apart, who could not make the mental or reach the mental state to do what he did. Look at his actions here. Are those the actions of somebody that looks like he's in distress? Or are those the actions that look like somebody who's just going about their business like anybody else does? Buying his 3 Tallies, getting in his truck, entering the pin, no problem remembering the pin, and walking out.
Did you forget your pen?
He goes home, remember? He goes home. He tells Calderon, and he gets his house ready for an ambush.
What?
He takes out his weapons, puts them on the kitchen counter. His 9mm.
9mm. Hood speak for 9mm.
His AR. He's getting ready because he knows that that bitch Erica was gonna go talk, and he's ready. They're gonna come and get me. I'm ready. But they don't go. It takes time. So what does he do? He gets back in his truck and he goes to look for more victims. Griselda Cantu. How many rounds were at Griselda Cantu? 3 rounds. You have them there. Another fighter. Why? Because he shoots her twice in the neck. 2 gunshot wounds. 3 casings. What does that show? His intent was to kill her. Then the blunt force trauma.
There we go.
He made the fateful decision.
Yell at me some more. Come on, prosecutor. Yell at me some more. That was
Going back
close.
and talking to him about forgiveness.
Come on, yell at me, prosecutor.
Again, you
and then
all
shut
know,
up and sit
and
down.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but all of the consistencies and similarities we hammered her home during the entire trial. You know them. You can go in there. You could write them down. I ask you, get in there and write down all the similarities and consistencies between the 4 victims in this case. Janelle Ortiz. 1.
Okay, here's our
1
last
bullet
victim.
to kill Janelle behind the head. And you saw in his interview, there's one more you don't know about. You want voluntariness?
Somebody do me a favor and put a bullet in the back of my head.
Law
Just
enforcement
put me out of
didn't
my
know.
misery here.
He volunteered where she was at and how he killed her, and the question he asked her right before that she asked him right before, "You're gonna kill me?" Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, yell at me.
Rick Calderon, lead investigator, worked the murders and obtained the voluntary confession. You saw his questioning. He was professional. He did an excellent job in this case. Working together with Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas, who went back and found the additional casing, found the abandoned truck. They never, this is what's incredulous, that Bettis comes up here and calls it a preservation search. That term was never used. It's preservation photos, preserving the area, the integrity, and that's what he was saying. He didn't search. He was taking pictures. He wanted in a more secure area to conduct a very important search for the evidence. His concern when he saw the flashlight and the empty holster, you saw quickly he backs up, gets on the phone. Guys, empty holster. Careful. This guy's armed. He has his gun. That's where E.J. Salinas' focus was, on his brothers, who he didn't want to get ambushed. That's where his focus was. Dr. Corrine Stern, all the injuries were from the neck and up. All of them had issues with substance abuse. All of the injuries were executions from the neck up. Sean Daniel, remember.
Just thank you. Eva Torres, thank you so much for being the newest member of what level are we looking at here? The Clean and Sober crew. Great to see you here. Long time no super chat. Hey, Tin Man, what's up? I thought you were only supposed to pound the table if you didn't have the facts and law to pound.
All came from this gun, this government issued weapon that he had in the side door panel of his truck, with the government issued ammunition. Science does not lie. 12 bullet capacity in the magazine and Ortiz H&K, 1 in the chamber, 13 total. When this weapon was found,
yes, he's still talking.
In here. Do the math. You add the
lawyers can't do math. Move along.
And the one topped off, it's 13. Like any law enforcement officer, look at the evidence. His magazines,
oh God,
were fully topped off. 37 rounds he had in his truck before he went out on the road looking for more victims. 37 rounds. Lonsberry, the tire. It's the first time I ever see a tire cast match the tire. It's right here. Look at the imprint. A perfect match. The Ortiz's truck. Sarquis, what was Ortiz's only concern on that phone call? My confession. They don't have any evidence, babe. All they have is my confession. Well, he's wrong. Bettis is wrong, and Fuchs is wrong. You have a mountain of evidence. That's the whole story. And I'll finish with this. And I told you in opening statements that there's moments in your life that are marked when things happen. And this is one of those moments.
Oh, yes, it
That's when
is.
time is divided into two
This is
areas.
definitely a moment.
Before the event and after the event. You've lived through this event now. And only those strong people can move forward and find the truth. No matter what. And the truth here is that Juan David Ortiz committed capital murder of Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Luera, Luisela Cantu, and Janelle Ortiz in a common criminal episode. He is guilty.
The Apostle Steve, welcome back.
Verdict form.
Jeff, I have no idea how you're still here, but the Vice
turn to
Squad
that
appreciates
last
you.
page.
I'm almost not here. I'm like 85, 90% not here anymore. But he did say this is the
Right here.
conclusion of his
On page
comment,
19.
so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment and as instructed in this charge. He is guilty.
Is he done? Oh, sweet Jesus, he's done.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the closing arguments. I have the charge of the court. I'm going to hand to our bailiff. And he'll place it in the jury deliberation room. And once all 12 of you are there, you may begin your deliberations. I'm going to ask our two alternates, Graciela Delgadillo and Rhonda Swift, to please remain in the courtroom for now. And I believe there should be food served already, correct? All right.
All right, the jury.
We have food for the alternates. Yes, they can.
Oh, my arm? When I was doing the bat wing the other day, that hurt. Oh my God. Yeah, we're not staying up for the verdict. It's 5:30 a.m. here. I'll get like 2.5 hours sleep, maybe 3. And I'll check if they're live. If it looks like something's happening, I'll pop in a bit and see what happens. If the verdict has already come back, or if they're still out and not doing much around that time, then I'll just talk about it before the O.J. Simpson stream starts.
You were our two remaining alternates. We want to thank you for your service. Again, as you know,
Corn Pope,
we had
thank
two
you very
alternates that
much for that super chat. I deeply
come in and take the
appreciate
place of
that.
12 of the original jurors
For your
the things
effort.
that came
Thanks
up.
for sticking around.
We thank you for your service. I'm going to excuse you at this time. Thank you.
Oh, my cripes. All right. Well, we got all of
in recess at this time.
Recess. We got through it. Holy crap. All righty. Oh, no. I'm so tired. I just about ended the broadcast instead of got rid of the super chat. All right. Wow. Holy crap, people. For those of you that stayed here for all 6 hours of this, you're weird. You're insane. I have no idea how or why you did it either. Great. So they're going to go, they're going to do their thing. I would expect, I'm again pulling numbers out of my ass. I would guess, I would suspect, I would give them, I'm betting like right around 2 hours. I mean, 2 hours, two to 3 hours to actually read the verdict, because they're going to come back. They're going to take, it's going to take, 35 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour for everybody to get back in the courtroom and then read it. So I'm saying reading the verdict within 3 hours. We'll just have to see how that goes. I'm going to go to sleep for 2.5 or 3 hours. And as I said, I'll check back here. If it looks like they're ready to give a verdict, I'll start a stream and hang out for a bit. If it looks like they're gonna be a while, then I'll just go to work. If they have got a verdict by the time I wake up, then I'll just sit on it until the evening stream. So what's coming up for me in the next few days? O.J. Simpson coming up in about 12 hours. Or no, not 12 hours. What do you got? I have no idea. I don't do math anyway, and now I'm really not doing math. But at my usual time, 8 a.m. Eastern, we'll be doing the O.J. Simpson trial because it's O.J. Thursday. Friday is going to be Law Rants. We'll catch up on the Idaho case. We'll look what happened in the Courtney Clenny case. Her bond hearing. I mean, she's not going to get bond, but we'll do it anyway. And some other legal issues that are out there. Maybe the Twitter thing. If we'll see what's going on with the Twitter dump between now and Friday. We'll look at those kind of things. And then next Monday will be another Maritime Monday, and I have no idea what we'll do after that because I haven't thought about it. So, guys, you've all been here for a long time. Those of you that have joined midstream, whatever, anybody that's here right now, thank you for being here at the end of that. Mods, bless you guys, man. Seriously, you're insane. You part of the Ride or Die crew are insane. Chat, love you. Chat is great as always. Love you guys. Those of you that have been listening to this in the background, great. I appreciate that as well. So come back later and hit the like button. Anybody here that hasn't hit I haven't talked about hitting the like button for like 3 hours. That's a record. Hit the like button if you haven't. We've ended up with 874 likes. It'd be fun to get 1,000 likes out of it. Why not? If 130 of you hadn't hit the like button, go ahead, hit that like button. And we picked up 20 subscribers, a little more than 20 subscribers, about 25 subscribers. So hey, thank you to all the new subscribers. We'll see you here for the verdict either in a couple of hours or later on in the day. And with that, I got nothing else to do other than to once again say thank you from the very bottom of my heart for sticking with me through this entire stupid trial. And Rose, this trial is your fault. This was Rose's idea, everyone. Oh, Rose, thank you so much. This had such potential, and it just turned out to be an utter shit show. Well, I'm going to go to sleep before it gets to be 6 a.m. Thanks again. We'll talk to you guys soon, either in a couple of hours or at the normal time of 8 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. London. Okay. Until then, take care of yourself. Talk to you later. Enjoy those legal vices. I'm out of here. Goodbye for now.